drop.
In the city of Compton. Keep it rockin'. Keep it rockin'.
Let me make it shake, come on.
Hey yo, hey yo, what's going on, man? What's good? What's good? What's good, man? What's good? What's good? What's good? So, first and foremost, man, before I get started, I actually owe Brookie an apology. Um, for some reason, my connection was bad on the last live stream, and I was just talking over him the whole time. I went back and I looked at that live stream. There's something told me to go back and look at it. And when I went back and I looked at it, I said, yo, I'm talking all over this nigga because I couldn't see him. Like he had that little circle thing. I couldn't see like his face. Like he just disappeared. So I thought he wasn't there, and he was trying to talk the whole time. So I owe Bookie an apology. Bookie, if you out there, you know what I'm saying? I'll let you come back up, man, because I know I talked all over your ass last time and I didn't mean to. So, um, you know, but I wanted to get into this topic, right? TMac's apology. I know you guys probably want to hear my thoughts on it because I haven't really, talked about it yet. So I want to play you exactly what he said, and then I'm gonna get into my thoughts about it.
Last week made a comment, said, if I was with Shaq, along the lines, if I was with Shaq, I'd probably have a title. And the point of that is pretty much, well, you think fans probably overestimate titles when they come to talk about legacy, right? Or greatness.
I wouldn't say they overestimate it, but it doesn't tell the full story of guys that didn't complete it.
Yeah.
And to go back to those comments, I never should have said replace. I think replacing Kobe. I don't want to say I'm replacing Kobe. I will stand on playing with Shaq though.
Yeah.
Playing with Shaq. I in that era, and we're talking about we're not talking about an overall career head matchup like my resume, Kobe resumes, my career, Kobe. We're not talking about that. We're only talking about a specific moment in era where in 2000, 2001 to like 2007, 2008 in that time frame. But specifically when I was in Orlando and Shaq they were three-peating. Shaq was the most dominant player in our game.
Yeah.
When I'm seeing a guy averaging 38 and 16 in the finals, and I'm over here, I'm averaging 30 as a 21-year-old. Yeah, I believe if I'm playing with that big guy, I can win a championship. And the story is told differently. And the reason I said that is because Shaq, Kobe, Tim Duncan, in that time was the only ones winning championships.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Nobody else really was winning championships. These guys winning. Tim Duncan from 1999, to 2007 which was my prime. That's all I saw winning championships. Detroit snuck one in there. Again, Shaq with Miami won one. And Dirk win? No, Dirk won in 2011. So that was pretty much all I saw in my prime years of being me, watching Shaq and Tim Duncan win championships. Bro, everybody know Kobe's my man, bro.
Yeah.
Kobe's my brother, bro. There's no way in hell I will ever disrespect my brother like that. Yes, it came out as me replacing. I never said I was better than Kobe. Never, never, and I would never say that. I'm on the front line. I'm on the front line of advocating for my brother. Always.
Yeah, I think the point you were.
Okay, so y'all heard that. What's good? What's good, Rashad? What's good, man? What's good, man? Welcome to the channel, man. So if y'all heard TMac right there, man, this is my thoughts, right? This is my thoughts. When I first heard the comments, I did not like the comments. Of course, I went live about it and I voiced my opinion on that particular topic. Um, but here's the thing, man. TMac doesn't really owe us anything, right? He don't owe the fans an apology or nothing like that. The apology should go to Kobe. You know what I'm saying? His family. It's between them. It has nothing really to do with us. But I will say this: is that, in my opinion, I believe T-Mac has to be more aware of his surroundings. Like, bro, you're around the same people who denigrate him on a daily basis on their platform. You know what I'm saying? ESPN's platform, where guys, you know, take shots at him. You know what I'm saying? Try to take shots at his legacy, try to take away from his legacy, and try to diminish what he's accomplished. You know what I mean? For whatever narrative that they're promoting at the time. And so, um, my whole thing is this: just be aware of uh, you know, the things that you're saying. And I didn't like I'm gonna be real with you. I didn't like the timing of it because I felt like the timing of it was horrible because it was supposed to be Kobe's anniversary of him winning the championship. And so when you turn on your TV screen, all of it's pretty much about Kobe being dog. You know what I mean? So Kobe's name gets brought up in these conversations that don't have shit to do with it. You know what I mean? And so I'm proud of Kobe fans who stepped up and who actually spoke out, against the recent verbal attacks on his legacy, because it's been a long time, man. It's been a long time. I know Kobe fans want to sit the shit out, and a lot of us, we got families, we got other shit going on. People own businesses, people chilling on the couch just trying to enjoy the game, and nobody wants to, engage in these talks. You know, but look, T Mac, y'all know my opinion on T Mac. To me, I'm a fan of T Mac. I still love T Mac as a basketball player. That's not going to change. He was one of my favorite players growing up. Um, he's a guy who's highly skilled, so I don't get mad that he think he could have won a championship with Shaq. Like, if he thinks that, then he has every right to think that. You know what I'm saying? Based on his abilities. Like, he did have unbelievable skills. You know what I mean? He wasn't a bad defender. He was a good defender, right? He wasn't no slouch on the defensive end. So I'm not going to lie on T-Mac. T-Mac was a great player. He deserves his respect. And ultimately, I think he got it. He made the Hall of Fame. One of the best players to ever play the game. And we respect him. So I don't know where this notion came out that people don't respect T-Mac. Another thing is, a lot of these players, they have to stop listening to these motherfuckers online, man. Because y'all should only care about what your peers think, man. Y'all shouldn't be giving a damn what somebody behind the keyboard say. You know what I'm saying? That's just my opinion personally. Um, but T Mac, it took, it takes a man to apologize, because you could have easily said, "Fuck that shit, I'm not gonna apologize," but you felt convicted to do so, and that I respect that. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just you know give you the benefit of the doubt because you haven't done anything, to go against Kobe on any type of level like that. So you ain't show you on that time. So, but I'm still a fan of yours, you know, and yeah, I'll just leave it at that. I'll just leave it at that. But I wanted to talk about another topic, right? And the second topic that I got that I want to get off my chest is these damn hot takes, right? In my opinion, hot takes is ruining the game of basketball. And I hate to call people out, but I gotta call people out, man. Channels like Players Choice, channels like Gills Arenas, where they give these hot takes that make everybody upset, riled up. ESPN, Fox Sports, um, all of these things that people say that they don't necessarily mean is ruining the game of basketball, in my opinion. I'm just one man. This is my opinion, and this is what I believe. You know, I believe hot takes is ruining the game, bro. It's ruining the game, man. Because it's not just giving your opinion; it's saying something absurd to get views. You know what I'm saying? If you're out there saying something absurd, outlandish, crazy, and damn near slandering all-time greats like Magic Johnson, John Stockton, um, who's the usual suspects get picked on? Moses Malone or whoever you disrespected, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Kobe. Kobe seems to be the one that everybody chooses. Allen Iverson, right? So apparently these players are hearing you disrespect them and say and give these crazy ass hot takes. Like knock it off, man. Knock it off, man. Like say what you believe and say it with conviction, man. Stop giving these garbage ass takes, bro. Talk about Magic Johnson's overrated as a point guard and all that shit. He's okay, well you may feel that way, that's fine. But going in and talking about, you know, the old school game and the whole we done with the 90s shit and all that shit is garbage, man. It's garbage. I try my best to appreciate the younger generation. I try my best to appreciate the younger generation the best that I can. You know what I'm saying? And it's just sad, man. People saying shit they don't mean, bro. Trying to make people upset, and then when they get upset, motherfuckers talking about what people mad about. Like, come on, bro. You know, niggas be straight gaslighting people out here. You know what I'm saying? The hot takes is going too far, bro. It's going too far. You know, just say shit. You're supposed to have respect for the game, the history of the game. If somebody doesn't have respect for the history of the game, bro, you should unsubscribe from them and stop listening to their content, bro. I'm talking about respect for the 90s, respect for today's game. You should immediately unsubscribe from whoever, you know, it is. It's one thing to critique. It's one thing to critique, but it's another thing to just lie and just say shit, outlandish shit. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm not with that, man. I give you guys everything I say, I believe. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to give you guys pure basketball analysis. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to earn you guys' respect by telling the truth the way I see it. And we may not always agree, but you know I'm not capping. I'm not saying nothing outlandish. You know what I mean? To get some views, I'm not gonna clickbait you. I'm not gonna hit you with a clickbait title. None of that shit. And I could easily do that. It's easy to get views by talking about the GOAT conversation, by talking about certain people. That's easy. That's lazy. That's lazy in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Be creative, man. Trash and legends, man. That shit bullshit, bro. I don't give a fuck if they played in the 40s. Respect them, man. Real talk. Respect the legends of the game, man. You know, and all the other sports, they respect their history, except for us. And we got too many clowns out here, man. Too many clowns out here. And I'm not saying everybody off those platforms that are named are clowns, because some people have good takes, but the bad takes gotta stop, bro. The bad takes have to stop. There's got to be an end to the foolishness, man. If you got a nigga on your platform talking bullshit, you have to be responsible for the bullshit they say. You should kick them off your platform, bro. When a motherfucker says John Stockton isn't a great passer, you should kick them off your platform and never bring them back up. Period. Period. But you hear motherfuckers saying some shit like Jordan couldn't go left, then there's nothing to talk to him about. They don't know enough about basketball to have a conversation. So you shouldn't talk to him. Matter of fact, you can talk to them, but they can't talk back. They need to be listening. They need to be learning. Apology wasn't needed. Apology was needed, DFJ, on some man shit for real. An apology was needed. You know why? And I'll drop the link for you and explain to you why. I'll drop the link because some shit bigger than basketball, bro. I think we get caught up in basketball too much to where we forget about real life. Whenever you bring up Kobe's name, do you know his daughters may be watching? Do you know his sister may be watching? Do you know his mother may be watching? Do you know that you're putting yourself in another man's spot? So if I earn something, it's disrespectful for you to be put in my spot. And TMac recognized that as a man. He recognized that. He didn't have to apologize for thinking he could win with Shaq. That's not what it's about. But you have to apologize. Excuse me. You have to apologize just based on the strength that on some man shit. You see what they doing to him. You see what they doing to him. Even though I don't think he meant to do it, like I said on my other streams, I don't think he meant to go there with him. I don't think he meant to disrespect Kobe. But I think he was so concerned with debunking the narratives that he fed into the narratives that the media made about Kobe. The whole "you can't win without Shaq" narrative, which he already disproved. But if you want to come up, I dropped the link, bro. I'll bring you right up and I'll explain to you, bro, on some man shit, bro. Now, I know none of us are related to Kobe. You're not related to Kobe. But if that was your family member, bro, how would you feel? Somebody always bringing up his name out of nowhere to make a stupid point. The stupid point is this. People respect the legend. You got a lot of people who respect T-Mac as a player. You got a lot of people who respect Charles Barkley. But you're not going to get the same respect champions get. And that's fair because it was earned. You earn your way to win championships. That is something that's hard to do. So, to me, dropping yourself in 2001 it is a little disrespectful. Because why? Kobe had to go with the air balls, shooting air balls, missing the shots. He had to have fights with Shaq, arguments with Shaq. He had to go through injuries, fight through the coaching staff, earn his minutes, be a sixth man, then be a part of the rotation, earn that. You take away the grind when you do that. You take away from his grind. in my opinion, right? Where he almost broke his ankle, you know, in the finals. Well, put yourself in that situation. My thing is, don't start off healthy, right? Let's see if you can battle through that injury and win a championship. See, there was a certain level of sacrifice that Kobe made in order to win. Sacrifice with his family, you know, sacrifice not going out to the club. You know what I'm saying? Staying in the gym, working hard to win with Shaq, to be that dominant, not to have people just take it away. You say he didn't just genuinely apologize? Well, I don't know that man's heart. I don't think you should be speaking on his heart. I don't think he meant no disrespect by it, but ultimately it was bad timing and it was unnecessary. He got trolls bothering him so much. Nah, he don't believe he's better than Kobe. And even if he did, he said on multiple times he's not better than Kobe. But even if he did feel that way, he should feel that way. If you're that great on that high of a level, you're gonna think you're better, and that's fine. I don't. That's not what people are mad about. See, y'all want to make this into who's the goat and who's not type shit. That's not what this shit is about, bro. This is about respect. You know what I'm saying? This is about honor. This ain't got nothing to do with no GOAT conversation. You can have whoever you have as the GOAT. You can have Shaq as the GOAT if you want. That's not the point. You're making this something that's not. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you think Kobe fans are sensitive. No, Kobe fans been putting up with a lot of bullshit for the last couple of years and been quiet. Matter of fact, Kobe fans have shown a lot of patience because I've been out here on the front line defending Kobe, and I always looked around like, where are all the Kobe fans at? So they've been quiet the whole time and watching the disrespect. A lot of Kobe guys, a lot of people who believe Kobe's the GOAT, they just shut the fuck up and watch basketball. They're not out here beating their chest. They're not out here going on platform to platform trying to convince you Kobe's the GOAT. They're not doing that shit. They shut up, they watch basketball, and that's it. Nobody was into this GOAT conversation like this. Well, you can say that. You can say whatever you want, bro. The bottom line is he got championships. And he worked his ass off to get it. So at least respect that. Even if you don't think he's great like that, at least respect that. So a lot of y'all be emotional and then y'all feelings about shit, and then y'all want to call me emotional. No, y'all emotional. You can't deal with facts. Y'all can't deal with truth. The truth is Kobe and Shaq won together. Shaq won his first championship with Kobe. That's the truth. That's a fact. That's a fact. Those things are called facts. What's up, Kelvin? Hey, Kelvin, I dropped the link, man, if you want to come up, man. I'm just speaking. I'll play the clip again if you want to hear it. I played what Matt Barnes said. And another thing about what Matt Barnes said is that let me play what Matt Barnes said. Let me play it. I don't think I played it.
Guys out here talking crazy about Bean right now.
Yeah,
like all of a
man.
sudden, it's what they
I
could
don't
have
like.
done,
I don't
and
like
Bean.
I don't like the injury around the energy around it.
Yeah,
And,
man. I saw you made a post, man, and it kind of took off, man. What's your feeling on that?
I just don't like because none of this weird talk was going on while he was here, and I also think I want to also say something else. Like, I work for ESPN, I work for Fox, some of these big machines. When you have people talking about the greatness of players, it's not that I don't respect it, I just don't go by it. And I think a lot of former players don't go by it. You got to listen to what your peers are talking about. It's crazy how when you look at ESPN, Kobe's always on the outside of 10. But when you talk to, there's plenty of clips on YouTube when you're talking to some of the guys that went to war before or after or with them, like, yeah, Kobe's some Kobe's 2, Kobe's 3, Kobe's top 5. So my whole thing too is don't listen to, there's so many athletes. And again, I'm not saying don't listen to the people outside, because there's some very qualified people, but when it comes to like legacy and greatness in a sport, like I would tend to lean towards the players, because you see it day in and day out and know what it takes to lace them up every single day and play through what he played through and do what he did. So I say all that to say, like, there's with the bigger companies and machines and talking heads, there's favorites, there's narratives they stick to, there's dislikes they have. And let's keep it real, like before Kobe died, like he was a hit or miss as far as kind of popularity with some of the shit he had been through and the way people perceived his energy at times. So there was already a lot of kind of but I think after he died, like the real one spoke up to speak about his greatness. But I feel like there's a lot of other people that will speak to stir shit up. And it's crazy that it's former players. You know what I mean? So I just said what I said because like none of you guys was talking this shit when he was here. And the coulda, woulda, shoulda, and the disrespect with the Powell shoulda won the fight. Like it's just like, come on, y'all. Like let's really remember. Let's look at the numbers. And we've all been there with him or against him. Like, let's keep it real. And obviously this is all opinion based. You know what I mean? Like to me, Kobe is the second greatest player of all time.
Agreed.
Period. Like everyone tries to, for some reason, people want to knock his greatness because he played with Shaq, but they don't knock Magic's greatness when he played with Kareem. They don't knock LeBron's greatness when he played with D Wade and Bosh. They don't knock LeBron's greatness when he played with AD. They knock Kobe's greatness because of Shaq, and he was the Rob. But go look at the fucking numbers. You know what I mean? That doesn't say Robin to me. That just says a more mature, older, fucking dominant Shaq and a bad young motherfucker on his way. That's all it told me. So I was just saying, I actually ran into Shea this weekend too, and she kind of gave me a hug. She's like, I appreciate what. Yeah, we were at a little hotel in OC because the Twins had a tournament out there, and she stopped by because her son was playing out there, and she's just like, what was the noise about my brother? She's like, I caught on late, but she like, thank you. It's just like, and I just told the same thing. I was like, they wasn't talking this weird shit when bro was here. You know what I mean? So it's just like, why talking now for clicks? You know what I mean? If we're debating, like, come on, man, don't be disrespectful if when it happens. So that's why I just kind of said what I said, bro.
So DFJ, you know who Shea is? You know who Shea is. Shea is Kobe's sister. So Kobe's sister was talking to Matt Barnes, saying they talking shit about my brother, right? They talking shit about her brother. She lost her brother. See, this is on some man shit. Some of y'all ain't gonna understand. Yeah. See, Kelvin, that's why I do what I do. That's why I do what I do. I know his family hear this stuff because people disrespect him all the time. So I know it's getting back to his family. And I know it's getting back to his daughters. You know what I'm saying? People talking shit to his daughters. You know what I'm saying? His daughters hearing what's going on the radio, people saying shit on the radio, on TV. Yeah. How would you feel if that was your family member? All basketball to the side right now. How would you feel if that was your family member? You know what I'm saying? That shit crazy. And so Kobe's family is hearing this. They are hearing the disrespect. They are hearing his name being used for clicks. Because that's what this is about. This is about clicks. This is about saying some stupid shit so people can watch you. Right? The whole conversation was stupid. You know? Take away rings. You can't take away rings. So what the fuck is the conversation about? So that's my whole point. And that's why I decided to keep going forward with this YouTube shit. Because I'm not getting paid. I don't have to do this shit. But I know his little girls are listening to this type shit. It's reaching his family, and they shouldn't have to deal with this shit. Especially shit that's not even true. Pau Gasol winning the finals MVP, that's nonsense. That's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So let's just go ahead and be real. Let's go ahead and be real. Let's stop being fake. I'm gonna ask everybody to stop being fake for a minute. Let's be for real right now. So via Matt Barnes And who was Matt Barnes? Matt Barnes is Kobe's former teammate in 2011. His former teammate who shared the locker room with him. Who, by the way, Jason Whitlock didn't reach to any of Kobe's other teammates. Jason Whitlock reached out to Paul Shirley, a guy who played, 18 games in the NBA? So Jason Whitlock, you mean to tell me you couldn't find Craig Hodges? You couldn't find Lamar Odom? Couldn't find Derek Fisher? You couldn't find Sasha Vujacic, Jordan Farmar? You couldn't find other guys? You're gonna go with one guy who has something negative to say, and take that as the gospel? Who barely played with the man? See, this is the type of shit that I'm talking about, and people condone this shit. People salute this shit. You got one or two teammates who say something, and all of a sudden that's the norm. That's stupid. You mean to tell me you couldn't find Kwame Brown, who you had on your platform before, to ask him about Kobe? I talked to Kwame Brown, so I know you could get a hold of him, because I was just on this live stream earlier today. So I know for a fact you could get a hold of him if you really wanted to. But it was a hit piece. You didn't really want to. And that's all good. It's okay. Because the more you people come after him, the more it becomes obvious. You guys are starting to you guys are starting to have the light shine on you. And so people are starting to figure out what's going on. Before you were pretty good at hiding it. But now the light's on you guys. And people starting to see the agenda. So it's becoming more obvious the more desperate you guys get. And we all know Kobe's in the way, but you ain't gonna get him out the way. So we're not gonna let you just sit here and defame a man who can't speak for himself no more. That's over with. And the Laker fans spoke, and a lot of Kobe fans spoke. This ain't about worshiping Kobe or no bullshit like that. This is about respecting the man for what he accomplished on the court and leaving it at that. Whether you have number 14 or number 1,000, it means not one fuck to me. What's up, Marlon Knows Boxing? Hey, yo, you want to come up? What's up, CC Motion? I'll bring you up, Marlo. Because I know you've been asking me, bro. Yeah, shout out to Marlo Knows Basketball and Boxing, bro. For keeping this shit real, man. So shout out to you. Straight up. So if you want to come up, I'll bring you right up. But they want to try to make it seem like this shit is my imagination. Like people don't see this shit. Matt Barnes see it. Baron Davis see it. Baron Davis made a response to this shit, saying the disrespect must stop. Baron Davis see it. Matt Barnes see it. Other people see it. But we tripping. But I don't believe TMac I don't believe TMac did it intentionally. I think TMac cares for Kobe and refused to believe that he meant to do that on purpose. But he did shade him a little bit on accident. And so what's good, Marlo?
What up, bro?
What's good, man? So am I making shit up?
No, you keeping it 100% facts. But the thing about you were saying about Jason Whitlock, ain't none of Kobe's real teammates gonna go up there. Only he had to find somebody. I never even heard of this guy. Never seen him. Like who the hell is that? I thought he was. When he was talking about Kobe and he was saying he was on the team, I thought he was like the fifth assistant coach or something like that, or
I thought he was Gavin Newsom or some shit.
You know what I'm saying? I thought he was the assistant to the assistant strength and conditioning coach or something. Like he don't even look like a basketball player.
It's crazy, man. They
Dude,
dust
dude
the
look like
niggas off.
he work at Costco.
Shit's crazy, bro. So you heard them? You heard what he said, right?
Yeah, I heard that nonsense. He wasn't talking about nothing. I didn't even watch the whole interview thing that I seen with him. I try to stay away from Whitlock, but I only go on there to watch him when my man Scap is on there because I like Scap Attack. But that's pretty much it as far as Whitlock. I don't like nothing he got to say about nothing really.
Yeah, that whole
I
conversation
like
is
to see
crazy.
people oppose him. I like to see people oppose him. I don't like to see him talking by himself.
And look, some things I agree with, but other things, man, he go way out there. And so,
Whitlock,
yeah,
what do you agree with?
some of the things he says about how people need to not make excuses and shit like that, like how we need to, you know what I'm saying? Like, because I always put the responsibility on us as men. So I could agree with that to a certain degree.
I mean, I agree with it, but it depends on how it's being said. Like, it's not coming from a good place with him. Like, it's not. It's really not. Like, did you hear his breakdown of the movie Sinners and how he
Nah,
trashed the movie?
no, I don't even listen to him every day. I just heard that bullshit.
Yeah. He everything that has anything to do with black people, he has something negative to say about it.
Yeah,
So
man.
I never mess with him.
So this is my thing, right? This is my thing. I always ask myself, what's the agenda, right? When you randomly have a conversation about Kobe, first of all, this all stemmed off Marcellus Wiley's comments, right?
Hmm.
Marcellus Wiley, who doesn't like Kobe, right? And it's okay. He doesn't have to, right? He made some comments, and then Jason Whitlock tried to have somebody on the show to piggyback off that. But all the dude did was give his emotions. All he did was
Yeah,
say how he felt.
how he felt. It was like he might as well have Smush Parker come up there if he wanted to find somebody that don't like Kobe. But I mean, it's not coming from a place. I don't like when they try to trash his character and talk about like what type of person he was. I mean, I didn't know Kobe. I don't
Yeah,
know. I don't know him as a person. I only know what I seen on the basketball court and that he was my favorite player and he made me fall in love with the game.
yep.
And based on him on the basketball court. Now, if you want to talk about him as a person, I don't got nothing to say because I ain't never met the man. But as far as like you trashing him as a player, that we can't stand
But
for.
he should even be trashing him as a person because you look to me, in my opinion, bro. When somebody died, bro, it's over.
Right.
Like it's over, dude. Like he's gone. Like God already
Right.
judged him. You know what I'm saying? God
Right.
already
Right.
he's in God's presence, bro. So when
Mm-hmm.
you come out, it's just character assassination because he can't defend himself.
He can't defend himself. Right.
So to me, it's cowardly. Why'd you wait till he's gone to have all these things to just try to bring out and pile on top? Like, yeah, he probably said it when he was alive too, but it's just the fact that
Yeah.
you're piling on a dude who's gone. So it's like,
That guy, the guy that Whitlock was talking to, I don't even think Kobe would ever respond to somebody like that. But the TMac comment, Gilbert Arenas, he would have definitely been responded to Gilbert Arenas.
oh
He
yeah,
would have
oh yeah.
responded to what Dwayne Wade said. He would have responded to that.
But
Like
they
he would
wouldn't
have
have
had a
even
lot to
said
say.
it. They wouldn't have. I don't
No.
even think they would have said it if he was real.
Yeah, that's cowardly though. If you really felt like that, you should have said it while he was here.
See,
To say,
my thing is this, bro. My thing is this. Like, okay, you made a couple of hot takes, right? You made a
mm-hmm,
couple of hot takes, and you may really feel the way you feel, right? But to keep pushing it, and especially when you get negative results, like people telling you, "Yo, this is disrespectful. This is crossing the line right here," and you still try to harp on that point, even though you know people are like, "Yo, there's nothing good coming from this conversation. It just ends up trashing the dude."
right.
If you're gonna make a case for LeBron, make a case for LeBron, bro. You keep bringing up,
They
and
always gotta
then
bring up Kobe.
oh, you said what?
They always got to bring up Kobe to try to lift LeBron up. I think what it is was like, I mean, if you was really into basketball in the late 2000s, like 2005, 6 on that, and I'm actually from Cleveland, Ohio, so I know firsthand like how the
Yeah.
biggest LeBron fans felt about Kobe. They hated that nigga. They
Oh
hated him.
yeah, yeah.
They hated him,
But
and the debate, that was the debate. Like I made a video after T-Mac said what he said. Excuse
mhm.
me. After T-Mac said what he said, I made a video about what T-Mac said, and
Yeah, shout out your
basically,
YouTube channel, bro. Shout out your YouTube channel.
oh yeah, Marlo knows basketball and boxing, man. Check me out, man. Check me out. Working hard, man. But yeah. So I made a video about what T-Mac said, and fuck, I forgot what I was about to say. Um, but yeah, it's just like he ain't here to defend himself. And oh, that's where I was going with it. With as far as what T-Mac said, like I made the point of first in the early 2000s it was Kobe versus Iverson, and then
Hmm.
Iverson kind of fizzled out a little bit toward like the mid 2000s, around like 2002, 2003, after he had went on a championship run. And then that's when they started comparing him to T-Mac. When T-Mac started winning his scoring titles, they
Hmm.
started comparing T-Mac to him. Then,
Yep.
you know, about 2005, 2006, especially after 2005, because T-Mac, he choked in the playoffs in 2005. They was up 2-0 against Dallas. They should
But
have won that
remember,
series.
Kobe outplayed him in 2004 when they had that matchup.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So this is the thing.
Oh
I
yeah,
like
yeah,
I.
yeah. I remember because they had Rick Fox on them at first, and then
Yep.
he was cooking Rick Fox, and then they
Yep.
switched Kobe onto him at the end, and Kobe put the clamps on him, sent
Yeah.
it to
Yeah.
overtime.
Yeah.
It was all she
And,
wrote. I remember that Kobe had that blue sleeve on.
yeah. Yeah. And here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I remember the conversation that you're talking about. I remember that shit because
Yeah.
every time Kobe was shining bright, they would throw somebody else in front. So like,
Mm-hmm.
and look, they belong. Like the guys that we talking about, they belonged in that conversation. Like Iverson
Yeah.
should have been. He had every right to be compared to Kobe. So did T-Mac, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
they were great. You know what I'm saying? Ray Allen,
They were.
Vince Carter, all those guys, right? But they
Mm-hmm.
ran out of guys, right? They like around
Yeah.
2005, they started running out of niggas. So what they tried to do was
That's when it became LeBron.
they ran with LeBron, right? And LeBron deserved to be in that conversation too because he was balling, right? LeBron was putting his
Yeah.
team in Cleveland on his back. He was doing his thing. He was balling. I never hated LeBron back then. You know, I never chose a side. I mean, I was always Team Kobe because that's my favorite player, and he's a
Yeah.
Laker, and I'm a Laker. But I wasn't against LeBron because I rooted for Kobe. It was never me, Kobe, and D Wade. I never hated Dwayne Wade because of Kobe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just appreciated basketball. But when that didn't work, right, they started doing little tactics to discredit Kobe's championship,
Mm-hmm.
right? After he won two in a row. And it's like, dude, like y'all said he couldn't do it. Y'all said he couldn't win without Shaq. He
Yeah.
doubled up, and and they're still trying to use that
They
same
still try
narrative
to
today.
trash him.
What's up, Kaz?
And the thing is, like, he got Powell mid-season in 2008. But going back to the T-Mac thing,
Yeah,
T-Mac had a fully healthy Yao Ming in 2005. Fully healthy. Played 80 games in the regular season, played all
yeah,
7 games in the playoffs. And he was playing in the playoffs, especially. Yao played better than Powell has ever played with in
yeah.
any playoff run with Kobe. Powell was Yao was giving T-Mac 21 points a game. Yao was he was better than every Maverick in the series. He was the
Oh yeah.
second best player in the series. And T-Mac still couldn't get out the heat. So the two best players in the series are on one team. I don't know how many times that's happened where the two best player, the two best performing players are on the same team, and the team don't win.
Yeah,
I don't know if I've
right.
ever seen that happen before.
Yeah. And listen, I love T-Mac, but I think that bothers T-Mac to this day. I think that really bothers him.
And
You
you
know what I'm
notice
saying?
during
I
that
really,
segment, they didn't want to talk about. They pretended like he never even played in Houston, like he never played with y'all. They said,
yeah,
"Oh, switch him with Kobe," and they just pretended like he was just had scrubs in Orlando that whole time, and
yeah.
he never got to play with a good player. And y'all was just as good as Powell, if not better. And as soon as Kobe gets Powell, he's instantly in the finals. Gets a mid-season in
Yeah.
2007, 2008, and instantly gets to the
See, but
finals.
what people
And
fail to understand is that we were winning. We weren't losing when Powell showed up. We were winning when
yeah,
he
they were
was
winning.
Bynum.
They
Yeah,
were
we
like
had
16 games over 500.
yeah, we like Kobe and Bynum were going off. Like,
Right. That's another thing that gets me because they say that they say Powell, they try to say Powell saved Kobe. That's what the haters say. No,
no,
Kobe saved Powell. When Powell got traded to the Lakers, the Grizzlies were like 11-33.
yeah, they were the worst team in the league.
And and he gets traded to the Lakers and they say that Kobe's saving him when Kobe's team is like 32-16.
Yeah, yeah. So think about this, right? This is how they got Marc Gasol. The reason why the Grizzlies went and got Marc Gasol is because they were rebuilding. They wanted
Right.
pieces to rebuild.
They
But
traded Powell because they knew they couldn't go any further with Powell.
yeah, so the people who don't know the history, right? You got these people who don't know history. They think that Kobe was losing, and then Powell shows up, and then he carries Kobe to these
Nah.
wins.
No,
That's not what
Powell was
happened.
losing. Powell was losing. And then even so that was 2007, 2008. The Grizzlies was like 30 like 11. I don't know if I'm paraphrasing. I might be one or two games off, but I know it was a terrible record. It was like
Oh yeah,
11
they
and
were bad
33.
too.
It was like 11 and 33, something like that. I might be a game off maybe. But
Powell's best years in Memphis was his early years. His early years, he made the playoffs. They won
right.
a good amount of games, but then he started to get eliminated the first round every year. And so
Every
what
year,
people,
not just getting eliminated. He was getting swept. He couldn't
yeah,
win a game.
yeah, people don't realize this. We got Powell when he was 28.
Yeah.
We didn't get Powell when he was like 21, 22. We got him when he
Nah.
was 28 as a center. You know, big
Right.
men, their careers don't last that long, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, bro, he made one All-Star team. No disrespect to Powell because we couldn't have won without him, right?
No.
This isn't just a Kobe thing, right? Like you need
But
help.
nobody
And
wins. Nobody wins with just nobody. I mean, you got to have
yeah,
something. Give him
yeah,
something. But
and,
my
and
thing
Powell,
is, you
yeah,
gave him the same power. You gave Kobe the same thing that T-Mac already had in y'all. And we seen T-Mac for a full season with y'all, and he couldn't get out the first round. You give Kobe power for half a season, and he gets you to the finals.
yeah. I don't think Kobe gets enough credit for that second run. I really don't. He don't get
He
enough
don't.
credit for the first run, but that second run, bro, like beating all those top 50 teams and those 50 win teams and the best defenses of all time, bro. People just look over that and they just keep repeating these stupid ass narratives
With
from. Oh, my fault. Go ahead.
with the second run, I don't even think they try to discredit it as much. But when like this conversation they was having with T-Mac and Gilbert and Stephen A. Smith and at First Take and all that, they tried to pretend like the second run didn't happen. They didn't talk
Yeah,
about that.
yeah.
All they talked about was the
They
Shaq,
never
Shaq,
bring
Shaq.
up this. They never bring up the second. You know what's crazy?
They didn't even talk about it.
There's like a media blackout on that second run because they
Yeah.
really don't
It,
talk about it. They
they
really don't.
they
Besides
feel
them
like it
posting,
wasn't supposed to happen. It wasn't supposed to happen.
yeah, yeah. So besides them posting, like they may make a post on ESPN or something, but they never. Do they ever sit down and talk about it? They
No.
never sit down to talk. Bro, this dude made history. He beat the most 50 wins in NBA history.
Nah.
He
Yeah. Yeah.
he beat what people consider the first super team.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Something like Boston had never. I mean, it never been put together the way that it was. Like with
Yeah,
players coming from other places, it had been put
yeah,
together with like the Showtime Lakers was a big three. Um,
Yeah.
the 80s, the Celtics in the 80s was a big three.
But see, the way I define the big three or a super team to me is when you have players who are already superstars and you just throw them together. Like for
Right.
example, right? Like because on every team there's a learning curve, right? There's a learning curve, and you got to go through the grind, right? You go through your years of failures. Like people say, the Bulls was a super team, but the
Uh huh.
Bulls weren't. The Bulls weren't
No.
a super team. Michael Jordan went through the grind, and he went through trials and errors in order to win.
Right.
When with a super team, you jump over that and you just go to the hunt to win the championship because your team's so stacked.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's the
Pippen.
super.
Jordan had to wait for Pippen to get there, and not only wait for Pippen to get there. When Pippen first got there, he averaged like 7 points a game. Like he had to wait for Pippen to turn into Pippen. Pippen wasn't Pippen when he first came in the league. That's what a lot of people like Nick Wright. He knows what he's doing because when I listen to him a lot because he actually
Mhm.
like aside from his LeBron and Jordan takes, he actually knows what he's talking about. But when he
He
talks
plays
about LeBron
stupid.
and
He plays stupid
yeah,
when he
he
comes
plays
around.
stupid when he knows better. He knows better,
Yep.
bro. He knows better. Like when he talks about Pippen, Jordan couldn't get out the first round before he got Pippen. He knows that when Pippen first came in the league, he was a bum. I mean, not a bum. I'm not gonna say a bum. He was a young player that wasn't he wasn't making no impact. He was 7 points a game, bro. He wasn't
Well,
doing nothing.
well, here's the thing about Nick Wright, man. When I started making my content, I first started making my content because I kept hearing disrespectful things about Kobe from younger kids that I used to work with, right?
Mhm.
And so I said, shit, let me go get a camera, man, figure out how to make some content on YouTube because I got to address this shit because they were trying to say Kobe ain't have no handles. And so I went through the footage to try to prove to them that Kobe had handles. That's what my first videos, if you go back to my very first videos, that's what it was about,
Mhm.
right? So so now I get into creating content, right? And so
Mhm.
I start realizing that the media is promoting a lot of bullshit. I never really paid attention to it, but they're promoting a lot of narratives about Kobe. And so I listened to Nick Wright, bro. This nigga told like 100 lies within under a minute.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
said, God
That's what he
damn.
would do. That's what he would do. Like he is the biggest freaking liar and like when he's trying to prove like when I think Chris Broussard made a point that other people won on LeBron's watch, like Steph won rings, KD won rings, Kawhi won rings, naming all the people that won rings while LeBron been in his prime. Since Nick Wright wanted to say that LeBron's been in his prime since he was like 22, so it's all since 22 on, that's his prime then. And he
22 is
wants
his
to
prime. He's crazy as hell.
he said because he took him to the finals. But yeah, so then to combat that point, he starts bringing up Kobe and Shaq winning rings while Jordan bringing up Jordan's Wizards years when
See, but
Jordan was
why
with the
he got to
Wizards.
do that? But see, but see, that's the issue. Why do you have to do that to make a case? And this is what started this whole disrespect of Kobe fans going at LeBron fans and LeBron fans going at Kobe and Jordan, right? Like
Hmm.
it's because people like that they started doing that on TV. Keep bringing
Yeah,
up Michael Jordan in order to praise him and bringing up Kobe, and then it just turned into a cycle of disrespect.
yeah, just a
So
cycle, and they only do it. I mean, I see why they do it to Jordan because Jordan Jordan is the one that's like LeBron can't catch him. He's not gonna catch him. That's why he brung up this whole ring culture thing because he's trying to change the narrative. That's obvious. It's obvious why he has an agenda as to why he's saying that. He's not doing this because he cares about Steve
that
Nash
whole
and
conversation made no sense.
like he cares about Allen Iverson and Steve Nash and Charles Barkley feelings and stop crapping on them. No, it's not about that. It's about him because he doesn't want if the narrative stays the way it is. Jordan, he's never gonna pass Jordan because he can't. He's not gonna get 5 rings, let alone 6.
Yeah.
So he wants
Hey,
them to not
hey,
count.
hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I gotta do something. Hold on 1 second.
Hmm.
Hey, yeah,
Hold on, bro.
yeah, my fault, yo.
Yeah, I went in to get a beer. That's why I forgot what I was saying earlier. I've been sipping a little bit, but
Nah, it's all good, man. Hey, listen, man, shit, bro. You need to relax, man. You know.
yeah, man. But
And see, this my whole thing, man. I want to get back to basketball. Like, I'm tired of the GOAT debate, bro. The
I'm
shit
not
give me a
tired of it.
headache.
I actually like it. And then the crazy thing is, as
Oh,
much
you
as I've
like
been
it?
a Kobe, as much as I've been a Kobe, as much as I've been a Kobe dude for my whole entire since I was like 11, 12 years old, since Kobe came out with them Adidas. That
Hmm.
since Kobe had the courtside, the courtside
The
game
game,
on
yeah,
Nintendo 64, I've been a Kobe. Kobe been my dude. Like
yeah.
he made me play basketball. Made me want to fall in love with the sport. But as long as I've been a Kobe fan, I can admit when I can admit facts. And in my opinion, and
Hmm.
this would probably shock a lot of people if you listen to my content, but I actually have LeBron ranked over Kobe. I have Jordan
Oh,
1, I have LeBron 2, I have Kobe 3.
yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's no problem with that.
I'm Kobe's my favorite player, but when I look at the resume, when I look at the accomplishments and everything is taken into consideration, the way I rank players, and that's why I like the GOAT debate because I like the whole formula of it. Like I take championships, individual
Hmm.
accolades, and stats. You mix them all together, and you have a resume. You compare that resume to the next person's resume,
See, I
and
would push. You want me to give you my criteria?
yeah.
I'll give you a little bit of my criteria. To me, in order to be the GOAT, right? In order to be
Hmm.
the GOAT or the greatest basketball player of all time, you have to master the game. You have to master all aspects of basketball, and you have to be able to teach the game from mastering the game. Because you can't be a master without students, right? So
Yeah.
that means the GOAT has no weaknesses, right? The GOAT is
Mhm.
somebody who, like, for example, how would you guard Kobe?
Mm. I'm bringing I'm bringing a hard double every time.
No, no, I'm just talking about you as an individual defender.
If I'm guarding him one on one
You on the island.
on the island, shoot, pray. It ain't. I mean, it ain't really much. It ain't really much you can do. I mean, he could put you. He could get you in the post. He got the dominant in the mid range. He could shoot the three, so you can't sag off of him. So
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, he has no weaknesses really.
Oh, okay. So Jordan, how would you guard him?
It's the same thing with Jordan.
Okay. With LeBron, how would you guard him?
Sag off of him, make him shoot jump shots.
Okay. Boom. Weakness.
Yep.
So the way I look at players is I look at the body of work, the playoffs, the finals, the playoffs. I look at the whole thing, not just the finals. The playoffs, the finals. What do you do with the least amount of help? To me, that means a lot because
Yeah.
you have to be able to floor raise and carry a team as the GOAT, right? So how you build your team's record, right?
Yeah.
Then you have to have the GOAT mentality. A lot of people leave this out the GOAT conversation. You have to be able to play through injuries. You have to be smart. You have to have a high IQ,
Mm-hmm.
right? You have to understand basketball on a level of, I hate to say this because it sounds cheesy, detail. and I mean, it sounds cheesy as hell, but so for me, in order to be the GOAT, it's not about rings. It was never about rings. Rings is just a part of it.
It's a part of it. It's not. See, that's the thing. It's not solely. It's never been solely about rings. Like I said, like when people used to bring up Robert Ory as a thing to
Mhm.
try to like say, oh well, Robert Ory got 7 rings, so I guess that's
Nah,
a dumb argument.
that's a
Like Robert
bad
Ory,
argument.
Robert Ory was the 4th or 5th best player at best. At best, he was the 4th or 5th best player on every team he won the championship with. It's not the same thing as being the 1st or 2nd best player.
You
It's
got to
not the same
combine
thing as
both.
winning a championship and you first team all NBA and you first team all NBA defense and you an all-star and you averaged 28 points a game and you did, you know what I'm saying? You doing all of this stuff in combination with winning that championship. So
You,
you are a main factor in the team winning the championship. That's why when a football team wins the Super Bowl, the quarterback gets more credit than the kicker. Because it's
yeah,
and
yeah,
the kid, and a lot of times the kicker might kick the game-winning field goal, but he's only on the field for like 30 seconds.
yeah,
So
yeah.
it's what did you do? What did you contribute to that championship? And that's where a lot of people get it twisted about Kobe because you not paying attention to the whole thing. Like you want to talk about him being a second fiddle. I mean, you could say that for
You
the
know
year.
why?
You could say
You know
that for
why?
2000. You can't say that for 2001 or
But do
2002.
you know why?
Kobe,
Do you know why that is? Do you know why that is?
because they
Because
haters.
no, it's not just that. I think people are brainwashed to look at the MVPs. The
Nah,
MVP
that's one
doesn't.
series.
Yeah, it
That's
doesn't
one.
tell
You
you.
you have to
It does.
play 4 playoff series in a playoff run.
Yeah,
There's
it
a
doesn't.
first round, a second round, a Western Conference Finals, and a finals.
But
So
the
you
MVP doesn't tell you how somebody performed, right? So the award
exactly.
alone doesn't tell you what somebody was doing. So the thing
Well,
is that. Oh, go ahead.
I'm not even gonna say that because Shaq did outperform Kobe, and he deserved all 3 of those Finals MVPs. But
No,
it's
no,
not
no.
just
He
about the
deserved.
Finals MVP. Like you
Yeah, he
can't just
deserved
say,
all
"Oh,
of
you
them.
won Finals MVP," and you was just far and away the best player on the team. Was Cornbread Maxwell the best player on the '83
No,
Celtics?
but that's what I'm talking. I'm talking about historically, like not just Kobe's situation, but historically. When you look at Finals MVPs, a lot of them weren't the best players.
Right,
So the Finals
Iguodala.
MVP, it means something, but people put too much weight on it. I give you an example. Regular season MVP. Regular season MVP is too biased in order to use in a debate. I'll give you an example.
Mm.
Is the MVP a team accomplishment or is it an individual accomplishment?
It's both. It's just like a Finals MVP. It's both. Because you
Okay,
can't win. You can't win MVP if your team don't win enough games. I know back in the '70s, freaking Kareem Abdul-Jabbar won an MVP without making the playoffs,
okay.
and that was
So
that.
stop right there. Stop right there. So it's unbalanced. So think
Right.
about it. We compare Kareem, and we put and Kareem belongs in the conversation. I'm not trying to take him out, but I'm just
Mhm.
trying to make my point, right? We we say Kareem won 6, Kobe won 1, but Kobe was under a different voting system
Right.
than what
Exactly.
Kareem was dealing with, and so it's not a fair comparison. For example, right, the MVP, you could do what Jokic did this year. Average a triple double as a center, make history, have all the best individual stats, lead in like what 3 or 4 different categories, and not
Hmm.
win. Why? Because of the team, right?
Right.
So the thing is that 88%, I think the total is 88% of MVP winners come from teams that won 50 plus games.
Right.
So most of the time in NBA history, if you don't win 50 plus games, you're not going to win no MVP. And
Right.
even if you do, the media has to like you enough to vote for you.
Exactly.
It's not a fair, it's
Exactly.
not. So when we use criterias, right, it's hard to judge awards across eras. Like,
Yeah.
so what I judge is competition. That's how I look at everything in basketball. Competition. Who you
Exactly.
beat matters to me.
You know, that's
That's
one of
how.
the main reasons that I don't really when I like if you heard my top 10 list, a lot of people would say, "Oh, where's this guy? Where's that guy?" Like I don't count players in my top 10 that played before the ABA NBA merger because it doesn't seem fair. It doesn't
It's
seem
not a
fair
fair
to count
comparison.
to count 11 championships for Bill Russell when you only playing against 8 teams. It doesn't seem fair to count Wilt Chamberlain averaging 50 points a game when you only have to play against 7 other centers.
Yeah.
You only have
Well,
7
well,
other
well,
teams. You only have
well.
7
I'll
other
put it to
teams.
you. I'll tell you how I do it. I put those guys in a GOAT tier, right? I put Bill Russell out of respect, right? Because there's not a lot of footage. I go off film. There's not a lot of footage of those guys. So it'd be disrespectful for me to include them or exclude. So what I do is I give them their own lane, and I say, well, we'll compare them. All the pre-modern NBA players, we'll compare them to each other.
Right.
You can't compare them to today's game and it's almost getting like that with the 90s. Like it's hard to compare the 90s to today's game because the 90s and the 2000s was played from the inside out. This game is really played from the outside in.
That's facts.
No, I'm not disrespecting Wilt. We're just saying like it's hard to compare what those guys were doing. It is because we're dealing with different rules, a whole different criteria. We're
Yeah,
dealing with
that's
free agency, the lack you couldn't move around the same.
yeah. Yeah, it's not the same. It's so much stuff that's different. It's so much that's different, but I feel like it was in certain eras, in certain things, I'm not gonna say certain eras were easier than others, but there's certain things in each era that was either easier than others. And I feel like the hardest era where there was the least amount of easy things was during that era that Kobe played in, the 2000s. Because for one, they got rid of illegal defense and brought back the zone. They still
Yeah,
had the physical defense, and then you still had players. You still had like traditional centers, power forwards, small forwards that
there
couldn't
was
give
no
you the space.
space.
There was no
There
space. You
was
know what I'm
no
saying? They
space.
couldn't shoot the three and give you the spacing that they have today. It's just different. And that's one of the biggest things they talk about with Kobe is like as far as like efficiency. But you got to look at the fact that he didn't have any spacings. The defense was tougher,
Well, Kobe
and
was efficient. Kobe, I'm gonna tell you how
yeah,
Kobe was
and
efficient.
Kobe was compared to the only guard that scored or averaged more than 25 points a game, or not even more because I think his career average was 25 points a game.
Mhm.
And that's Ray Allen. He's the only one that was more efficient than Kobe, and he
But
didn't have the volume. He didn't have the volume that Kobe had.
when people say Kobe wasn't efficient, Kobe was efficient. So when you look at Kobe's game, Kobe doesn't need to even put the ball on the floor a lot of the times to score. Like efficiency means you're doing the least amount of work, right? When you're going to score. Kobe could beat you with the one dribble to pull up. Kobe's winning games off one dribble pull up, no dribble pull
Right.
up, scoring 60 off barely putting the ball on the floor. That's efficiency.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? So when people say Kobe's not efficient, they point to his era because his era was a defensive era.
Right.
He's a product of his era. It's hard nosed defense. The score is probably gonna be 70 points at the end of the game.
Mhm.
So people just don't have context. You know what I'm saying when they talk about Kobe's era.
And then they also try to downplay how the defense was different. Like, let me ask you this, and I'm sure you know exactly what play I'm talking about. You seen the play where Kobe broke his. It looked like he broke his ankle to me when he broke his ankle in the 2000 finals when
Oh yeah,
Jalen Rose stuck his foot under him.
yeah.
What if that play happens today? What is that?
That's a suspension. Bro, you're not coming
It's
back.
a flagrant foul at least. When Jalen Rose did that, did they call a foul? That wasn't even a common foul.
Yeah, it
It
was a
wasn't
regular
even
foul.
it
They
wasn't
had to
even a
make a
regular
rule. They had to make
it
a rule
wasn't even a
because of
regular foul.
balling.
If
Because
you go back and watch that play, they didn't call anything. They just played
Matter of
on.
fact, no, it wasn't Bruce Bowen. It was Kawhi Leonard. They changed that rule because of
Oh
Zaza
yeah, because of
Pachulia.
Zaza, because of what
Yeah,
Zaza did. Yeah,
what's up, DFJ? But they cut the rule. They brought in that rule because Zaza Pachulia undercut Kawhi.
and
But
they made
they
it a
used to do that,
flagrant foul.
bro.
It
Bruce
became a
Bowen
flagrant
used to
foul.
do that shit to Kobe all the time.
What's Bill Lane Beer made a career off of it. But the thing is though, they they
The
actually
cops gonna
they
come
actually
get your
started.
ass, dog.
Oh, that's an ambulance.
Nah, I'm just
That's an
fucking with
ambulance.
you.
But yeah, I had to go outside to get away from the kids. But
I feel you. I feel you. They be loud as hell, man. My
right.
God. Oh,
But yeah, that when it happened to Kobe, because I went back and watched the whole 2000 finals with my stepson to show him about, because he loved Kobe. Just because
mhm.
how much I talk about him, I started showing him stuff. So I showed him the whole. We watched all six. I think it was 6 games. And
Mhm.
when Jalen Rose stuck his foot under Kobe, that wasn't even a foul. Like they
Yeah.
played on. They just they ran up the
They just
court.
kept running up
They
the
ran
court.
they ran up the court like nothing
And
happened. Kobe
Kobe
laying
was
there.
holding that bitch just
Right,
rocking
Kobe
back.
just laying there. Kobe just laying there. Like what the heck?
It's
And
crazy.
they just kept running. It wasn't a foul. That wasn't a foul because they didn't look at it like that. They looked at it probably like it's your fault. You should have watched where you was landing. But
Yeah.
but you do that now. Said if you stick your foot under Stephen Curry, that's a flagrant foul. That's a
Oh yeah.
flagrant foul.
Well, I think that's a
So
good rule. I think that's a good rule
it is a
because
good rule. It's a good rule, but what I'm trying to point out is the conditions that they were playing under versus what they playing under
oh
now.
yeah,
If
yeah,
you put
yeah.
Steph, like they talk about how efficient that Stephen Curry and SGA and all these guys are, Luca, whoever. If you put them in that era and they got to play under those sets of rules, they're not going to be as efficient. Not only
I'll
because
tell
there's
you
not
what,
enough, not only because there's
Steph
not
Curry
only,
would
but
have
I'm
huge
saying
issues, bro.
not only because there's not enough spacing, but because of the defense. You could do certain things and you know what I'm saying? Stuff like stick
Yeah.
your foot under somebody and they have to worry. If Stephen Curry is shooting a jump shot and he has to worry about that, that's gonna be in his head too. So that's
Yeah, he
gonna
gonna land on it a couple of times. You know he got
yeah,
ankle. He got a history of that shit.
right. And he got ankle problems. So he's gonna be and then once he gets healthy and he gets back out there, he's gonna be thinking about that when he shoots.
Yeah. So
He don't
DFJ.
have to think about that now.
Yeah. So let me go to DFJ. He's been waiting patiently, man. DFJ, what you got, bro?
Nah, what you got? Cause you had dropped the link and you said you was gonna say
Oh,
something.
no. I was just talking. Well, that shit we were talking about was earlier. But I wasn't basically with the whole TMac thing. We're gonna get back to the rule changes because I think that's important. But basically with the TMac situation, bro, I don't blame TMac, man. I ain't listen. TMac got caught up, and I think that's a sensitive part of his legacy that he really takes to heart, and he felt the type of way about it. You know what I'm saying? He felt like he had the platform to speak on it. My thing is that to me, it's disrespectful to put yourself in another man's shoes, which he ultimately apologized for that because that as on some man shit, bro. Like you don't like a lot of people don't know what it took for you to get where you are. You know what I'm saying? So like for T Mac, he understood that and like a man, he apologized, and I respect that. He doesn't have to apologize for thinking he could have won with Shaq, right? Allen Iverson said that. Allen Iverson said he thought he could have won with Shaq. A lot of niggas think they probably could have won with Shaq,
Right,
right? That's
right.
not the issue. The issue is like the Kobe was supposed to be celebrated at that particular time, and it just the whole conversation for some reason shifted to him and talking about his shortcomings and things like that. Like, bro, this is the anniversary of the 2010 finals. Why are we not talking about what he accomplished, which was
Right.
which was hard as hell? But all
But
we heard
but
was
KB,
he
the discussion or conversation that they was having was about rings, right? And then he brought up at a point in his career where he was at his peak, and then he inserted himself into one of the best teams or one of the best duos at the time, which was Kobe and Shaq. And then he asked the question, if you put me in that situation, you don't think I at least win a championship or even get out the first? I think the whole point that he was making was getting out the first round, right? But
No,
I mean,
no, I
ultimately,
understand. I understand that point, but
Right.
Why couldn't
the
he do it
problem
with Yao Ming? Why couldn't he do it with Yao Ming in
exactly.
05?
that was
I
not his
don't get it.
peak. That's a bad point, bro. That's not his peak. His peak was between 2000 and 2004.
But hold on,
How is that not his
DMJ.
peak though? We talking about the same? We talking about the same T-Mac that scored
Nah,
like
T-Mac
13
was nice
points?
in
Didn't he?
Houston.
Didn't he
He was
score
nice in
13 points? He scored 13 points in like 30 seconds against San Antonio. I've never
Yeah,
seen nothing like
T-Mac
that
was
In a
raw
before.
though.
regular
Like
season game, come on, bro.
that was like the
Rockets T-Mac was nice.
He was
he
nice,
was
but
still
that
having
Rockets T-Mac is not Orlando T-Mac. That's the
no.
point.
That's because
Yeah, but he's not
he
old,
scaled
bro.
his
Like,
game. If you looking at the numbers, he scaled his game back because of Yao. He scaled it back.
But
He
the
could have put
injuries
up the
also
same.
caught up to
He
him.
could have put not in 05. In 05, he played like 78 games.
Now,
so
the year
so
you're talking about when he scored 13 points in 39 seconds against the Spurs, was that 07, 06 or something like that?
I don't know. I don't think he
but
He didn't fall off until 09. He fell
yeah,
off in 09.
but check this out. Check this out. I want to deal with the respect part, right? What made the conversation look bad on T-Mac's part is that he went from the 3-1, from Kobe with the 3-1, then he went to the finals, and he didn't tell the truth about the finals. He actually didn't even remember how the sequence went down. So it was just like you went from one Kobe mishap to another Kobe mishap. Kobe was supposed to be celebrated. That was the whole point. He was supposed to be celebrated. Instead, he got nothing but bad shit on for a dumb conversation.
No, he didn't.
DMJ,
Come on, bro.
admit this. Admit this. The conversation about rings is dumb. Rings matter. It's a dumb conversation. All-time greats play to win the championship.
You said
It
it's
was
dumb.
a stupid
You
conversation from the beginning.
you know one thing about that, like how Gilbert Arenas kept on bringing up Scottie Pippen. Oh, there's Iverson, and this guy is ahead of him. There's 6 players ahead of him that don't have rings. All right, so where do you think Scottie Pippen would rank if he didn't have those rings? Scottie Pippen would be sitting over there with Antoine Jameson and Jamal Mashburn somewhere if he didn't have those rings.
Yeah, I
But
mean that's a good
but
point.
hold on. Is that not disrespectful to Scottie Pippen?
Was disrespectful.
That
No,
he'd
it's
be
not
with
disrespectful
it's a
because he's
hypothetical.
elevated because he's a
It's a hypo.
champion. He's
It's a
elevated because he's a champion.
see this the double standard. So Scottie Pippen will be with Antoine Jameson and all those players. It's not disrespectful, but when T-Mac says if you put him in Kobe's role, he can win a championship, that's disrespectful. But I don't see how that.
Yes, because and I don't know if y'all watch
Scotty
you know
is not Kobe. That's the
See,
difference, bro.
and he didn't do what
see,
Kobe did. He didn't
KB,
put up the number.
KB,
See the thing?
that's a terrible talking point, bro.
No.
Nobody said he was Kobe, but I'm just saying that you use that hypothetical in a way it's disrespectful to Scottie Pippen.
No, it's not disrespectful
that wasn't.
because it lifts him up. All right, let me ask you this. Hold on, I want to ask my brother a question, man. Hey, so where do you think Scottie Pippen's career would be better or worse if he didn't have those rings? Is it better because he had those rings, or if you take those 6 rings away, do you think Scottie Pippen should be viewed the same?
I don't know because I don't deal in hypotheticals and narratives.
But bro,
see, that's the thing. This whole thing is a hypothetical. T-Mac's whole point was a hypothetical. I don't know if y'all. Hold on, wait. I don't know if y'all watch. If y'all know Low is Legend of Winning. I got a lot of respect for dude, man. He brought up a really good point. And this point he brought up about Damian Lillard was spot on in this exact situation where he said where he said a lot of players would have said, oh, well, if I had Giannis Antetokounmpo, I'll be doing this. Or if I had Giannis, I'll be doing this. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. And a lot of people compare Giannis to Shaq. It would have been better if they would have left that as a hypothetical. He would be viewed better now because we seen what happened when he got a Giannis Antetokounmpo and he couldn't do nothing with it. How do we know that T-Mac wouldn't do the same thing that Dame Lillard just did?
But this is how you devalue Kobe. Let me explain to y'all how you devalue Kobe. You devalue Kobe because You're not talking about what it took to get to those moments to where they three-peat. You're not talking about the sacrifice. Like you brought up the ankle injury. Would T-Mac have fought back from that ankle injury to come back and play in that game? Probably not, right?
We
We
don't
don't
know. Right?
know. But that's taken away from what Kobe battled through, bro. This is something that could have derailed his career, and him and Shaq could have broke up after that.
Exactly.
So
It's all
so
hypothetical. You
so to
don't know
start
you
an
don't know how he would have did it, how he would have played if he would have played with Shaq. He could have choked in those big moments in that game 7 against the Blazers. Like what was T Mac doing in the year 2000? What
He was
what was
with
he
his
no he was with the
was he an
Raptors.
he
all
was with the
star?
Raptors.
He
Was
was
he
with
an all
Toronto.
star?
No,
I don't think so.
no,
So
he was
if you take Kobe off of that 2000, and that's the worst version of Kobe out of the three-peat. You take T-Mac, you put 2000 T-Mac there instead of Kobe Bryant, instead of 2000 Kobe Bryant. Are the Lakers better or worse?
I believe they won the championship.
but hold on. But I think people devalue Kobe's
Oh
level
my
of
goodness.
defense. They
So
devalue his level of defense that he was playing at that time. Like Kobe had 4 blocks in Game 7 against the Blazers. You
He
know what I'm
played
saying?
good defense. Yeah.
You have to get to the finals. You have to get to the
so
finals first.
so you think 2000 T-Mac was better than Penny Hardaway?
Hell no.
I think they won the championship because of Shaq.
No, hell
No,
no.
I'm
2000
saying
T Mac won't get.
was 2000 T-Mac better than Penny Hardaway
Hell no.
in 90 and
Hell
95?
no.
No, he was a bench player. No.
Hell no.
So if he wasn't, so Penny 95 Penny Hardaway couldn't get it done with Shaq, but 2000 T Mac is a worse player, but he's gonna get it done with
With
Shaq.
Horace Grant,
Because they got Shaq. The
with
most
Nick
dominant
Anderson,
player.
But they had Shaq in 95. Penny had Shaq in 95. He couldn't get it done.
Jones and
What
Nick
year?
Finaxel
What year
had
was
Shaq.
Shaq in?
It don't matter.
That was
But
what year
what
Shaq
kind of
was.
numbers was he putting up?
Bro, y'all
Shaq
heard me,
Shaq
bro.
put up, okay, so in the year 2000, Shaq won the scoring title, averaging 29 points a game. In 1995, he won the scoring title, averaging
He
29
just beat
points a
the
game.
Bulls. Hold on. If he's
He
young,
was the same Shaq. He was the same Shaq. He
but
played the
hold on,
exact same way. I watched him
Marlo.
every single
You know
year.
what the difference?
Marlo.
You know what the difference
Mar-
is? You know what the difference
Marlo.
is?
Hey, real quick,
Who
DMJ.
did Shaq? Hold on. Who did Shaq have as his coach in 2000?
Phil Jackson.
Brian,
And
no,
who
he
did
had
Shaq-
Brian, and oh yeah,
and who did
in
Shaq-
95 he had Brian Hill.
Man,
But hold on.
Wait, who's the better
DMC,
coach?
DMJ's a slick one.
Who's the
You
better
just
coach?
beat the Chicago Bulls,
It
bro.
ain't,
Nah, but
You
bro,
talking
stop
about
it.
all
That's
this young
Michael
Coach
stuff.
ain't playing
played
for you.
18 games. We not doing that.
Bro, it doesn't matter.
That was
Look at
45.
the
It
Bulls.
does matter, bro.
Man, get the hell out of here, bro.
It
It's the
does
Bulls.
matter.
Bro, he knocked off the Chicago Bulls, and now you're sitting here saying, "Oh well, he's too young." Like, get out of here, bro.
Okay, all right. Let me ask you this: would you take, if you could, you have a team, right, and you have a choice to take either 2000 T Mac or a prime Nick Van Exel and Eddie Jones? Which one are you taking?
Wait, what? Wait.
If you have the choice, you could take a prime.
One player versus two players. Like
It's one player, because Shaq had two players. He had an all-star backcourt and couldn't get out the second round.
But 2 versus 1. That's a little bit unfair.
But that's what I'm saying. Kobe versus those two players, instead of those two players was able to three.
Exactly.
So hold on.
They got rid of them and put Kobe in the starting lineup, and they started winning.
Why they lose in 99? With Kobe
Because
starting?
Kobe was just starting to come into the starting lineup. And
This is the first time in 99 was the first time he actually had freedom.
Bro,
He didn't even have freedom before that.
It took Rick Fox to get injured for the nigga to play.
But he played, right? And I agree. And KB, I agree with you. See,
He was 20 years
y'all
old,
trying to
and
take
he
away
was
from
20.
Shaq.
He was
You're
20
trying to take
years
away from
old.
Shaq. Oh, go ahead, bro.
No, I'm just saying. And how old was Kobe? Was in 99 was only 20 years old.
So now you want to bring up age, but when I brought up age for Shaq, that didn't.
No,
matter.
it's not. It's not even about that, bro. Listen, when you the
Shaq
thing
wasn't
about-
20.
Marlo, you a nasty individual, bro.
I'm just saying, Shaq. I'm talking about 20 years old. Shaq was in college when he was 20 years old.
bro. Listen, at
Bro,
the
you
end
was
of
so
listen,
young, bro. Year
listen,
2, year
bro.
3.
bro,
come
that
on, bro.
you
Going
can't
up
use
against the
you
best
can't keep
player in the
using that
world.
young shit, bro. Can't
Why
keep
not?
using that, bro. Because if you have a squad, bro, you knocking off like contenders, bro. You beating contenders.
Where the Bulls in '95 were contenders.
What?
Yeah, of
The
course.
Bulls in '95 were contenders
Are you
because they had
serious right now?
Michael Jordan, who played
Are
18
you
games.
serious right now,
So the
But
Michael
what was
Jordan
they?
who played 18.
What was their
bro?
record in
You
that
can't be
eight? And
serious
during
right
that
now.
18 games, what was their record? They went like 15-3.
Like you can't be serious, bro.
But Michael Jordan was not at his bro. Y'all
No,
making
he
this
Bro,
wasn't.
it's
He
argument
still
wasn't.
it's
I
about
still
agree with
hard.
that.
now.
I agree
But
with
Y'all
that.
bro,
trying to
now
get
you're
away
making
from
the
it.
excuse.
This
Hold
this
on,
shit
hold,
don't
hold
even.
on. But you're making two excuses. You're making one
I'm
for
not
Mike,
making
and then you're making
excuses.
one.
Even Big Dog and salute the Big Dog in the chat. Read his comment.
He was
Bulls were not
so
contenders. They were contenders, bro.
Jordan wasn't as he was still rusty. I'll give him that.
Hmm.
But
Because
but
they
but
came
hold
back
on.
the next year and swept them. But when they came back the next year and swept them, they had Rodman.
That exactly.
Yeah,
There's
they
a
had a
that was a
team.
big addition to the team
Yeah.
was getting Dennis Rodman. Now, but hold on. Who guarded Shaq, by the way? But
Yeah.
Hmm.
hold on. You have to explain. And see, this is why. Like I think people take away from Kobe from what he was, bro, because Shaq had plenty of opportunities even after that. They won 60 something games with Nick Van
Right.
Exel. Bro, they had Cedric Ceballos, Nick Van Exel, they had Eddie Jones. Come
Eddie
on, bro, they
Jones
had a squad. Nigga, they had a
had a
squad.
squad.
You know why they lost to Utah, bro? The same
Shaq got,
reason why we lost in '03.
and
Guess
why'd
what
y'all
it
lose in
is?
'03?
The pick and roll.
Oh, let me-
Why was Dale Harris letting rookie Kobe Bryant take those shots in 1997? Because nobody else on the heart, everybody on the team talked about it. Nick Van Exel, Eddie Jones, Shaq, they all said it. Nobody else had the heart to even take the shot.
But how about we go to the year 2000 where Mark Jackson, he said out of his own mouth. You have three Pacers who say out of their own mouth, Kobe eventually won them the series because Game 4 was pivotal. Because if you don't win that game, we most likely probably lose that series.
It would have been tied.
Exactly. And the Pacers will have all momentum. So like people take away from the impact, bro. That certain players have an impact on winning. Like Michael Jordan has an impact on winning.
Can I ask you a
Like,
quick question?
go ahead.
Ideally, as a fifth seed, do you consider fifth seed a contender?
It depends.
Mm.
It depends on who they are. If it's,
Because the Bulls were the fifth seed.
it don't matter. You got
The
Michael
Rockets,
Jordan.
but that same year, the Rockets won as a sixth seed. Sixth.
Any team Michael Jordan's on is a contender.
Hold on, wait.
A prime
You gotta let that marinate because he tried to make a point with that. They were the fifth seed. The Bulls were the fifth seed. What seed was the Houston Rockets that won the championship that year?
You want the link?
Huh?
I dropped the link. I think Big Dog wants the link.
You heard me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, but no, I'm asking. Playboy, you said that the Bulls were a fifth seed. How are they a contender? But what's the Houston Rockets won? The year we talking about is 1995. What seed was the Houston Rockets that year? Nobody remember?
Oh, I thought you were asking him. Big
Oh
Dog
no,
said
I don't think he knows.
what they like the fifth or sixth seed?
They were the sixth seed. They were sixth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he might have dropped off.
Who? DFJ?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. But this is my whole point, right? Because we kind of going down the rabbit hole. But this is my whole point. There's something about Kobe that equals winning. Because when you take Shaq's been swept the most amount of times in NBA history with Powell. They're both tied for the most amount of sweeps in NBA history.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah. So there has to be some type of impact there has to be some type of impact because we're talking about 5 championships here. So there has to be some. But
you could honestly see in that game 1 of 2001 finals, I mean, Western Conference Final, 2001 Western Conference Final. You can kind of see it in Shaq's face, like the way he played in that game one. He didn't look like he was all there. He looked kind of shook because the last time they played, I don't know if they got swept, but I know they lost badly.
But
And he thought it was gonna happen. He thought it was gonna happen again. He looked like he was scared.
This is not to take away from Shaq, bro, because Shaq was a monster. Everybody knows
That's
how
what
good
you
Shaq was.
Oh, you still? Now you still here? You couldn't answer the Houston Rockets question for me though.
What question was? I just got on.
No.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, let me
oh, this is a different person.
Because I don't want to come across like, because Shaq was a force of nature, right? We got to respect Shaq, right? Because
Yeah.
Shaq was a monster, right? And he was destroying everything in his path that was down low, right? But Shaq had problems closing out games because of deficiencies. Everybody acknowledges Shaq's superpowers, but nobody acknowledges the deficiencies that stopped him from winning. The deficiencies is closing games. If you're down by 3, you can't go to Shaq. If you need free throws in the clutch, sometimes he makes them, sometimes he don't. Hacker Shaq was a real thing that teams deployed in order to beat us. So like when we look at that, like the conference finals, how Kobe performed on the road, that matters when winning championships. That does. It has an impact. So we're taking away from the impact of what he brought to the table, and we're just giving it to everybody. Everybody doesn't have what Kobe had. You see what I'm saying? But what's up? Is that Kelvin?
Yo, what's up, man?
Yeah, what's up, Kelvin? What
Oh
you
man,
got?
I gotta say something about this T-Mac shit, man. Bruh, I keep hearing people talking about T-Mac. Oh, if he would have played with Shaq, he would have won. Bro, T-Mac didn't have that it factor to come in to perform in a late game situation, bro. People need to really go analyze and study those series where he lost in the first game. I mean, the first round, excuse me, the first round. He lost in 0-2 to Charlotte, and what, 3-1. The first 2 games they split. One of those games they lost by 1 point where he couldn't get a shot off at the end of the game. The last 2 games they lost, he lost on his home court. One of those games went to overtime, and T-Mac didn't do shit in overtime. See, it's a difference between him and Kobe. You take that special it to show up in those high pressure moments. That's the reason why when I did that video and I said, T-Mac, I don't believe you, I mean that. T-Mac didn't have that it to show up in the big moments. T-Mac was cool, but he didn't have that it like Kobe to show up. Then he blew the 3-1 lead. If you want to say, there was an A seed and cry about that, y'all don't give Kobe no pass against Phoenix. But what else?
Can I ask you a
05.
question when you're
Go
done?
ahead, man.
No, I
Go
want
ahead.
you to land the plane.
Okay, go ahead. 05. He lost to the Mavericks. People got to remember, they won the first 2 games on the road in Dallas. They going back home up 2-0. And he didn't do shit. Guess what? Yao Ming showed up. T-Mac, games 3 and 4, did not do shit in the 4 quarters. If T-Mac show up and do anything in the 4th quarter, they win and probably sweep that series. That's what I'm talking about. That it to show up in those high pressure moments. You can go look up the stats yourself. T-Mac, what he did on 4 quarters. A couple of those 4 quarters, he went like 1 for 4, 1 for 5. So I'm expecting T-Mac to replace Kobe, game 7 against Portland, down 14, 15 points, to show up in the 4th quarter. But he don't show up in the 4th quarter against the Mavericks at home with Yao Ming. Get the fuck out of here. The next year, he played with Yao Ming. Yao Ming got hurt during the season. He came back during the playoffs. In the playoffs, Yao Ming showed up and played well. He lost game 7 on his home court with a healthy Yao Ming to the Utah Jazz. But I'm expecting T-Mac to show up in Arco, game 7, high pressure, 2002 on the road in Arco to drop 30. But he don't show up against the Utah Jazz at home. Get the fuck out of here. I don't believe you, nigga. T-Mac didn't have that it. I stand on that. T-Mac was cool.
Murder. I don't believe you.
Well, I think you got the
T-Mac was
concept.
cool.
You got the
And then the
concept
next
wrong.
year, and then the
No.
following year, he had home court advantage. Now this year, Yao Ming was out. But whatever. They had home court advantage. They lost to Utah again in the first round. Now that last year, I think it was 07. Yao Ming was hurt. So if you want to give him a pass on that year, okay, cool. But then 09, without T-Mac, you get injured. The team without you get out the first round and you hurt and you supposed to be the man. Now I want y'all to flip the script. Imagine what LeBron fans would say if Kobe was on the team and Kobe get hurt and Kobe can't get out the first round, Kobe get injured, and the team without Kobe get out the first round. What would people be saying?
Him. They
Hey,
destroy that man.
bro, you cooking with smoke, bro.
DMJ, I don't know you, bro.
I feel like DJ Khaled right now. Like keep what DJ Khaled say? Keep going.
Keep going. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, bro. So don't come to me with that T-Mac shit.
Bringing up Houston years, that's not T-Mac's peak. T-Mac, the peak of his career was
T-Mac was nice as fucking Houston,
bro. T-Mac, bro, no, stop, bro.
Was that his peak?
Go back.
Yes or no?
Go back and watch the video. No. Bro, stop. Yes, he was. Go back and watch the video he just did.
Peak in Houston?
Bro, shut up and let me speak. Bro, let me talk.
Yes or no?
Hold on. Let me talk. Let me finish so he can shut the fuck up. T-Mac just did a video.
Peak, yes or no? You get
yes, bro. Let me finish, nigga. Let me fucking finish.
Let's get it off. I'm gonna let you go,
T-Mac just did a goddamn interview. He said his peak years were 2000 to 2007. That's what he just said. Now, nigga, go watch the fucking video and shut the fuck up. He just said it himself.
KB, I'm gone, bro. I'm not about to.
No. Hey.
Don't get mad because I'm cooking your bitch ass, nigga. Don't get mad. He said it himself.
Go ahead, just go.
Hey,
go watch the interview yourself, nigga.
Hold on.
Don't get mad. T-Mac said it himself, bro. I don't want to hear that T-Mac bullshit, dog.
You mad because if you put T-Mac in Kobe shoes, he wins a championship with Shaq. You mad?
Bro, he failed with Yao Ming, nigga.
Okay, Yao Ming ain't
He
Shaq.
flopped. Nigga, and then he flopped it, bro.
Shaq was the reason why they were winning them championships.
But what?
You just
okay,
mad.
man. All right, bro.
You said Shaq was the reason that we were winning the championship.
Why Shaq didn't win before, bro? Why Shaq didn't win with Penny? Why didn't win with Eddie Jones?
Why Kobe
Penny was better. Penny was better than Penny was better. Penny was better than 2000 T-Mac, bro.
You said why Kobe ain't win with Kwame Brown?
This goofy motherfucker talking about T-Mac peak was 2000, 2004. When T-Mac just said himself his peak was 2000, 2007. T-Mac said it himself, nigga.
He was nasty in
Hold on,
2005.
KB, let me ask you a simple question.
T-Mac said it himself. Shut the fuck up, man.
Bro, I'm asking your opinion.
Yeah.
Bro, KB, I'm going, bro.
No. Ask your question. Dog.
My bad, dog. I don't mean to cuss at you, bro. My fault, bro. I don't mean to cuss at you.
Ask your question.
I apologize. My bad, bro. I don't mean to cuss at you, bro. The T-Mac shit just got me. He wasn't like that, bro.
Nah, bro, you just emotional. It's all good, bro.
No. Look. Everybody calm down.
You didn't get your facts straight, bro.
Let's have a
you gotta get the context straight.
But hold on. Listen, DFJ. When I was
I'm giving you facts, bro.
DFJ,
I'm giving you facts.
T-Mac was nasty in 2005, bro. He was nasty. Like, he wasn't just good, he was great.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he was nasty.
And T-Mac didn't show up in the fourth quarter on his home court. Nigga went 1 for 5 with Yao Ming. Ain't my fault. It's facts. Go look it up.
I love T-Mac as a basketball player.
Go look it up.
If you put T-Mac with Shaq, where Shaq is getting double and triple teams, where he can play one-on-one.
Shaq's not getting triple team every game.
Right. That's the biggest lie going.
Bro. When he played the New Jersey Nets,
you have to make it to the finals, DFJ. You have to make it to the finals, bro.
Bro, I gotta. Hey, with what he just said, I gotta give props to my man KB, man. Hey, I watched
giving you.
I watched that breakdown that you showed when Gilbert Arenas was saying that BS, and you was showing literal plays where Shaq was setting picks. Shaq was setting picks on
Yep.
Kobe, and they was putting two on the ball. They was putting
Yep.
two on the ball and leaving Shaq.
Yep. I show footage. I don't just talk, bro. I show footage.
People just be saying stuff. They just be saying stuff, and
Just
it's
saying
just
shit, bro.
no facts behind it, bro.
Bro,
Like
I
Kobe.
went out my way. I went out my way, bro. Like DFJ, I hope you listen to me. I'm not gonna yell at you or nothing like that. But I went out my way, bro. It's frustrating because I broke down the whole series. It was time consuming, bro. To just prove he wasn't telling the truth. And now you have Marlo up here. Marlo, was I lying? Was I lying? When they
Oh,
said,
absolutely not. And I knew, but I knew it from watching it from when I was a kid. I was watching it. You could clearly see that it was Superman and Batman out there. Like both of them
yeah.
guys was drawing double teams. Both of them. It
Now
depends on who was.
in the finals, he had the advantage, and that's when people see all that. But even in the finals in 2000, they were playing them straight up. In the Pistons series, they were playing them straight up.
It was depending on who they played, bro. When it came to playing the Spurs, Kobe was the man. Kobe was the man that the Spurs was worried about, not Shaq. Kobe was the one killing. When it was before Kobe emerged in 1999, when Kobe wasn't Kobe, when he wasn't that guy, they dominated. They dominated the Lakers. Dominated when Kobe became who Kobe became in 2001. That's when the Spurs started losing to the Lakers.
But legend of winning, when he did his live stream with Gil, he proved Gil was lying on camera. He showed the footage.
He showed the footage, and Gil didn't have nothing to say.
Him lying about Kobe.
Gil didn't have nothing to say.
All the time.
Didn't have nothing to say. And even to go further than that, when Shaq and Kobe split, if you gonna say that Kobe only averaged 29 points a game in the playoffs because of Shaq, when they split, Kobe was putting up better numbers than that and on better efficiency without Shaq.
He's so the only player in NBA history to average 50 in a week, bro. 44 times, bro, in a month. Like, come on. He's a scorer.
See, it's just a disrespect, man. Just because, like I said, man, when I brought up that point that Lowe had said when he talked about Damian Lillard, you can't just say replace TMac with Kobe and they just automatically win. Because you thought that everybody thought that when Damian Lillard got with Giannis that they was gonna be in the finals contending for a championship, bro, and they haven't made it out the first round.
Was hurt. Like, god damn.
You said what? You said
that
what?
Logic, that Dame logic don't work because Damian Lillard has been hurt these last 2 years.
Yeah, but when they both been healthy, right? When they both been healthy, what has been their record? They've been terrible as far as what they was expected to be. They've been terrible.
They made the playoffs, and guess what? They both dealt with injuries. Giannis dealt with injuries the first year. He didn't even play in the playoffs. Damian Lillard also got hurt in the playoffs.
Bro, if they only made the playoffs because they only made the playoffs comfortably because they was in the East. If they was in the West, they might have been in the play-in.
Okay, hypotheticals. All right,
okay, man. Come on, man. The whole thing is hypothetical. We talking about TMac. You talking about replacing team. Yeah, but you can't say we doing But if we doing hypotheticals, then we doing hypotheticals. You can't say, okay, your hypothetical with T-Mac replacing Kobe, that's okay. But anytime anybody else says a hypothetical, I don't do hypotheticals.
But the thing is,
what sense does that make?
We have proof of Kobe doing
it. Y'all got mad. Y'all Kobe
but listen, DFJ, we have proof of Kobe doing it. That's the problem. We don't have this speculation with T-Mac, man. That's why we saying, like, bro, we bringing up what actually happened in his career and what actually happened in Kobe's career.
I mean, we'll never know.
See, I don't want to.
That's why it's disrespectful, bro. Because if I turn around and say, man, shit, you put LeBron on the Warriors, yeah, he probably win, but we don't know because he doesn't bring the same shit KD brings.
We don't know because it hasn't happened. Like I said, man, a lot of players.
And Harrison Barnes. Why wouldn't you think that they could win with LeBron.
Because of chemistry, bro. Chemistry. They have to learn how to play. They have to play well together. They have to mesh. There's
That's
certain
like
things that
saying, but that's like the same thing. That's like saying, well, if Giannis won with Drew Holiday, how he can't win with Damian Lillard? Damian Lillard's supposed to be better than Drew Holiday, right?
Yeah, but they do two different things. The role.
you remember when KD had James Harden and Kyrie in Brooklyn, and they didn't do nothing. Injuries happen, a
Bro, come on,
bunch
man.
of shit. But injuries is a part of the game, bro.
But that point
Anything
in
can
his
happen.
career, he was fairly healthy.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. When you put him in that situation, then you have to look at what he brought to the table. And so what we're showing you is what he brought to the table.
But he
we're
was one
saying
of
he
the
was,
best clutch performers in the NBA at the time.
but not in the playoffs.
Who was?
Tracy McGrady.
Say, man.
What year? Wait, hold on. Tell me what specific year you talking about.
Go to 02, go to 03. He was.
02,
No, he was great.
02,
Look,
03.
he was great. We're talking about intangibles that
Now
people
01,
can win.
02, and then 02, 03.
Look,
Because
look.
that's like the main point that he was making. Like those
But-
years, that's
but-
his peak
but-
years.
But I understand what he's saying, and I don't knock him. I don't knock him because at a player with his skill level, I understand he feels that way. But the
Right.
problem is that
Why you gotta use Kobe?
when we watch him, right, and we watch what he's not capable of doing in those playoff series, then we question it because we have the right. We watch what happened.
Right.
We seen Kobe perform 25, 11, 7, and 4 in a game 7 with a pass with a crossover on Scottie Pippen and an alley oop to Shaq. And Shaq wasn't playing well. Shaq had 18 points that game, bro.
2000 T-Mac is not doing that. He was on the bench for Toronto.
So what happens when Shaq has 18 points? Right? If Shaq's not giving you that 36 such and such, and he can only give you 18, then what you gonna do?
T-Mac will step up. He will step his game up and give you something.
But what proof do you have of it?
What you mean with proof? We have proof.
What
So are you
proof
saying
in
that
the
T-Mac never
playoffs?
performed in the playoffs?
I'm asking you what proof,
Like,
what pressurized.
him? Like, y'all
I'm
only bringing
talking
up
about
when he
pressurized
failed.
moments. I'm
Like
talking about
y'all only bringing up when he failed in the playoffs.
But-
Like we can
Bro.
do the nitpicking all day.
He never made it out the first
It's not
round. He
nit,
never
but it's
succeeded.
not nitpicking. We're going off the
Kobe had
playoff
moments where
career.
he didn't come up huge.
But bro, it's
I'm
not
not gonna sit up here
nitpicking.
and bring those moments up.
DFJ,
That's
DFJ,
just
it's not
disingenuous.
nitpicking. You say it's nitpicking. We're talking about every playoff series.
But when they played Detroit, when they blew that 3-1 lead, one of those games he dropped like 46 and they still lost. Are you gonna blame him for that?
Okay,
I think that was
but
game
again, we're
game
talking
6
about
or game
games. How did he perform in Game 7?
I mean, probably didn't perform well. Yeah, he didn't
Okay, we're talking about Game 7s. We're talking about a Game 7 performance against Portland, 25, 11, 7, and 4.
No, I can't.
So wait,
My
are you talking
bad.
about all his game 7s in that peak? Form?
No, I'm talking about in order for you to win in 2000, even if we go to 2001, you have to beat the best defense in the league. That would be the San Antonio Spurs.
Right.
Right?
Mhm.
In order for you to do that, bro, you have to show up and completely show out. Do you know how great Kobe was in that series, bro? Do you know the level that he played at? He played at that level for 2 straight rounds. He continued it against his onslaught against the Kings.
Yeah, I believe T-Mac can perform at a superstar level, bro.
Okay. So you just gonna
Well,
dismiss?
I mean,
48
you
and 16.
know this whole conversation is why why people call Kobe selfish and he ran Shaq out of town and Kobe, like they call him such a terrible narcissistic person because he didn't want to play with Shaq. This is exactly why. Because of this crap. Like you just gonna discredit everything and just give Shaq all the credit. Like Shaq was doing it, like Shaq was able to do this with Penny, or he was able to do it before Kobe emerged and he played with Nick Van Exel and Eddie Jones. And everybody tries to act like those years don't matter. Like
bro,
if it was that easy, but I'm saying if it was that easy, he would have had at least one before Kobe.
Bro, great players need great
At
players
least
on the team.
one. At
Okay,
least one.
Bro, you did
who's
the
more?
same thing to
Who's
Scottie Pippen, and you gave
but
Mike
who's
all
more?
the credit. You
But
did the same
DFJ,
shit, but now when I do
DFJ,
it, it's a problem.
DFJ, who's
This
more
shit crazy.
efficient? Who's more
Yeah,
efficient?
hold on, wait.
Kobe.
No, he keeps saying Scottie Pippen. Let me ask you
Now,
this.
wait.
When
I'm
did
not
hold up?
comparing. I'm not
No.
comparing
Let
Kobe to Scottie
me
Pippen
get this off.
because I
Please,
know y'all
let
gonna
me
bring
get
that
this off.
dumbass
Wait,
logic up.
wait,
I'm not
please,
comparing
let me
Kobe to
get this
Scottie
off.
Pippen.
Can I? Hey, bro,
Yeah,
can I
go
get
ahead.
this off? Look,
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
listen. You brought up Scottie Pippen, and I'm doing it. You saying I'm doing the same thing with Scottie Pippen. We talking about two different people. Scottie Pippen and Kobe Bryant, two different people. Let me ask you this: when did Scottie Pippen ever average the same amount of points as Michael Jordan?
You just turn it into a Kobe versus
But no,
Scottie Pippen.
I'm
Now
asking
you
you.
just
I'm
turned into a
asking you.
Kobe versus Scottie Pippen
You
argument. That's
said
not
you
what he
just, but you know, you said, oh, I can do it with Scottie Pippen, and you get mad like it's the same thing. But if it's the same thing, tell me when Scottie Pippen averaged the same points as Michael Jordan. Give me a regular season. Give me a playoff. You don't even got
When
to
has
give me a
Pippen
playoff
stepped up
run. Give
like
me a
Jordan?
playoff series.
That should be the question. When has Pippen stepped up like Jordan? That should be the question.
When is what?
What's good, Cos? What's
Y'all
good, bro?
being nasty, bro. I mean,
When
I
has
get it.
Pippen stepped up
No. I
like
want him
Jordan?
to
That's
answer the question. I just want
tell me
I want
why.
to answer. When
Bro,
has
the point
Scottie Pippen averaged the same points, the same amount of points as Michael Jordan? When has Scottie Pippen averaged the same amount of points as Michael Jordan? When does that happen?
bro, the point that I was making is
No.
that the best
See, you
player.
can't move
But
on
hold
from
on,
that. I just want to
DFJ,
answer.
can you
I
answer
want
that
to
question,
answer.
bro?
Oh no, he never averaged as he's not the scorer that Jordan is. So
Okay,
obviously
now,
they're different.
hold on, wait. I just got one more question. Has Kobe Bryant, during that three-peat, has Kobe Bryant averaged the same points as Shaq?
Shit, he
Yeah,
outscored
he
Shaq.
has.
So what are we talking about? Like,
So
why
okay,
do you keep bringing up Scottie
so
Pippen like
can I
that's a
ask you this question?
comparison? It's not
Can
a
I ask you this
comparison.
question? So are you
Scottie
saying that
Pippen didn't never
if the
do what Kobe was doing.
Marlo,
if the
let
second
DFJ
option
ask
can
his question.
average if the second option can average the same amount of points that the first option averages, that means that we should share the credit between those two players? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So hold on.
Yes.
Do you give Klay Thompson that same amount of credit?
What are you
When has
talking
he
In a
about?
averaged
playoff
the same
series?
amount of points as Stephen Curry?
Okay.
When has Klay Thompson averaged the same amount of points as
We're
Stephen
talking
Curry?
about a
Hold on. Go to
series,
When did that
2016.
happen?
Hold on. Go
When
to
did that happen?
2016. Wait, I'm about to give you the answer right now. Go to 2016.
No. I
The
want to
Portland
play. I want
Trailblazers.
either a regular.
bro,
I want
bro.
either a regular
Are you
season,
serious?
I'm giving
or
you
a
a
playoff
playoff
run.
series.
A
Go to
I'm
playoff?
having
No,
2016.
fun
not a
right now.
playoff
The
series.
second
Not a
round.
series. I don't even want a
Discussing,
series.
bro.
I
Kobe
want a
outplayed.
playoff run, or a regular season.
Hey,
See, now
Marlo,
you don't
let's
want a
do
playoff
this.
series. Man,
Let's do this.
y'all
Kobe,
nasty.
I'm gonna give you an
Hey,
example.
KB, this was amazing, bro. But I gotta get up out of here, bro. Yeah,
But let me give you an
Can't
example.
do it.
Let me give you an
I give
And
you
example.
an example. You
I
just
mean,
was
he
on
run it.
point.
I'm not
But
disrespecting him
let
like
me but
Playboy was like old boy was doing. I'm just asking him questions.
but let
People
me
want to
but let
know.
me
Like
but let
we
me
saw Klay Thompson lead the entire playoffs in points in 2016, but nobody's gonna give him any
Hold
credit
on,
for
wait,
winning
what?
the championship.
so
Like,
okay.
come on, bro,
But they
stop
didn't
it,
win. In
So
2016.
so
bro.
hold
You're
on.
missing the
I can
point.
give you a real life example. Let me give you a real life example. Kobe outscored Shaq in 2002 against the Spurs. A whole playoff series against one of the
What?
best teams. You said what? Oh,
Oh, my bad,
against one of the
I'm talking
best.
to my son.
No, you good. You good.
No, you're
One of
good.
the best teams in the. And I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let Kaz go because Kaz been waiting patiently there. But but yeah, like Kobe outscored Shaq on a number of occasions, bro. And we talking about playoff stretches. We talking about Western Conference, the whole Western Conference runs. We talking about like long runs, bro. We talking about regular seasons.
But KB, when the best player, like every time, excuse me, every time a team wins a championship, the best player gets the bulk of the credit. Bill Russell, he wasn't the leading scorer on most of his teams. We saw John Havlicek and
So
Sam Jones be the leading
so
scorer,
who
but
gets
he
the
gets
bulk
the
of the
bulk of the
credit
credit.
between Magic and Kareem?
Who gets it? I mean, I think those early years Kareem gets it, and then the later years Magic gets it.
Why? Kareem only got one MVP,
Kareem was the best player.
but he only had one Finals MVP
What that mean? I mean, we know the
with the
first one he
Lakers.
got robbed.
No. He only had so
But I mean, I'm
based
not
on
even
your
using
logic,
Finals MVPs as my argument. I'm using the best player as my argument.
how do you determine who's the best player?
Do you watch the games? Do you see the impact the players having?
So So
You see his
so two
production? Like, what are you
so
saying?
okay, so because Magic passes to Kareem in the post, that makes Kareem better than Magic?
Huh? Kareem is averaging
Because
the most points, most rebounds, averaging the most blocks. What are we talking about?
Magic is not a. Are you serious, bro?
So wait, are you saying in 1982 Magic Johnson was the best player on the Lakers?
I didn't say that. See, why you?
So what's the argument you're making, bro? It's a
I never
question,
said that.
but it's a
But I
question.
never
It's
said
not,
that.
but it's
What
a
I'm
question.
saying, no, what I'm saying, I'm asking you. I'm saying, who was the best player on that Lakers?
And I told you the early years it was Kareem, and then later on,
So they
when Kareem
alternate,
was in
right?
his older years, he took a step back, and then Magic became the best player.
So Matt, okay, so Magic, what point in time did Magic becomes the best player?
I would say 86, 87, like around those years.
Kaz, what you got,
86,
bro?
87.
Kaz, what you got, bro? This
Yeah,
nigga,
man. Yeah,
I
man.
agree
Tim
with
J
that,
don't
man.
want. I don't know why you won't get Kobe credit, bro. This is crazy.
You know that that Kareem didn't make All NBA
yeah,
in like 85. He wasn't even an All NBA player in 85.
it's crazy. This is nasty work, bro.
All right.
Man.
So
This is
Magic was the
nasty
best player
work.
in '85. Okay, cool.
But what
Man.
you
Yeah,
mean?
but
Okay, cool. But bro, when this is crazy, dog. Do you realize Shaq and Kobe were considered the best two players in the NBA on the same team, just like Magic and Kareem? The same situation. Kobe led the team in assists. Kobe Kobe was right, one
That
Wait, you
that's
point
the
said
fact
Magic was
they
the
behind.
don't
best player
like
in the
right
world.
there. He
When
actually
was
led
Magic the
in
best player in the
assists.
world?
You said what?
You said Magic was the best player in the world.
I never said that.
So
I
what did
never
you say?
said
You said
that.
Shaq and Kobe were considered the
I
best players,
said
and then
I said Shaq and Kobe were considered the two best players in the world at the
Mhm.
same time. Two of the best perimeter player and the best center. People
Yeah,
had
yeah.
discussions. People had discussions. They were
That's why
confused on who was better. Like people were having
they
discussions
was
like who's better.
yeah, that's why they was talking. They was comparing. It was Shaq versus Tim Duncan for who's the best post
post
player,
player. Mhm.
and Kobe. And then it was Kobe versus Iverson for best perimeter player. Then Iverson fell off. Then it was Kobe versus T-Mac. Then T-Mac fell off, and then later on it was LeBron. Like, you know what I'm saying? Kobe, but it was always Kobe. It's Kobe
LeBron.
versus this guy. Then Kobe versus that guy. I'm talking about just in general. Just in general, who was compared to Kobe? It started off as Iverson, then T-Mac, then LeBron. Like it just went on to where you just comparing them to each, but he's still there. While the Iversons and the T-Macs fall off, Kobe's still there, and now they got
So
to
so
bring up LeBron to compare to him.
I'm gonna go to Kaz and then I'm gonna go to Kelvin. Kaz, what you got?
Man, yeah, man. I was in the chat just chilling until I heard that Damian Lillard point. In my opinion, Drew Holiday has been better than Damian Lillard since 2018. I will never let him let go of that getting swept by a six-seeded team. I will never let that go. But I don't know what bro talking about. Bro confusing me
In
because I'm like,
2019,
hey,
in 2019, Drew Holiday was better than Damian Lillard.
yeah, when he swept him out
You
the
know, you
playoffs,
do know
at
Damian
that
Lillard's a
point he was
top
better than
75
Megan to me.
player. You know Damian Lillard's a top 75 player, right?
You know they gave that to him all politics, right? You know there was an
Yeah,
article where Kyrie
I
was
think
at that
Kyrie
spot,
should have
right?
made it. I think Kyrie and
Like
Dwight
you
should
do
have
know
made it.
that, right? Like
But
Dame
but
is a
you
great
but you
player,
know
but not this time.
you know Drew Holiday had about as much of a chance as making top 75 as I had, right?
Say again.
Drew Holiday had about the same amount of chance to make top 75 as I had.
That's cool, but you don't play defense like Drew, so that's null and void.
I'm just saying that's how far away he was from that conversation.
And that conversation is bullshit. But it's all right. I know it's all politics, so I'm not gonna get into it. And that's Kyrie's spot or Dwight Howard if you ask me. But they're not asking me. But I get it.
Drew Holiday
But
can't be the best. Drew Holiday can't be the best player on an NBA team, let alone the best player on an NBA playoff team. And that's period.
so
Yeah,
so
that's
you
a
telling me
great
do that
point.
Bucks team win the championship without Drew?
No, they don't.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
Do
who's the
that
better
Bucks team and
player.
win the
My
championship without
point, my
Drake.
my point was who's the better player and all these
In my
hypotheticals and
opinion,
how.
Drew
But
Holiday
that's
is
what
a
I'm
better
saying.
player than
But
Damian Lillard, and I stand on that.
and if you start in your franchise and you got a prime Damian Lillard and a prime Drew Holiday, if you pick Drew Holiday, you're gonna get fired the next day.
You are smoking rocks. He was an all-star in Philly. What are you talking about?
If you pick him over a prime Damian Lillard, you getting fired.
So I'm gonna get the threes. I'm gonna get high. I'm gonna get high shot volume from Dame. I'm not gonna get defense from Dame. I'm not gonna
Stop
get
it,
that
man. It's
playmaking ability from Dame. What are you talking
this
about, bro?
this is ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous. A
Drew does
prime
have intangibles. He
Drew
does have
Holiday
certain
over
intangibles.
Damian Lillard is
You're seeing the
ridiculous.
Drew Holiday that we see now. When Drew Holiday came into the league, he was one of the fastest guards. He
Yeah,
could
he
play
was
That's
nice.
fine.
He
defense.
I
was. He
mean, but
was.
He was one
if
of them
you put
dogs,
him,
and he still is.
if Drew Holiday is your best player, you're gonna be you're gonna be the worst team in the league.
Hey,
You might
that's
Hey,
you
your
might be in the
opinion. I'm
you
not
might be
giving.
in
I'm not giving them that. I
you
give
might be
Drew
in the
very high
opinion, but
praise.
hey, before we go into the weeds real quick, but Kelvin, I think the reason why Kelvin was so upset is because Kobe's sister has had to listen to that shit, and I think that Kelvin felt a certain way about it. So Kelvin, what
Yeah,
you got?
that and
Oh,
let me
talk to me.
apologize, homeboy. I don't know his name, but my bad, bro. I
DFJ,
shouldn't.
DFJ, DFJ, cool.
DFJ, my apologies. I shouldn't have said that. That was out of line. My
nah,
bad.
you good.
That was wrong. So that's
I
wrong of
mean,
me.
I
I'm
wasn't
man
gonna
enough to apologize.
respond
But
with the same
uh,
energy.
but I'm standing on all the points I'm saying because I'm on my laptop now and I'm looking through these games and I'm seeing where T-Mac played like shit in big moments in four quarters when he had chances to close out series. I'm looking at 2007 right now against Utah, game six. He had a chance to close out Utah. This motherfucker shot 8 for 23, played like shit. And then they went home for game seven and he lost a game seven on his home court with Yao Ming dropping 15 points in the fourth quarter. So you can't say he didn't have no help. I'm going through all these first round series where T Mac came up short in big moments. And this is what I'm talking about, comparing him to Kobe. He didn't have that it. Even if he played with Shaq, these big tight moments where Kobe showed up, T Mac, this is just my opinion. We don't know or whatever, but in my opinion, I'm just looking at the factual information where T Mac did not show up in these big games in four quarters. And I'm trying to imagine him with Shaq in Arco, game seven down 15, and all these big games where Kobe showed up. I can't see T Mac doing that because he
See,
didn't he didn't do it when he had, yeah, I mean, man.
Kelvin, what
And,
it is that like T
and
Mac
I'm
is a
and I'm just
dog,
saying,
right?
bro. But go
So
ahead though.
so
I'm sorry, go ahead.
so T Mac's a dog, right? But they don't understand. I don't think people understand how much of a dog Kobe is, though. Kobe's a different type of nigga. Like the only dog you can compare to Kobe is Jordan or Bird. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like that level of
Man,
dog, man.
real talk, man.
And I'm not saying T Mac wasn't good, but and Larry Bird said this a long time ago. He said a lot of motherfuckers can score in the first three quarters, but the men show up in the four quarters when the pressure's high and the situation get tight. I've talked about this before with Scottie Pippen. He put up a lot of fraudulent ass numbers in the first three quarters, and then he disappeared in the fourth quarter. And Michael Jordan had to score 20 out of 25 points, uh, 10 out of 13 in these tight four quarter games. And this is what I'm talking about with T Mac. I'm looking at a pattern of his career in big moments in these four quarters where he ain't do shit. And I'm trying to imagine him with Shaq, game seven, dynasty on the line. They down 15, whatever, they down to Portland. And Kobe did what he had to do to show up in the fourth quarter. Shaq wasn't, people got to remember, Shaq didn't play that well that game. And Kobe,
Exactly.
like what, 20 years old or whatever he was. And he showed up with it in that game seven against Portland. Bruh, everybody can't do that. It take a special motherfucker to do that type of shit. Kobe, Jordan, Larry Bird, them type of motherfuckers. T Mac wasn't like that. That's all I'm
T
saying.
Mac, in that situation, T Mac would have gave up.
Well, I don't know.
Down, down six,
I don't
down
know if he would have
16,
gave up.
down 16, going into the fourth.
Bro,
We seen him in Game 7 against Dallas.
these are some high pressure moments. going into Arco 2002. This is the loudest arena in the NBA against the tough ass Sacramento Kings. The Sacramento Kings was really better than the Lakers in '02. And you got to
Yes, they were.
show up. You got to show up game 7 in their building. Now, Kobe field goal percentage was a little low that game, but he still dropped 30, 10, and 7. Bro, I can't see T-Mac
Kobe's a
doing that,
dog.
bro. I could
That's the
not
games
see
where they missed
T-Mac
like
doing
20 free throws, right?
Yes.
Oh
The
Jesus.
the best
Boy,
defenses
KB,
had no
can you
answer
do
for
me a
Kobe.
favor? Can you go to T-Mac's early years and his playoff numbers?
I just
I don't.
I
Kelvin, you
just
got
did
that?
it.
Because I don't
Okay.
have the
Now you gave me
stuff
Houston
on.
numbers.
Okay. I was just looking at it. I told you about the Charlotte series. Okay.
Hmm.
Let me go back to it. I'm on my laptop right now. He didn't show up in the Charlotte series. I'll go back to it. Hold on.
Yeah,
I know
and
the very
I just want to say this. Like, I respect the platform, so yeah. Lynch,
No,
yeah, my bad.
he
I ain't
apologized. Yeah, we good. We
nah.
good.
Look,
okay.
listen. Kelvin's cool, and DFJ's my boy too, man. Y'all both my
Yeah,
boys,
I'm
man. I
hold
don't,
up. He said I'm finna go through. I was just
and
looking at it.
But Kelvin take this shit, bro. Kelvin, if you say something, bro, he gonna pull up the numbers. He's surgical, bro. They going like he going.
Oh,
Kelvin don't play. Kelvin know
2002
his
first
history.
round. 2002 first round. They playing Charlotte. They ain't playing the Detroit Pistons. They ain't playing whoever. This is against the Charlotte Hornets. Baron Davis in there. The very
Baron
first game.
Davis.
The very first game. They lose 80-79. And T-Mac at the end of the game, even Uncut Hoops showed a video where T-Mac couldn't even get off a shot. I'm
Hey,
trying to go. Let me go to the fourth quarter. Hold on.
Not only
I
that, he was missing free to win the series. Like when the series was on the line, he was missing free throws.
and this was a very winnable game. T-Mac went 8 for 21 this game, 20 points, played like shit. In the fourth quarter, he shot 2 for 6. He had 8 points. He had a chance to win that game.
I'm
This
ahead of
this ain't no
fellas.
this ain't no whatever Detroit Pistons or Miami Heat or whoever the great team was on this time. This is the Charlotte Hornets. He got a chance to win this game, and he played like shit in the fourth quarter. This is facts. I'm looking at it right here.
Yeah, that was game one. You said 79 to 80.
Game
Yeah, go to game
okay.
two. Then.
Game two they won. Game 3, he back at home.
But why are you not calling out the stats?
I'm finna go to. I'm finna
You
go
only
to
want
it.
to go to the stats when they lose.
I'm showing these winnable games. That's what I'm talking about. Game 3 against Charlotte, the game went to overtime. This is a winnable game at home. In overtime, T-Mac scored 0 points. In overtime, 0. And they lost at home. This ain't me capping or nothing. This is you can look it up yourself. 0 points in overtime. A winnable game against Charlotte.
Mm-hmm.
And they lost. And then they lost the next game at home and the series was over. So they had 2 winnable games where T-Mac didn't show up. 2. This ain't Detroit. This is Charlotte. You said go to the early part of his career. I did. There you go. Go ahead. I don't want to take up everybody's time. Go ahead. You can go ahead and talk, bro.
You're not gonna go to 03, 04?
03, they lost to
They didn't
Detroit.
make the play. They in 03, 04, they didn't make the playoffs.
But
They lost to Detroit in
but
03.
03, I want you to.
No. He said 03, 04. 03, 04, they didn't make the playoffs.
Now I'm talking about like 2003 playoffs. Yeah, so 2004 they missed the playoffs. All right, cool. But 03.
2003, they was up 3-1 and they
Yeah, they
lost.
lose a 3-1 lead. Yeah.
They was an AC.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I don't fuck with T-Mac like that, but I'm gonna use logic, bro. That was an AC. I can't expect T-Mac to win that series, even though y'all don't give Kobe no pass against Phoenix. But I ain't gonna be like that. I'm gonna use logic. Hey man, they was an AC. For them to win 3 games was impressive. So whatever. But go ahead, man. But this is what I'm talking about, man. You know, these winnable games where T-Mac did not show up, man.
The whole T-Mac going to Houston and having y'all in 05 and 07, that kind of kills the whole argument to me, because all
Here's
you
the
got to do is
whole
compare
No,
that to
I don't think
when
it does.
Kobe got Powell, and that ends it.
I don't think it does.
2005
Y'all ain't as
game
good.
three. 2005 game 3 at home.
But
I think they
KB, I'm
lost by
finna slide,
3.
bro. I gotta get up early tomorrow, so yeah. Great conversation, though.
All right, bro.
I mean,
But
I
I'm
like
just reading the
I
facts,
like a
dog.
good adversary. So I like that he was on the show. But what I don't like is when I asked him when he tried to bring up, well, you discredit Pippen. Like, Pippen's a second option, you discredit him. So why is it not okay to do it to Kobe? And then I asked him, when did Pippen ever average the same amount of points as Jordan? And then I gotta go, man. I don't like doing this. Like,
Bro,
what?
bro, you cannot compare Scottie Pippen, bro. Like, people don't understand Scottie Pippen. And again, I grew up watching Scottie Pippen, and I overestimated Scottie Pippen until I started going back and rewatching these games where I see what Scottie Pippen would disappear in these late third quarters and fourth quarters, and it would put all this pressure on Michael Jordan to score all these points. Bro, it take a special motherfucker to do that shit. Michael Jordan carried a lot of weight, man, in a lot of these close games, but Scottie Pippen would disappear, man.
Scottie Pippen can't. He ain't no take over the game type play. That's where the difference becomes between an all-star and a superstar. An
Right.
all-star is a solid player that can play consistently and put up consistent numbers. But a superstar is somebody that can literally take over the game and make the game there. Like, where you watching a game and you can only where you can only say one player's name, and all you keep saying is that one player, because that one player then took over the game and made it his. Scottie Pippen ain't never been able to do that.
Nah, bro.
Yeah,
And
one thing though is that people got to understand, like, when you're talking about Kobe, you're talking about a dude who puts up 20 points in the fourth quarter. Like, I think he has the highest average in the fourth quarter in NBA history. Like, and he led those Laker teams in fourth quarter. You can't just give those attributes to anybody. You know what I'm saying?
that's that's what I'm
You said
that,
what?
that and that is you hit the nail on it. That is my whole point. That is something what you just said there. That is something that cannot be quantified on a stat sheet. That's what I talk about with the it. Only the special motherfuckers show up in the four quarters and do what they do. Those are high pressure moments. T-Mac wasn't doing it like that, bro. That's my point. I don't care if he played with Shaq or whatever. Kobe still had to show up and show out in these high pressure moments in the fourth quarter, man.
Hey, Kobe destroyed the Spurs so bad, man. Hey, he got Bruce Bowen has him number 2 all time. He destroyed
Right.
he destroyed them so bad. And look, he ain't putting Shaq number 2. He put Kobe number 2.
You
He
know
said he
what?
ain't got.
That's because every single time they played the Spurs, Kobe was the leading scorer for the Lakers. Like, he was the dude that was killing them. He was the one that was killing them in 01, 02, 04, and then
And
Shaq
he
wasn't
killed him
even
in
there in 08.
03. He destroyed them in
Oh yeah,
03.
03, even though they lost 03 too. But every time
And,
they won, specifically every time the Lakers won, and then of course in 08, Kobe, what's the name?
he
Kobe lit
ran through
Bruce
him in
Bowen up.
08. And
And
Pau
Bruce
Bro,
Gasol
Bowen
averaged
had came
13.
off of the finals. He had success in the finals against LeBron. They stopped LeBron pretty easily. They couldn't stop Kobe, and it was the same team.
But Pau Gasol averaged 13 in that series.
13
Tim
points a game. Most people don't know that.
Tim Duncan was
13.
Murderville in that series. Tim Duncan was murdering the he was murdering him, yo. Shit. But I don't understand. I don't know. Like, see, I watched a lot of Kobe shit, bro. So, like, I'm not saying what I'm saying just to say it. Like, I back everything I say up with video on video film, bro.
Like I don't
Fact.
have to make anything up. And so that's my problem when I'm talking to people. It's like, bro, I can run you the film. Just like you said, Marlo, I broke down the film.
Yeah.
It wasn't easy. None of those shots Kobe was taking was easy.
Yeah. Yeah. It wasn't like they had like 4 players were guarding Shaq and then there was only 1 player left. Like it was never like that. Like they just be making stuff up.
Exactly. And a lot of times what Phil Jackson will do, he'll put Kobe and Shaq on the opposite sides of the court just to create more space. And Robert Ory, the guy who's guarding like the power forward, Robert Ory or somebody like that, will come and double on Shaq. And sometimes Kobe's man would dig down because sometimes Shaq benefited off Kobe and sometimes Kobe benefited off Shaq.
Yeah. And then to add to that, a lot of times when Phil would rest Shaq, he would have Kobe on the floor, and when he would rest Kobe,
Without
he
Shaq,
would have
yep.
Shaq on the floor. So he wouldn't normally, unless it was the first and fourth quarter, he would kind of alternate. The beginning of the third quarter, he'll have them both out there, but then like a couple minutes into the third quarter, he'll take one out. You know what I'm saying? He kind of kept both of them off the floor, except for the beginning and the end of the games.
Yeah,
Taylor,
but see, in
one
people's
last.
minds, I think what people have in their minds, and they have in their minds that Shaq being double teamed the whole game, and that they're in the game together all the time. Like, no, that's not real, bro. Like, sometimes Kobe would have his runs without Shaq with the role players, and sometimes Shaq would be getting rest or he'd be in foul trouble or whatever the case may be. Like, and a lot of times Shaq will foul out. And people don't bring this up. Hacker Shaq, you had to take him out the game, bro. Greg Popovich used that, and it worked. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard to tell people, man. It's hard to tell. I try to do the best I can through the film, man.
So check this out. 2005, I'm looking at it now. TMac, they up 2-0. They back at home against the Mavericks. They lose the game 106-102, winnable game. TMac in the fourth quarter, 1 for 5, man.
Damn.
1 for 5.
Yeah.
If TMac show up and do what he's supposed to do, they up 3-0. They win the series. TMac out the first round. 1 for 5 on his home floor. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
This ain't woulda, coulda, shoulda. This ain't no hypothetical. This
He had
is
his
facts.
chance. He had his chance, bro. He had
He
his
had
chance.
his
He had his
chance.
chance. And it's not even just to say that he had his chance to win a championship. It's like, dang, you had Yao, those, and I'm specifically talking about 05 and 07. Because even in 07, it was even worse because Yao averaged 25 points a game in the
Yao was
playoffs
nice.
in 07. And you
Yao
couldn't
was
get out the first round. We not even talking about getting to the finals. We just talking about like, could you at least make the conference finals? And I was a Spurs. I'm not gonna lie, I was a Spurs hater in 07. Like I was pulling for the Rockets, and they couldn't even make it past. They couldn't even make it past Utah.
So Marlo,
Okay.
I think DFJ wants to say something. I just read what you want to say,
Oh,
DFJ?
go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that, I mean, like when a team wins a championship, we all know the best player will always get the majority of the credit. Now, Marlo, it's unfortunate that you don't rank players from the past. You don't go to the 60s and rank players. But when Bill Russell and the Celtics won the championship in '69, Bill Russell had like 6 points, but he gets the majority of the credit. Why? Because he was the best player on the team. So when I give Shaq the same way I give Shaq the majority of the credit when he wins in 2002, guess what? I give Kobe all the credit in 09 and 2010 because Kobe was the best player. He deserves all the credit. So that's how it's been. That's how it's always been.
Hold on, wait. Are you saying that Kobe, like just the flat out numbers, doesn't give Kobe the credit in 010? I mean, in 2010?
Kobe was the best player, so yes, he gets the majority of the credit.
He was the best player in the finals on both teams in 2010.
Right. He was on the team in the series. Yes, he gets the majority of the credit. So he gets. So he gets the credit. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I get what you're trying to say, but it's a different dynamic with Kobe and Shaq. I think it might be kind of hard for people to like rank because you
It's a
have like
Magic and
such a
Kareem
evenly.
dynamic. It's a Magic and Kareem
It's
dynamic.
like okay, it's like with Kobe and Shaq, you have to look at the '04 Pistons. Like, who you gonna give most of the credit for that championship? You gonna give it all to Chauncey Billups?
I
For the Pistons
think
series, yeah.
with what's your name, DLJ? What you're saying, 99% of the time is correct, but the Kobe Shaq and the Kareem Magic are just those separate, rare occasions where
Not
the two
not
best
even just
players.
that. Not even just though. I don't mean to cut you off, but look at the big three Celtics with KG, Ray Allen, and Kevin Garnett. You're not just gonna give all the credit to Paul Pierce. Look at the '04 Pistons. You're not just gonna give all the credit to Chauncey Billups. You're not gonna do that. Look at the '05 Spurs. Like, if you want to talk about who outplayed who in the final, Manu Ginobili completely outplayed
But
Tim
it would be
Duncan.
insane.
Complete and Tim
But
Duncan
but it would be
won the
insane.
Finals MVP still, and Ginobili was by far the
But
best
y'all,
player in that series.
But
but it would
what I'm
be
saying is,
insane. It would.
go ahead, go ahead, man.
Yeah, let me say this real quick. It would be insane for us to give Kareem all of the credit and Magic none. Like, and give him partial credit when he runs the whole fucking offense. Like, Kobe ran the offense, bro. Like, if people think that that's just some small shit, like, bro, he initiated the offense. So when you say, well, let's just give Shaq everything and Kobe just a little bit, bro, that's like taking like with Kareem
But
and Magic. Oh,
yeah,
go ahead.
nah, but okay, his point. No, okay. In most dynamics, I ain't gonna say 99, but in most dynamics, you have a sure enough, show enough number one. Everybody know who the number one guy is, the leader, the number one, the alpha. In most, team situations, but but the Kobe Shaq thing is just imagine Kareem, and then you got the Pistons and the Spurs. Those teams were kind of like, you had three or four guys that kind of share the responsibility, but in most situations, and I kind of agree with him, you know who the number one guy is, the absolute alpha.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna say they get
And
all the
that's
credit.
facts, but
I ain't
nobody
gonna say
can
they get
tell me when you got the absolute alpha don't never average the same amount of points as the second player, and that was happening with Kobe and Shaq.
Right. That's what
They
and
was
I agree.
averaging the same amount of points.
In some series, yeah, but in the finals, did it happen in the finals?
But why are you just counting?
But why
You're
is it just the
dismissing
finals?
everything.
Like, that's the
Well,
only
is the finals
playoff
not the
series that
biggest?
matters.
Is the finals
Why
not
is
the
that the only
biggest
playoff
stage?
series that matter?
Because that's the biggest stage in basketball.
It is, but
Yeah, but how you get there though? But you gotta get there.
bro, basketball
You gotta
is
get there.
situational.
If they,
See,
so you telling me? Hold on, wait. You telling me that the Lakers versus the Indiana Pacers was a bigger series in 2000 than the Lakers versus the Trailblazers?
No.
Was it the NBA Finals?
No, I'm just asking. What, when you were watching? Did you watch? Were you around to be watch? I don't know how old you are.
Because it went 7 games and the Pacers series went 6 games. Is that why you're saying that?
No,
the
that's
NBA
not why I'm
Finals is
saying
always the
that.
biggest
Because the
stage.
team, because it felt more in doubt. It felt more in doubt. It felt more like it could go either way. The Lakers versus the Pacers never really felt like that.
hell, the Blazers were deeper than us.
Yeah,
The
they
The
were.
NBA
Lakers versus
Finals
the
is the biggest
Blazers,
stage.
the Lakers versus the Pacers never felt like that. The Lakers versus the Blazers, especially in Game 7, going into going into the fourth quarter with the Lakers down 15, I thought it was over.
You know why
I thought it was
you
over.
know
I
why the
thought the
Pacers and
Blazers had
Lakers
it.
series didn't feel the way for you? Because you're not a Pacer fan, so
But I'm saying, like, what series was more in doubt? What series did you feel like
the NBA
could
Finals, obviously.
you felt like the NBA Finals had more of a chance of going either way than the Blazers
The
and
NBA
the
Finals is the
Lakers?
Oh,
biggest
you're
stage.
capping,
That's where it
bro.
matters. How is that nasty?
You're capping, bro. You're
How am I
capping, bro.
capping?
If you say that was more of a challenge, that you're capping.
I'm not saying this, but see, you twisting my words. But when I do it, then you complain.
No, I
I'm
thought
No,
saying
that's what
I'm
you
saying,
said.
in
like,
general.
when you were watching both series, you really felt like it could go either way, more so in the Pacers series than the Blazers.
All I'm saying is the biggest stage in basketball is the NBA Finals. So
Nah,
Hornets.
not always. Not during that time. If you watched basketball back then, you knew the Western Conference Finals. After whoever won the Western Conference Finals, everybody knew that's who was gonna win the championship, bro.
I
That
got a
was
question,
the way
Marlo.
it was in
Marlo,
2000, 2001, 2002,
Marlo.
2003.
Marlo, who was the best team in the NBA in 2001?
The Spurs.
Exactly. Who did
They
who
won
did
six. They
Kobe?
won six. They was the only team that won. They was the
Record-wise,
only team that won 60
the Lakers
You
were
games.
the
said
best.
record wise,
The
nigga,
Lakers
they
were
were
the
the
best
best
team
team
in
in.
2001.
Nah,
Come
not
on,
No,
just
they
man.
record
weren't.
wise. Not
No, we
just record
weren't.
wise. The last time they was healthy, a lot of people was saying the only reason they didn't win in 2000 was because
Exactly.
Tim Duncan was hurt.
The
They
Spurs were
said
saying that.
Tim Duncan was hurt in 2000, and that's why they said that the Spurs didn't win.
They were saying that.
Man, the
They
Lakers
said
were the
that they were
best team,
better
bro.
than us.
They
Bro,
went.
they
They went
dominated the
60
No,
regular
they
and
said
one.
the Lakers only won because Tim Duncan was hurt.
Okay, let's say aside
Kobe
when
got
you watch.
hurt. We were dealing
Wait.
with
When
a
you
bunch of
watch.
injuries in 2001, bro.
When you watched the NBA in 2001, who did you think was the best team?
Nigga, the Spurs.
The
We
Spurs.
got
Man, get the fuck out of here.
Kobe got injured, bro.
The Lakers were the most
Kobe
popular. The Lakers were the most popular team.
Man,
the
y'all being
Spurs were
nasty.
better than the Lakers in this regular season, bro. They
The
were.
2001 Lakers is one of the best teams in NBA history, and y'all gonna try
Bro,
to
in the
underrate that
They
team?
didn't say
playoffs.
that until after the playoffs
For
was
the
over. They
playoff
said that because
run,
they went
bro.
15-1. They said that because they went 15-1. They
When,
weren't saying
when,
that before the playoffs started.
when Kobe came back, we went on a run, nigga.
Just
That's when
like
Kobe came
this
back.
year,
Y'all did. Y'all did.
just like this year, before the playoffs started, you would have never said that the Indiana Pacers was gonna make it to the finals. You would have said either the Boston Celtics or the Cleveland Cavaliers. And you got to look at it from that standpoint. Before they went to the playoffs, they were saying everybody was saying the Spurs.
I mean, I've been saying that in today's NBA, there's a lot of parity, so you can't really pick a team that can definitively get there. So
There's more parity back then.
No, but and nobody
Nah, there's more
said
parity right now.
nobody said the Pacers was gonna be in the finals.
Probably not. Yeah, probably not.
Bro, you had the Sacramento Kings, you had the Blazers, you had the Spurs, bro. There was a lot of parity in the West.
But KB, if you start giving these players credit for what they do in the on the way to the finals, you're opening.
No, we
You're opening
include
the
the
can of
whole
worms up
thing.
for LeBron.
No, you
No,
not.
we include
You
the whole
are.
thing. No, you include the whole thing, bro. You don't just take
But
pieces of.
but right. But the NBA Finals is the end all be all. Though.
No, it's not, bro.
It should,
So
it
okay,
should be.
so in '83, when Cornbread Maxwell was the best player on the Celtics in the finals, you think he was
This makes no sense.
he deserves
Nah,
credit as the
81.
best player on the Celtics?
That was 81. Nah, he performed the best, but Larry Bird was the best player on the team. Just
No,
Cornbread just
we're
performed
not
better.
doing that.
But
We're not
but what
doing
about
that.
in the finals?
What you mean
We're
we're
not
not doing
doing
that?
that, bro.
What about in the finals? In the finals, Cornbread was better, right?
Nah, Cornbread performed better, but Larry Bird was a better player.
No, we're not doing that because he
What's the
performed
difference?
better.
Just had a better series. That don't mean you the
What's the
best player.
difference?
Oh, okay.
Which means
So
what's the difference?
so Shaq
Larry
just
Bird is
had
a
the
better
better.
overall player.
Hold on. So Shaq just had the better series. That don't mean he was the better player.
Exactly. In
Wait, what?
2001, I will argue Kobe was the best player on the Lakers in 2001.
And Shaq
Man,
I
said
said it.
Shaq said
I
he was
said
the
it.
best player on the
Get out of
Lakers.
here with that shit, bro.
I said
Okay.
it.
Bro, did you
Okay,
watch?
I mean, yeah, you can say it.
Hold
It's your
on.
opinion. Yeah, you can
Did
say
you
it.
watch?
Absolutely.
Did you
No,
watch
it's not even just my
2001?
opinion. It's fact. I can back it up with facts. I even made a video about it.
Man, I saw what Shaq did to my team. I'm a Sixer fan. He destroyed Dikembe Mutombo.
That's one series.
Nigga,
Ask the Spurs. Ask the Spurs what Kobe. Ask the Spurs what Kobe did to them. Ask the Kings what Kobe did to them.
Oh yeah, he demolished them. Yeah,
Don't make me bring
But
Mr. Mass up
unfortunately,
here
that's
so
not
he
the
can talk
NBA's
about his
finals,
Kings.
so you know.
So if Kobe would have did it in the NBA Finals instead of doing it against the Spurs, then you would give Kobe his props.
But why would
I
he?
give Kobe
He
his
took
props all the
advantage of the
time. What you talking about?
mismatch.
No. I'm saying would you like say Kobe's the best player on the team if he would have did it against the Sixers instead of the
Shaq was
Spurs?
the best player, not Kobe.
No, I'm saying
Kobe was
if
the best
Kobe
player
would
from
have did
03
what he
on.
did against the Spurs and Shaq would have did what he did against the Spurs
this makes
against
no
the
sense.
Sixers.
Bro, but this
We doing
don't make
another
no sense.
hypothetical.
I would have said that Kobe had a better series than Shaq was the best player.
But this don't make no sense. If Shaq has a mismatch, Kobe goes through the mismatch.
So
If
now
Kobe has
going
the
against the
mismatch,
DPOI is a mismatch.
What made
yes,
what made
nigga.
Shaq the better
Shaq had
player
to
though?
beat
What
him.
other than the finals? Other than the finals, what made Shaq the better player?
He was the most dominant player. Was top
How?
5 in MVP. You said Cap?
I said how.
How was he the most dominant player in the NBA? Okay. All right.
He was averaging the same amount of points as Kobe, right?
I'm not looking at the numbers, so you can tell me.
They both averaged 28 in the regular season. In the postseason, Shaq averaged 30, Kobe averaged 29. But before they went to the finals, Kobe was averaging 20. Kobe was averaging 30. No, Kobe was averaging 31, and Shaq was averaging like 28.
Nigga, Phil Jackson would tell Kobe to play through Shaq and calm down because they didn't want to lose Shaq and his focus level on the team, bro. Shaq was dominant, but you got to look at the dynamic of the team. In the triangle, we played the same way even without Shaq. We played the same way with Kwame. We played the same way with Chris Mim, Pau Gasol, Andrew Bynum. We play the same way from the inside out.
I got a
It
question
doesn't make any sense.
I got a question for you, bro. Who was the better team in 2001? The Sixers or the Spurs?
You talking to me?
That's a
No,
good
I'm
question.
talking to him.
Oh,
The Sixers or the
Yeah,
Spurs?
I'll say the Spurs.
you better say the Spurs.
Who played better against the Spurs? Kobe or Shaq?
Who played Kobe? Obviously, he performed better, but Shaq was the best
Thank
player.
you.
Are
At
you serious
least
right
you
now,
admit that.
Bro, what point are you making?
bro?
Kobe played better against the biggest threat. Their
Hey,
biggest
Kelvin,
threat to stop the biggest
attack
threat. Hold on,
TMJ, Kelvin.
wait. The biggest threat to stop them from winning a championship was the Spurs, not the Sixers.
He
The
ain't gonna give
biggest threat
Kobe
to
credit.
stop
It's
the
cool.
Lakers from winning the championship was the Spurs, and Kobe played the best against the Spurs.
But they took care of the Spurs, and then they played the Sixers in the finals.
But
He ain't gonna give
if
Kobe
Kobe doesn't
credit,
play
bro.
the way he did, they don't get past the Spurs.
He don't want to give him equal credit. He just wants to say it was all Shaq.
It's for
Now
basically
the best
it's for
player
a playoff
always
series. I
the
can
best
even
player
argue
always
that
doesn't get credit.
I can argue that Kobe played better in three of the four playoff series. And Shaq averaged more points against the Blazers, but Kobe was way more efficient. Kobe scored more points against the Kings and was more efficient than Shaq. Kobe scored more points against the Spurs and was more efficient than Shaq.
No, Kobe
The
was a role
only
player. He was a role player.
the only series that Shaq really
Going
outplayed
up against
Kobe in
Duncan
the
and Robinson.
2001 was the Sixers. Was against the Sixers.
Going up against
Kobe
Duncan and
ain't do
Robinson.
nothing. Don't worry about it. He ain't do shit.
Nah, he
That's if you say that, cool. I mean,
He ain't do shit. He was a role player.
and then I want to ask you this too, bro. I'm glad we got you back on here, man. So with Scottie Pippen, when you talk about this ring cultures, do you think Scottie Pippen would be viewed as better or worse if he didn't have those 6 rings?
I mean, to y'all, probably worse.
No, I'm talking about to you.
To me,
This nigga
Yeah.
is the spin doctor.
I mean, like I said, I don't really care about rings that much, so I probably look at him the same.
What? You don't care about
You,
rings?
you will look at Scottie Pippen the same. How old are you, bro?
Because he's a two-way player, one of the best defenders in his generation, probably NBA
No,
history.
no, I'm
So
asking, how old are you?
28.
You 28, bro. If Scottie Pippen didn't have 6 rings, you wouldn't even remember Scottie Pippen.
What you mean? I remember
I
Marcus
guarantee
Camby.
you would not even
I
remember
remember
him.
Marcus Camby. So why wouldn't I remember Scottie Pippen, one of the best defenders of his generation and in NBA history? I remember Gary
You
Payton. I remember Sidney Moncrief.
they would all be ahead of Scottie
Hey,
Pippen
Kelvin,
if he
attack
didn't have those
TMJ.
rings.
Sidney Moncrief would be better than Scottie Pippen.
You said
Yes.
what?
I said attack TMJ.
Sidney Moncrief is an all-time great perimeter
You talking about with
defender.
Scottie
And Scottie
Pippen?
Pippen is an
Like one of
all-time
the
great
greatest of
defender
all
too.
time. Like he's locked down. he's had some of the greatest perimeter defensive performances of all time.
And so
Like
has
what
Scottie Pippen.
besides those rings, what would have made Scottie Pippen stand out to you?
And so has Scottie Pippen. His defense, his two-way ability, his
Um,
defense, ability to initiate offense. Yeah.
Tell me when Scottie Pippen locked down elite perimeter player. Tell me
Magic
when he
Johnson.
locked them down.
I mean, locked him down. Listen, you don't lock down no NBA player. What you can do is
That's
to
not
slow
true.
them. Well, hold on. What you can do is to slow them down. You can't lock down no player. That doesn't exist. I'm a defender. I know what I'm talking about.
All right, show me when he significantly locked down a significantly great perimeter player.
I can go to a lot of players, bro. You can go to Magic Johnson. You can go to
Nah,
Charles
he did.
Barkley.
He ain't locked up
He
Magic.
didn't. He didn't do nothing to stop Magic. Still did what Magic does.
Again, I never said. See, that's why I said you can't stop an
And then
NBA player.
Jordan
What you can
guard him
do?
most of the time.
What
Yeah,
you say?
Jordan guarded most of the series.
Go watch Angry
But
Old
when
Hoops
Jordan was in
video.
foul
He
trouble, who got
exposing
on
that
him?
now.
But Jordan got in foul trouble. Who was on him? So
Yo,
Scottie
are you
Pippen guarded.
serious?
But
He
what was he
guarded.
stopping What was he stopping Magic from doing? Magic was still putting up the same numbers.
He was able to slow down Clyde Drexler. He was able to slow down Charles Barkley. Right. He was able to slow down John
He didn't
Stockton.
guard Charles Barkley.
Nigga,
All right,
Charles
bro.
Barkley was balling.
All right, bro.
He didn't
we
guard
watching
Charles.
the
I
same
watched that
shit?
shit, but I'm saying I
All
watched that series. He didn't guard him.
At no point did he. Are you saying at no point did he guard him in that series?
I mean, maybe a play here or there, but he didn't. He
gonna
wasn't
pick
matched
out the
up with him.
one time.
And Spurs, he got. Now
Hey,
I'm
you
not saying
ain't
he was a
good.
primary defender. You said name one person who Scottie Pippen was. So now
And
Scottie
then I
Pippen.
said
So wait. So
perimeter. I
hold on,
said
hold on.
perimeter
So
players. You
now Scottie
started
Pippen
naming
on the
you
Kobe
naming
Bryant on the
Charles
Kobe
Barkley's not
channel.
a perimeter player.
On the Kobe channel now, Scottie Pippen is not an all-time great defender. Is that the conversation right now?
That's not what
No,
I'm saying. That's not
nobody's
what I'm
saying
saying.
that, bro.
But Marlo, what
But
I'm saying
he's
is even
but
if Scottie Pippen doesn't have those 6 rings, we will still remember him as an all-time great defender.
I don't know about that because if you put
Bro, we
Draymond,
remember 2 rings.
if you put Draymond Green on the freaking New Orleans Pelicans for his whole career, do we still look at him the same?
Well, I don't
Then Drew
like that.
Holiday played
I
the
don't like
majority
the
of his
what
career.
if.
Wait, hold
I don't
on.
like the what
Drew
if stuff.
Holiday played the majority of his career with the Pelicans, and we still remember him. Why wouldn't we remember him? Are we serious?
Is Drew Holiday a Hall of Famer though? Is he a lock?
He might get in. I think he'll get in.
Maybe. I'm just saying. I know KB. I know you don't like the conversation, but I'm just trying to emphasize the significance
I don't like the what ifs
of
because
championship.
it kind of discredits Scotty a little bit. Like,
Oh, okay. I'll go to somebody else. I just made a video about why
I know why you brought it up
say
because Scotty was brought up in comparison to Kobe. So I
right.
understand why.
But no. I'll go to someone. I'll go to another comparison. Why is SGA now viewed as the best Oklahoma City Thunder of all time? Why is he viewed that way?
Who said he was the best OKC player of all time?
Who said he's not?
Do you think he is?
Yes, absolutely.
Over KD?
Yes, absolutely.
You mean best or greatest? There's 2 different conversations, right?
Okay, so
great. Are we saying most accomplished, or are we saying like? Are we?
I don't do the eye test thing. When I say best, I mean greatest. They're both the same to me. Because I don't do like, okay, this guy plays basketball. If that was the case, then Earl the Goat Matagoat is probably the greatest player to ever play.
Earl the who?
No, but
it's a Harlem thing.
Oh.
I think with a conversation like that, you have to go with Shea because he brought them a chip.
He brought them a chip, exactly. That's why and going forward, when they talk about the greatest Thunder of all time, he's gonna be put ahead of Westbrook and KD, even though individually Westbrook and KD accomplished more than him individually. Westbrook led the league in assists twice. He led the league in scoring twice.
Right.
SGA only has 1 scoring title. KD has 4.
But that's the most. See, this is the thing, right? and Kelvin could agree with me, right? The most important thing in sports is
Wait.
impact on winning.
Okay. Look,
So the most important thing is to win. That's number one. Everything under that is a byproduct of trying to win, right? So you get the MVPs and you get the other shit because you're trying to win on the road to winning. So like winning has to be at the top of the pyramid. It's not everything, right? Because we understand, like when we're talking about skills and things like that, there's other things to take into account between players, right? But it has to be a combination, bro. It can't just go like Shay's got the skills and he got the ring. You know what I'm saying?
so wait,
So like
who's the greatest player of all time in the Celtics history?
the greatest player.
Mm-hmm.
I don't count people from the
See,
before the
see,
merger,
see,
so it's
and
got to
that's what
be
my
Larry
issue.
Bird.
That's
That's what my
debatable. That's
issue is right
debatable.
there.
Well, I mean, there's not a definitive answer. That is all opinionated. So, like a lot of people say Bill Russell, a lot of people say Larry Bird, or maybe some people might say John Havlicek. Some
Yeah, I
people
think it's
might say
Larry
Bob
Bird.
Cousy. Huh?
I think it's Larry
It's
Bird.
Larry Bird. It's Larry Bird.
No, but
But
that's an
Bill Russell
opinion
got the
though.
most championships though.
But that's an
He played
opinion,
in an
right?
8-team league, but he
It don't
played in an
matter, bro. And
8-team
he
league.
dominated in those 8-team leagues. It don't matter, bro.
No, but listen, all this stuff is opinionated, right? Like whether
Yeah.
Shea is greater than KD, I would say you play to win. So I value winning. That's just me. I don't want L's on my docket. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to win. When I play, I'm trying to win. Anything, not just even basketball. If I play the lottery, I'm playing to win.
And
You know what I'm saying?
I got another question. So teams that never won a championship, like how do you value who the greatest player in the team's franchise is? You go by the stats and the individual accolades, or
The player who has the most impact on winning.
so let's say a team like the Clippers. Who's the greatest player in that team's history?
The Clippers?
Mhm.
Shit.
Now you better
I
not
don't
say
want.
CP3. I don't want to hear no
Bob
I don't want to
McAdoo.
be. I don't want to be disrespectful.
McAdoo.
I don't.
Bob McAdoo.
Yeah, Bob
That's a
McAdoo.
good
Yep.
that's a good one.
Yeah, like it's a combination. It's not just rings. Like if somebody just goes off rings, they're an idiot. It's a combination of everything. And
Hold
then
on, wait.
you throw the rings in there, as the topper, because the main goal is we can't dismiss rings. Like the main goal is to win. And basketball is a team game, but as an individual, it's like DFJ. I'll put it to you like this, right? It's like you in the military, right? But every military, right? Every branch has a leader in that branch. You get what I'm saying? So like if you lead the branch, that you get credit for that. You know what I'm saying? Like you the leader of the branch. So you're always going to get the credit for that.
The most
So
credit,
yes,
right? Exactly.
it's a team thing, but it's also an individual thing at the same time.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But
Because if your
hey,
soldiers die,
I want to tell everybody what I, what I'm saying, use as the formula. Just see if people agree. Like, so I use stats. It's stats, individual accolades like the MVPs, all NBAs, and all of that, and championships all together. You mix that in a pot, and that's the formula right there.
Yeah, that's
but is that fair across the board? Meaning, like when we're talking about awards, right? In certain eras, there's more competition for those awards. Like
That's true,
some
but
great
that's what I'm
players
saying. But I also
don't
you got to
necessarily.
take into account. I don't rank players before the merger. So if it's Bill Russell and Wilt and all them, like I
No,
don't
but
rank them because they
even
didn't play before the
Scotty,
merger. I can't do it. I
one of the
can't do it
greatest
because
of all time, right?
and
But
it's no knock against them, but it's just too. It ain't enough
he was
teams.
going to for that award. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, your phone breaking up, bro.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you now. Go ahead. Your phone was breaking up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying I'm going through a rough spot. If I get knocked out, y'all just keep talking until I get back on. But yeah, what I'm saying is Scotty is one of the greatest perimeter defenders of all time, right?
Right.
But you do have his competition was more than the competition probably in the history of the NBA as far as defensive players. You know what I'm saying, for that award. So I don't think comparing
That's why,
awards
but
across.
that's why they have all NBA. That's why they have all NBA defense right there. Because Tim Duncan never won it either, but he's still considered one of the greatest defensive players ever.
But the reason why I would count all NBA defenses but it depends. It's kind of unfair because now the media votes for it. Before, when Kobe was getting them, the coaches voted for him. So it's kind of unfair in today's game. After 2014, it's a different kind of criteria. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's true, but I mean, it is what it is as far as the criteria because you got guys like Kareem that benefited from the players voting on it, and he got an MVP and didn't even make the playoffs.
Yeah, but it's hard to compare that MVP to everybody else's MVPs when they're being judged under a different. They're being judged differently. You see what I'm
But
saying?
when Stephen A. Smith say Kareem got 6 MVPs, he just say he got 6 MVPs. He don't put no
Yeah,
context
because he's
behind it.
being an ass. The media doesn't provide any type of nuance or any type of in-depth argument. They just say it. Now, I love Kareem. I'm not trying to lower Kareem or anything like that. I'm just bringing up the contradictions, right? And Kareem could be the GOAT.
I am.
I'm just
I'm lowering Kareem. Kareem, a lot of people don't know Kareem wasn't even an All NBA player for his last 3 championships. For his last 3 championships, he didn't make All NBA first or second. Back then, it was only first and second team. He didn't make All NBA first or second team for any of his last 3 championships.
But that's not
Oh, you
somebody
said
out the
Kareem?
conversation. That's
Kareem for his last. Look
has
it
the
up.
right to debate.
His last 3 championships, he didn't make All NBA at all. Not first or second team at all for his last
Yeah,
3
but he won.
championships.
But
For
he
his
won
last
Finals
2,
MVP. Was he
He
a
won
finals
for his,
Finals
MVP?
MVP in
I think
'85,
he won.
man.
He won one of them championships. I think the last championship he only averaged like 13 or 14 points a game.
Man,
Okay, he was 42
in
years old. He was
18,
41.
man. He was in year 18. Come on, bro. Year
I
18,
mean,
19.
but people give him
hold up
credit.
though.
But people give him those credit. But people give him the credit for it
Okay,
though.
But he doesn't
They
get
give
the
him the
most
credit
credit
for
for
it.
it. He don't get the most
but
credit
hold
for
up
it.
though.
Magic does.
Even though Kareem was 41 years old, you do know he saved a championship in '88, right? In Game 6, right? Or did you forget that when at Game 6 we had to go knock down them 2 clutch free throws, the controversial foul call with Bill Lambert with a few seconds left in the game?
I look at
Like,
it
Yeah.
come
as a
on, man.
whole. I mean, I look at that, but still as a whole though, as a whole, you have to say. I'm not saying you take the whole thing away from him, but I'm saying you take a little bit of points away from him for that
He
because he
41 years old.
wasn't.
And then in '87, he was still averaging like 17, 18 points a game. Like a third option. And he was like 40
No, 87, he was like 14 points a game.
in the
He was
finals
like 4.
or the
No,
playoffs
no,
or
no,
whatever.
no, no. I'm talking about the regular season.
But Marlo, he was 40 years old. I don't
And
expect
then
a
in
40.
1980, Homeboy talked about it earlier. 1980, they robbed them. Maybe shouldn't have won no Finals MVP. That's a joke. That was a straight robbery. Kareem
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
was.
robbery.
I agree with that.
That's,
They gave it to him based off of one game.
Right.
I give it to you. I give
Because
it to you. I
you know
give that
what?
to you.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
yeah, I heard.
You know what happened in 1980? Remember, DFJ, we were having this conversation.
Yeah.
The media started voting for the awards.
Right.
That's why
Yeah,
Magic got it, because he was marketable. He was more marketable.
they
He
were
played
tripping, man.
great.
That's the biggest.
Yeah, he played great, but he was more marketable.
No, man. Magic played great in Game 6 and Game 4. In Game 5, he played like shit. He had like 10 turnovers
Yeah,
in Game
yeah.
5. Magic did. Like, Magic winning Finals MVP in 1980 is the biggest robbery in NBA history to me.
But I think they were trying to sell the
Yeah, it's up
league.
there.
I think they were trying to sell the league, man, and I think that was just
That's not.
business. You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't think that's the bit. That ain't the biggest one. That's probably the second biggest. I think the biggest one was
Steph
05.
Curry
I
and
think not the Steph, not even the Steph Curry one. I think the 05 one. I think Ginobili should have won Finals MVP over Duncan in 05.
that's a good one too.
Yeah,
What's your Noble
possibly.
average in 05?
Ginobili was balling too, but well, I don't mind either way. I don't mind either way, man. Like they won. Like I think the Finals MVP shit, bro. Like they won, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like Tim Duncan was the best player on the team. They won. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I
But you
don't
see
want to
the way they
sway.
use the way they use that against Kobe. That's why it makes it so important because of the way they use it against Kobe. I know Kobe would definitely have traded one of those Spurs series for one of them
But you
final
see,
series.
but you see what happened, Marlo. Like you have to tear down NBA history because they were trying to tear down Kobe, but they actually ended up tearing down NBA history because now when we bring that up, like the Finals MVP argument, look what we're doing. We're trying to take credit away from niggas who won. They on the same team. We trying to take away credit and apply it somewhere else. That's you know what I'm saying? Like who should fight over the Finals MVP, bro? If Kareem has a mismatch, Kareem should take advantage of the mismatch. If Magic has the mismatch, Magic should take advantage of it. That's basketball,
I
situational.
mean, I mean, with the finals, I go off who performed the best. I don't go like necessarily go off the finals MVP because I
I
mean we
mean,
saw
you could do
Steph
that too.
Curry. What happened to Steph Curry? There's no way Steph Curry shouldn't have won in 2015. That finals
But
MVP.
D, but DFJ, I go off that too. I go off performance. I don't go off awards. I go how the person performed.
Performance, right?
So like Shaq deserved, and I'm on record saying this. Shaq deserved every Finals MVP that he got.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on record saying this. I'm not fighting for Kobe to win the Finals MVP. I don't even care. To me, it doesn't take away from what he did. He was an integral. He was a important part of that team, an irreplaceable part.
Yeah,
And he was just as
he was.
important as Shaq. He was just as important as Shaq.
Bro, I was having a conversation with Aaron McKee. Aaron McKee was my coach at Temple University, and he was because
I
they
like
both from
Aaron
Philly.
McKee.
Yeah, they both from Philly. And he was telling us how Kobe was busting his ass at the finals. That it was the funniest shit in the world. So yeah, he was definitely integral in that. He averaged like 25 in that finals in 01. So we all respect it.
And just
Oh yeah,
for correction,
he was giving
sorry,
him
Yeah,
work.
yeah, he was busting his ass. Yeah.
Kareem, I'm looking at it now. Kareem in 1987 in the regular season, he averaged 17 points a game. For the whole playoffs, he averaged 19 points a game. And in the finals, he averaged 21 points a game. That ain't riding no coattail, bro.
That's great numbers.
And he was 39 years old in 1987.
That's great
Now, in
numbers.
1988, okay, whatever. But 1987, he wasn't the best player. No, Magic was the best player,
Magic, right? Mm-hmm.
but Kareem was still
Yeah.
a
Do you
major
think? Do you think he
contributor.
was the second? Do you think he was the second best player?
In the finals, he was, yeah.
No, I'm talking about just
Wait, in
overall for the
87 or
whole season.
88?
For the whole season, for in
Nah,
'87,
probably not.
you think in '87 he was
Nah,
second best player? You think
I
it's
probably
better than
would give it
Worthy?
to James. Nah, I would give it
Think
to
it's better than
Worthy
Worthy?
second. But still, 39 years old, and you're a third option giving you 17
But they be
points
good. But that's the
in the
thing,
in the
though. With
in
Kobe,
the
with Kobe,
playoffs.
and I don't have no animosity towards Kareem, but it's just the way they be doing Kobe with having try to give him these second place rings, but they don't do that to Kareem. No,
Nah,
they
man,
don't do that to
that's
him.
second.
Marlon, we
They
do
don't
that
do
to
that to
everybody.
him. They don't do that to Magic. They don't do that to nobody else. Why they got to do it to my nigga? They
I
doing
agree.
it,
We do it to
you know what I'm
everybody.
saying? And he
Yeah,
wasn't even, and especially in '88, he wasn't even the second. He probably wasn't even the third best player on the team, and they don't do that to him. They just say he got 6 rings, no questions asked.
But we say
yeah,
That
Kobe
ain't
got
right.
5
I
That
rings
ain't
agree.
too
right,
now.
man. That ain't right.
No, I agree. Yeah, no,
But
I'm in
Marlon,
agreement with you.
we say that Kobe has 5 rings and there's no questions. Nobody takes his rings away from him.
Nah, dog.
They
You just
trying to
heard
take his
Gilbert
rings away from
Arenas.
him.
You just
Nah,
heard Gilbert and
Yeah, they
everybody
trying
else.
to take it.
Oh, yeah, the first 3 rings you played with Shaq. Them don't count. Come on, man. That's a bunch of bullshit, man. Like, come on, man.
And that's what we mean when we talk about the disrespect. It's like, hey, let's not count the first 3 minutes. Like, what you mean, bro? Like,
Yeah.
nigga, you ain't gonna win. You can't win without Kobe.
Right, and
So,
Shaq is not.
but
I'm gonna say this on record. And Shaq is not winning none of those championships without Kobe Bryant.
yeah, that's all we saying. Like, I look, to me, they were equal. They coexisted. They were equal, right? As far as what they provided for the team, they took turns, right? Kobe and Phil said this. Phil actually spoke on this, and he's the head coach of the Lakers. He spoke on this. Kobe dominated the West, and Shaq was supposed to dominate the East. It was all based on matchups. Phil said this, and so that's why Kobe was so upset. He was like, "I keep taking a back seat because people are gonna judge me and look at me like this." You know what I mean? Even though I'm more than capable. That's why Shaq said Kobe could have won those MVPs too. But we played, he stayed within the offense. So that's why I get so mad when people say he's selfish. I'm like, bro, he sacrificed a lot of his career trying to win.
I mean, him being selfish is not even a bad. I mean, great players have to be selfish sometimes. Shit. Yeah, I was selfish.
Yeah, they have to be selfish, but he gets criticized for it.
Yeah,
But I don't want to
and
disrespect. I don't want to.
it's not even being it's and they criticize him for it, but they pushed him into that position with this whole narrative
Yeah,
that,
they did.
oh, take me out, take me out, and TMac will win these championships. Take me out, and Iverson will win these championships. They wasn't doing that with Magic. They wasn't saying They wouldn't say take Magic out and put Bernard King there and he'll win those championships. They wasn't saying no stupid stuff like that. Like, he didn't want to play with him because it's got way too disrespectful for no reason, bro. And he's the only person that they've ever done that to. Like I said,
but
they
then
ain't
when
say take Magic off the Lakers and put Bernard King on the Lakers and they'll win championships. Nobody ever said that.
but listen, I've heard Paul Pierce say,
and
if
that's
you
the
give me
point.
Shaq, if you give me this, if you give me that, I'm gonna have as many championships as D Wade. I heard Paul Pierce say that on ESPN.
That's
And they flamed him for
okay,
that.
but that's
The
disrespectful.
whole internet, everybody
But I
lit him
don't.
up.
But I don't
And they
think that's
ran him out of
disrespectful
town.
though.
They almost ran Paul Pierce
So
out of
nigga, you
America
want
for saying
But
that.
I don't. The reason why is that, like, me personally, I always say this. Like, if I was 6'5", I'd be in the NBA. I've said something like that before, and I think y'all probably have said the same thing before. I don't think it's disrespectful if you say something like that.
No, but the thing is, look how Paul Pierce got treated. Look how Paul Pierce got treated after he said that. Look at how he got treated. He almost got ran out of the country because he disrespect D Wade. But you disrespect Kobe and it's all
But
good.
shit, y'all just ran T-Mac off the. He had to come to apologize. Y'all did the same shit to him.
He didn't have to.
No, T-Mac didn't have to apologize. He just apologized because he felt bad. Gilbert Arenas been doing it for years. He ain't never apologized. You saying Jason Williams been disrespecting Kobe for years. He ain't never apologized.
What Jay Will said, that's the most disrespectful shit ever. That Kobe's out of top 5 Lakers.
That's what I'm saying. He ain't never apologized. T-Mac apologized because he felt bad because he spent T-Mac spent weeks at Kobe house when Kobe lived with his parents. T-Mac was spending the night at Kobe house, and they was going to Disneyland together and watching. He talked about how they watched Bruce Lee films together, and they went to buffets together, and they spent all this time together and bonded. Like, he really felt like that was his man. So he apologized because he felt bad. But all these other guys, D Wade ain't said nothing. He ain't said nothing after what he said. Jason Williams ain't never said nothing. Gilbert Arenas, he keeps going. Like, that's Gilbert Arenas is his presence on YouTube is based on disrespecting Kobe. That's where his following comes from.
And nobody
he got
sees
Kobe
it.
number
And when I
3,
call it out, it don't matter, bro. It don't matter if he has Kobe as the GOAT. He's still lying on him. It don't matter, bro. Bro, look, listen. Just like you brought up the example, right? Of hey, if I was in the NBA, right? If I was 6'5", I'd be in the NBA, right?
Mm.
You brought up that example. That's not disrespectful, but you know what is disrespectful? What LeVar Ball said. Hey, Lonzo could be better than Steph Curry. Okay, now you're being disrespectful because now you're saying that this dude who's accomplished nothing can be in my spot. That's disrespectful. Like when you try to take somebody else's spot, and T-Mac knew that. He knew how it came across. That's why he apologized, and he didn't apologize to us. He apologized to Kobe and his family, and that's the right thing to do. You know, T-Mac did the right thing because his conscience, it was hurting his conscience. Your conscience is going to tell you when you're wrong. You know what I'm saying? He don't owe us shit, really. I, I still think he's an incredible basketball player. He's a Hall of Famer. To me, I love T-Mac. But that is disrespectful when you take my spot. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Like Kelvin and this girl. I see him with his girl. I'm like, shit, what if I had her?
KB,
what
that's apples to oranges. Man. Come on.
That's not. Hey, what if I could take Kelvin's spot? What if, that was me? I have a happy marriage. But it wasn't you. That's why T-Mac realized, hey, I should have never said that like that. It came across the wrong way.
Hey man, KB, we all want the best for ourselves. So if you think you being in that situation gives you makes you
That's not
happy,
the
why not?
point. You could have said, hey, if I had Shaq on my team, you could have said that. Iverson said that. But it's the way he
But
said it, bro.
it's not even just that. Like why is Kobe and Shaq always the example? Like ain't
Exactly.
nobody else won championships. Like why couldn't you say, oh, if I was Paul Pierce and I got with the big three Celtics, I won a championship? Like why couldn't you say that? You could have said if I was D
Mm-hmm.
Wade in '06 and with Shaq, I would have
What if
won.
it was on the
Not only with
Spurs?
Shaq, with a whole veteran team. He had Gary Payton. He had Alonzo Mourning, Jay Will.
Here's a
Like we just talked about.
here's a better example. What if I played with Tim Duncan and just stay there? Hey, what if Tim Duncan came? That's a
Yeah,
good what
or
if.
But is that not
exact, or say
disrespectful too?
what if I because Stephon Marbury played with KG. What if I got put in the same position as Stephon Marbury? Why you can't say that?
But is that not disrespectful too?
How's that disrespectful?
So it's okay if anybody else get disrespected except for Kobe.
See, now you're twisting my words. Now I'm just
No,
saying
but I don't
you're
understand why you can't see what we're saying, bro.
now
If
I see what you're saying, but that's the example that came to mind.
okay, but that's why it sounded like jealousy because if you keep bringing up every time you bring up your shortcomings, you bring up Kobe's. So that's
Nah,
why
that
it
was the
came
first
across.
time. That's not every. Come on,
Right.
KB.
It wasn't even
It was
just
three different situations. He brought up the 3-1
exactly
lead. He brought up the 2010 finals, and then he brought
right.
up the '04. Come on, man.
He brought
That
him
was
up
in the
throughout the
same.
whole
That was the
thing.
same
Like,
like the
oh,
same
I win with
sequence.
Shaq. Oh, but what you talking about my 3-1 lead? Didn't Kobe lose too in the 3-1 lead? And then Kobe didn't play good in the 2007. Like you just going on and on and
That's what I'm
on,
saying.
bro.
So it came across like I don't think he meant to do that, but that's how it came across. Like, oh shit, like
I think Gilbert kind of played a role into baiting him into that too. I really feel like
he
that.
brought up. I mean, I think the whole I think this is me, and I could be wrong. Y'all tell me if I'm wrong. I think the whole conversation was the whole point of the conversation was for LeBron to come out on top at the end of this, because every time we end up having a conversation, it's about the bag, right? Well, who talks about the bag? The fans, right? The fans are the ones who had the conversation about the bag. And guess what? Who's considered the players who have the bag? MJ, Kobe. You know what I'm saying? Okay, well, even on the most recent podcast, he was like, yeah, we done with the 90s and all that stuff. He mentioned it. It's like, oh, so you're in tune you're in tune with fan talk. Like if y'all go back and listen to the ESPN,
Hold
right?
on, wait. He said that? He said we done
Yeah,
with the 90s?
yeah, he was saying it in like a joking manner, but it's like, dude, you know about that? So you're in tune with what the fans are saying because you're addressing what the
Bro,
fans are
hey,
saying on your show.
you know that piss that we done with the dude that started that we done with the 90s saying Jordan ain't have a left. You know they brought him on the players. So I don't know if y'all know what the players choice is, but they brought him on the
Yeah,
players choice.
Gil started it really, and then
Yeah,
he and then
no,
he and they
they brought that dude on a player's choice, and he was a novice. He didn't know nothing about basketball at all. He was just talking.
yeah,
He didn't
yeah,
know
but
nothing about basketball. They asked him who James, like the conversation went to like who James Worthy was. He didn't know who James Worthy was.
oh, that's wild. But that's the whole thing. It's like what I'm saying is that remember, like if you go back and you watch that clip of them on ESPN, they addressed the fans, right? Jay Will was even saying, well, the fans say this. Like, wait a minute, bro, you're trying to control what the fans think? Who gives a fuck what these people think online? Like, what are you trying to do here? like that's why I think like the whole purpose was because the conversation didn't make any sense. Nobody disrespects. No, I see people praise Allen Iverson. Allen Iverson ain't win a championship. People go to bat. I know I do. Go to bat for AI out here.
Right. That the
Bro,
fact that
he
when
gets
Gilbert Arenas
disrespected
said that
too.
when Arenas said that Allen Iverson was ranked higher than Scottie Pippen, I was confused. I never knew that Allen Iverson was ranked higher than Scottie Pippen. I thought Scottie Pippen was for sure ranked higher than Allen Iverson.
Yeah, well, their
I mean,
their their
what
their
ranking is
ranking
he even
system
talking
is just
about?
crazy.
Because what ranking is he talking about?
He was talking
Talking about
about
ESPN.
ESPN, I think.
ESPN? Man, come on, bro.
But that's the whole thing. It's like why are you guys so concerned with what the fans are talking? Like it's like you're trying to manipulate fan conversations. And listen, with the whole Kareem stuff, right? I will never try to take an all-time great out of the GOAT conversation. I don't think that's my place. You know what I mean? I think that Kareem has accomplished so much in his career that if you could articulate an argument, he's in the conversation because he was that great. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Well respected amongst his peers more than anything. So I don't matter. His peers matter. And that's how I view it. How did your
Yeah.
peers view you when you played? That's all that matters.
Yeah. I mean that's true, but I mean at the end of the day, I think the GOAT conversation it's not really a conversation because I think it's one person. I think it's Jordan, and I think LeBron is second, but I think he's such a distant second that it's not a conversation. So it's like
Yeah, but
I
it's
don't know. It's
it's
like a weird situation.
Hold on, you have
but it's
LeBron over
disres.
Kobe?
Yeah, I got LeBron over Kobe. I got Jordan 1, LeBron 2, Kobe 3.
I honestly don't see how you have LeBron over Kobe, but it's cool. I'm not. I won't
I
get
can't
mad
make
to
I
somebody.
when like I said, the way that I look at it, where I mix the stats with the championships with the individual accolades. I can't make a legitimate argument for Kobe to be over LeBron. So that's when and that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not a hater. Like I look at things objectively. Like I don't
So
think
you
Kobe
don't
has a
judge.
legitimate.
You don't judge competition. You don't
I
look
don't
at.
think Kobe has a legitimate argument to be over LeBron.
So you don't look at competition.
Mm,
I do look at competition. I look at it all. I look at
Okay,
everything. I look at
but you
everything.
don't.
And then when you look at everything, like everything that both players have done in their careers, LeBron he did more, man. He did more.
I disagree.
but he was on a super team though.
I
Or
I
you
disagree
don't care
too.
disagree.
about super teams?
It's
But
not
but
just
Well,
listen.
about that. Like I
listen.
said, it's not just about that. So the
But listen.
championships, how you won the champion. I will tell you this though. Kobe's run from '08 to 2010 was better than any run that LeBron has had.
Okay, but
I will
let
say
let
that. But a
let, let me
career,
let,
but if you looking at career versus career, LeBron is better than Kobe.
let me say this for the record, right? And that's okay. Your opinion is okay. Like, that's what we need to get back to. Like, bro, you have an opinion. I don't agree, but I don't have to go ham and be like, man, fuck this guy, or bro, you this, you that. Like it's okay, bro. Like people have difference of opinions. It's cool, but we got to the point. That's why I said like the GOAT conversation is not fun because for me, anyways, I'm just speaking for myself. It's more of a headache because it's like you got people that are so emotionally involved, and I think it's just the
Yeah,
media
it's just
made
basketball, man. It's just basketball. I mean, it's fun. It's fun to talk about, and I love talking about it. And it's just, it is what it is. The only thing where it gets me bad, like when you start like, so it's like, okay, I already then because my little brother is the biggest LeBron fan, and me putting LeBron over Kobe wasn't enough. He's upset. Me and him
well,
have gotten to personal arguments because I won't put him over Jordan. And it's like, all right, well, when he wins 6 championships, I'll put him over Jordan. When he wins more than five MVPs, I'll put him over Jordan. When he wins a defensive
yeah,
player of
but
the
he don't
year, I'll
have to
put him over
be.
Jordan.
But he don't have to be a better player than Jordan. Like basketball, I'm talking about just pure like basketball. Like I think
I
it
mean,
has to be the rings
that's
and
too
you as
sub
a player. Like
that's too subject to me. That's too subjective to rank it based off of that.
what you
Because you
mean
could any
skills?
you could say because you could look at anybody and say that you could. It's a lot of people that could say, "Oh, T-Mac,
No,
I
no, no,
think
no,
he's the
no.
best player I've ever seen."
No, 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 no. We talk about skills. A complete basketball player. Like what I asked you earlier. Like you took all the ingredients, right? The scoring, the from the
The
mid
stats,
range, the
scoring
post.
stats.
No, not stats. I like when you look at them and you see how Mike's able to impact the game
Nah, see,
through score.
I can't do it that way because then it's like I'm not gonna put Paul Pierce over Shaq because he's a better 3 level scorer than Shaq.
But you
Shaq
would
can
have to,
score.
but
He can
if you
score
don't
on
do
that
it
one level a
that
whole
way,
lot better than in all
but
three
here's the
levels.
problem: if you don't do it that way, you have to ignore the failing that you see with your eyes. Like if somebody's
It's
failing and they getting a whole bunch of numbers, but
bro.
it's not producing nothing. You would have to not. You have to look somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Like
It's
you
it's
can't.
still also about what you accomplish, bro. You could be the smartest person in the world, but if you don't never do nothing with it, and you like I compare it because I do boxing and basketball. Like you could look at boxing. If you want to look at just pure talent, Mike Tyson should have been one of the top 5 boxers of all time. But he didn't capitalize off of it. He didn't accomplish everything he needed to do for me to say that.
Yeah, but Jordan did.
Yeah,
That's
he
why
got
Jordan's the GOAT.
yeah, he got
But
GOAT
I'm
over
not
LeBron.
talking about that. But
No,
I'm
no,
saying
no.
like
What I'm
when
saying is, what I'm saying is, even if a player wins, right? This goes back to the Robert Horry thing, right? Even though a player wins and matches him, it's still not the player he is. So you still have a problem with is you could tell this dude's not as good as this guy, even though they match in rings. Like there's a
no,
separation
it's not just
between
but it's
talent.
not just about like I said, it's not just it's rings, individual accolades, and stats all mixed together. If you mix
I let you
Robert
do your thing.
Ory,
I let you do
if
your
you
thing.
use this formula, but I'm saying if you use Robert Ory and you mix him together with this formula, you gonna have just sugar. I'm looking for somebody that got
Yeah, but
sugar,
what
salt,
I'm saying is
and everything
you have a
else.
complete, just like what we were talking about earlier, right? You have a complete basketball player, Michael Jordan, who mastered the game. All aspects of basketball, just mastery. Then that's how like
You breaking up.
you can't have holes in your. So this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. You can't be the GOAT and you have holes in your game. That's my opinion. Does anybody
I
agree
don't
with me on this, or
necessarily
am I the only one?
agree with that because I mean it's based off a lot of what you accomplish too. If you can accomplish, if you got one shot and all you can do is that one shot, but nobody can stop it, the whole game is to put the ball in the hole. If you can do that and you win a bunch of championships and all that stuff, and you couldn't do nothing else, then I mean that's you gonna be ahead of a lot of people that
you
can
would
do
ignore
everything.
you, but you still would have to ignore the limitations. So like just because a player has 6, that player has lost because they're not able to do such and such. They're not able to do the same things that the other player is. So that other player has
Not
limitations. They have a ceiling as far as their talent. They need more around them. Like that's the whole point. Like with Michael Jordan, he didn't need as much around him. He had talent
well,
around him.
yeah,
I'm
that's
not saying
why.
he didn't play with nobody,
Well,
but he
that's
didn't
not
need as
why
much.
he's the GOAT though. If Michael Jordan didn't win championship, if Michael Jordan never won a championship, no, everybody would have looked at him differently. Let's just say that.
No, the
No,
championship
they
sealed
wouldn't.
it. What I'm saying is a
If he
combination
never
of
won a
both.
champion, not even one, he never won a single championship. You can't call him the greatest.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying when you get a player like he won, right? You take a player who has 5, maybe, right? He gets 6, but he's not the same caliber of player the other guy is. How are you better than me just because you matched my 6 or you won
Well, yeah,
like
but then that's when you get into you gotta dig it. That it's all in context, bro. It's all in context. Like you're not gonna compare Isaiah Thomas's 2 championships to Derek Fisher's 5. You're not gonna do that. You're gonna
no, but I'm
compare.
saying you have similar if you got like I'm talking about top 10 players, right? If you take a top 10 player or a top 3, right? And you compare, like you take the third best player of all time or second best player of all time, and you compare them to the first best player, right? The
Mhm.
gap you might think it's not a gap because the championships are close, right? One's got 5, the other one's got 6. But then the next question you got to ask is this guy who wins, if he wins another one, is he the same caliber of player as the other guy? I don't believe because you get 7 championships, you're better than Michael Jordan. You have to play better than Michael Jordan. We need to see what you look like. I don't believe if you win 6 championships, you're better than Kobe. I have to see you play. I have to see you. I have to see you.
Nah,
To me, the
but you
GOAT
not
has to
taking
win
into
rings, right?
context it's all it also has something to do with the way that you win. You can't win championships as a role player and count those. And that's why my argument
No,
against Kareem. That's my argument against Kareem. Like, cause I feel like Kareem's last 2 championships, he was a role player.
But he was an instrumental. But he was an instrumental piece on those teams. Though.
He was a role
Yeah,
player
but
though.
He was a role player.
does that erase the caliber of player he was in his prime? I judge players in their prime, bro.
Nah,
Like I don't.
but you can't count those championships and say if you win the championships as a superstar versus winning championships as a role player, it's different.
Bro, he was 39 and 4 years
I
old,
mean,
bro.
Yeah, but you can't give him. Okay, then don't give him the credit for those championships. Then don't just say he got 6 championships like he just got 6 championships. Like he wasn't 39 and 40 years old and only averaging 17 and 14 points a game.
But when KB read off the stats, it seemed like his production increased from the regular season to the playoffs, and then from the playoffs to the finals. So I think you got to give him some credit for that.
That's true. I'll take that into account. I gotta look more into that.
I think
When I originally came up with the opinion that I have about Kareem as far as him not being as important, I kind of looked at what he averaged in the regular season and kind of like, eh,
You said not being
that's
important.
I believe I
y'all really
believe
counting that?
but I believe to be in the GOAT conversation, this is just for me. I believe you have to win at least 2 championships. I don't believe you have to win like 8 or 9. Like, bro, if you're the best
You
player
can't have
we've ever
none.
seen, no, you can't have none. But if you're the best player we've ever seen, you're the best player we've ever seen. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right. The bet, and then like as far as like they went all the way left with it, and it's like I understand kind of the conversation, but I don't respect it because it's coming from LeBron, and I know why he's doing that. He's doing that to put himself up there with Jordan without having to accomplish what Jordan accomplished in lesser time. Like Jordan did more than, in my opinion, Jordan did more than him in 10 less years. But LeBron's doing that to try to lower the bar. So if you feel me, like am I lying
Yeah.
about this?
Nah, you're not
Am I
lying, bro.
am I lying? Like he did less in more time, and he's trying to make excuses for it, saying championships don't matter, and he's going all the way left with it, trying to make sure that you know what I'm saying, trying to say championships don't matter at all, and
But
that's
MJ
just
said the same thing too.
no, he didn't. You talking about when he was talking about Bill Russell? He was talking about eras. He wasn't talking about championships not mattering. When Michael Jordan did his Hall of Fame speech, the first thing he talked about was his championships. That's the first thing he talked about. That was the most
Nah, but the
important thing.
main thing that the main point that he was saying is you can't say this player is better than this player because he has more championships.
Nah,
Well,
he said
he said
different, but he also, in the same breath, he said different eras. He said we
he
played
said
in different eras.
Mike is a competitive person, right? Mike is
Mm.
looking at it like, yo, if I ain't play against this dude, I can't say I'm better than him. So
But
like
he also,
that
when he's saying different eras, I think, if you really ask him and had a deep conversation with him, he's talking about the fact that Bill Russell only played against 8 teams.
Bro, you've been saying this
uh
8 team shit for a long time, man. Come on, man.
Come on, he did. How many
I
teams
mean, he
was in the
did, but
league when Bill
I
Russell
can't
was
penalize
playing?
him. It's not his fault that he was born in the '60s.
And then,
yeah,
and then when you look at them 11 championships, bro, I made a video about this. I'll be making videos about everything, but
but
I made a
but
video about this. Like Bill Russell got 2 championships where he wasn't even an All NBA player, and he had 2 All NBA teammates. And he himself
but,
wasn't an All NBA player, but he had 2 All NBA teammates.
but so let me say this real quick, right? So like I believe this, right? Like you have an era, right? I have my era, you have your era, the other guys have their eras, and they dominated their era, right? So I think the media has us playing fantasy basketball. Like, hey, if we put this guy here or there, but he dominated his competition. And I think that's how we need to look at it, like how you did in your era. Instead of saying, well, we look at the game now and then we look back and then we take away from it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think
It's
that's a
not
good
really,
way.
it's not really
I
that
want to
though.
say
Like, cause
something,
you
but
could.
after y'all done.
My bad, bro. I'm
Go
just
ahead, go ahead.
saying, like, there was no Spurs, there was no Pacers, there was no Sixers. Like that all didn't happen until the merger.
Nah, the
During a
Sixers
lot
the
of the
Sixers
time
did
of
that.
the early and mid 70s, they thought the best player in the world was Dr. J, Julius Erving, and he ain't even play in the NBA. So how can you say
Dr.
you
J
the
was a
best player?
beast.
And he wasn't
Dr.
playing. He
J was
wasn't in the NBA. So the people that's
but he
winning
was that
you
nigga,
winning
dog.
championships, and the best player in the league, the best player in the world is playing in the ABA. That's a whole different league. You don't got to worry about him. That's different,
And
bro. Like,
they use their
But
eyes,
Marla, I
brother.
think
That's the eye
oh
test
my
right there, brother.
but Marla,
That nigga popped off the charts.
I'll just say this. I think you really value like all NBA teams like those accolades, but sometimes you should take it with a grain of salt because Bill Russell in 1962, he won the MVP and he made second team All NBA. How do you win MVP and you make second team All NBA? That it makes no sense.
it was an 8-team league, bro.
Yeah,
It
it
wasn't a
was, but
real league.
no, it was
I
a real
wouldn't
league.
say that.
It was a real league, but the voting that's what KB was saying that
Oh
sometimes
no,
when the
man.
media when they have the voting they don't vote like they go based off narratives and sometimes the most deserving person doesn't even get that spot because how do you win MVP and you're not first team All NBA? That's crazy.
Well, sometimes they don't. But
Well,
here's the thing: the reason why is because you got two different people voting. You got
Right.
two different
right.
select committees voting
Le,
for awards, and they don't
LeBron
communicate
brought
with
that
each
up.
other.
LeBron brought that up as far as how Marc Gasol won defensive player of the year. LeBron thought he should have won it.
Yeah, he was past.
But
Nah,
what
he
it came
wasn't even
down
close.
to is so when it came to who was all NBA defense, because he said Marc Gasol was second team all NBA defense. So how he won defensive player of the year. But what it came down to was the coaches were voting for
Yep.
all NBA. The coaches were voting for all NBA
DPOY.
defense
No,
or
I thought they
defensive player of the year. It was one or the other. It was the coaches
It
were
was
voting for
defensive
one,
teams. It
and
was the defensive teams.
right. Okay, so the coaches were voting for the all NBA defensive teams, and the media was voting for the all defensive player or the most or the defensive player of the year. So it was
Yeah.
like two different pools of people voting.
right.
So that's how that happened. It shouldn't be like that. It should
Yeah,
be
that's what I'm
one
saying.
pool.
You should
It
think it
shouldn't.
was a
It should
fair
be one
process
pool of
behind it.
people voting.
Yeah. Well, hey, Kelvin, you been kind of quiet. What you got? Kelvin, chill it.
I'm just listening, man. What I got about what? What the Bill
Hey,
Russell?
Kelvin, chill. He got a
Nah,
hat over his eyes and
I
everything.
I'm listening to him talk about Bill Russell, and I disagree because yeah, it was a smaller league. That means you go play against the elite of the elite more
Right.
instead of
I mean,
playing
it
Will
was,
Chamberlain. Instead of playing Will Chamberlain 4 times, you gonna play him like 12 times a year. You know, and
And Wilt busting that
you know,
ass too.
right. So
but that also gives you. But if you got a game plan against him that works, then it's gonna be easier to use it because you don't got nothing to distract you from that like no other 20 teams. And then also you got to look at the fact that Bill Russell, what did Bill Russell average, like 14, 15 points a game on like 47% true shooting?
yeah, but
That's not
that
bad.
shooting percentage, bro.
That's not bad.
Tell them, man, you need to watch that Will Chamberlain dude, that his channel,
Yeah.
bro. That the field goal percentage, man,
Yeah,
is
you
because
gotta
of the
watch my
error.
breakdown on that.
Yeah, it's because of the error and the way how strict the rules were. You know, you couldn't run into guys and do all that type of stuff. So
But they
yeah,
was
a lot of
big
them do.
men though. But all you got to do is get the ball in the post, turn around and shoot.
Man, they had beans back then.
No,
If you
no,
turn
look,
if you turn and put
when
your
you
shoulder into a dude like Shaq did when he played, that shit was a
They
foul.
calling the foul. Right.
Huh.
It was a
Okay.
foul. So
Okay.
you had a lot of dudes in the league that were shooting a
it's
lot of
super
mid
hard
range
to play
jump
under
shots.
that.
The rules are very, very strict. That's the reason why a lot of those guys' field goal percentage was low. But
I
Yeah,
couldn't
now
play under
Bill,
that. I couldn't do it.
Bill
Bakunin
Russell's
never
was
shot it.
bad. His
Bakunin
was
never
really
shot
bad, and
40%.
not just the field goal percentage. Like, cause I really don't I really don't go off field goal percentage because I think it doesn't tell the whole story. Like, if you
It
got a
doesn't.
guy that shoots 9 shots and he shoots 4 3, or you got a guy that shoots 12 shots, he shoots 4 threes and he makes them, versus a
mm,
guy that shoots 10 shots but he only shoots twos and he makes 5 of them, and the guy that shoots all threes only makes 4. His field goal percentage, the guy that made the all the twos, is going to be, his field goal percentage is higher, but
Right.
the guy that made the threes and his field goal percentage is lower is going to be, he's more efficient because he's scoring more points on less shots. But
But what about late? What about late game situations? Like guys ain't gonna shoot because they don't want to mess up their percentage, so they ain't gonna shoot.
that's Kevin that's
At
Kevin
the
Durant.
half. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to mess up their percentage. So me, I don't give a fuck about field goal percentage as long as you're trying to win the game. You know what I'm saying? Like I care to a degree about efficiency, but if we're in a situation where we need a win, like we're in the playoffs, I don't care about field goal percentage. I'm trying to win
Right.
the game, and that takes
Yeah,
precedent
no,
over
it
that.
don't matter. It don't matter, and that's another thing that they only do to Kobe. Like, let me ask you this: like, they try to talk trash about Kobe only shooting 40% in the 2010 NBA Finals, and oh well, Powell should have had MVP and all this, but how come they don't say that when LeBron in 2015, when he shot 39% in the finals in 2015, they act like it was the greatest thing they ever seen.
Go to 2016. Go to when they won.
He
Game
shot
7.
39. He shot 39% from the field.
That
Man, they
don't
don't
do
take
And
no
then
nothing.
I'll go
contest.
even a step further. Like I brought up Tim Duncan in '05. He shot 41% from the field. In '05,
But you know, it's
Ginobili shot over 50%. Ain't when Tim Duncan won
but
Finals MVP, nobody
Marlo,
batted an eye. Nobody
Marlo,
batted
you
an
know
eye.
it's worse, but you know it's actually worse when those guys shoot a bad percentage because they're close to the basket. See, a guard shooting that percentage during that era, that's understandable. But a big man, that's terrible. Like if, like especially like if your style is to score in the post and you're around 30%, that's terrible. Like
Right.
your job is to attack the basket. Like you
That's what I'm
don't
saying.
like you take a player, right? His game is to attack the basket. That's real bad. Like as opposed to me shooting mid-range shots because the degree of difficulty, me stepping out and shooting beyond the arc, like there's an explanation for that. Oh, okay, well, you know, he missed. He's shooting from further out. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? It makes sense. But if your job is like if Shaq shot like 40%, you'd be like, oh shit.
Ain't
You know what I'm
nobody say
saying?
nothing. When Duncan shot 41% from the field in 2005, ain't nobody
They
say
like him.
nothing.
They
Ain't
like
nobody
him.
say nothing.
I
They
think
like him.
I think it's because people don't really look at Duncan as a scorer. They only use that arguments against players that are looked at as scorers. So
They think he's efficient. His whole thing is they painted this picture of him being efficient at all times and him never fucking up. They
who Duncan?
painted that picture. Yeah, people paint that picture about Duncan and he never because you never hear about his failures. You never hear about it. The person that you hear about failing is Kobe. You never hear about Duncan's failures. You never hear about his bad performances. It gets swept under the rug all the time.
Nah, KB, that's not. We hear Tim Duncan's failures. Him losing to an
When,
AC. Him
Oh
losing to an
bro,
man,
that's
AC. We heard that.
one. That's okay. What up? Give me another one.
Him losing in 2013 when he missed that easy bunny at the rim. He got cooked for that, bro.
He don't get cooked like Kobe, bro.
I mean, yeah, obviously, but he got cooked. He
It's
got his
not
fair
even
share of
close,
criticism.
bro.
But he
It's
got his
not
fair
even
share of
close.
criticisms, though. No, yeah, it's not to Kobe's
Yeah,
level.
but
We
he's not
understand.
getting more criticism than Kobe, and Kobe won more.
They won the same amount, but
No, they did not win the same amount. That's not true.
they both have 5 championships. What are you talking about?
Kobe went on a three-peat, bro. He went back to back.
man, I just think they talk about
Nah,
Kobe because
Well,
they don't like Kobe
technically
because
they won the same, but like I said about that
No,
All
they got
NBA,
5 though.
like
That's what I'm
for
saying.
for Duncan's last championship, Duncan wasn't even the third. He was battling with Ginobili for the third best player on the team.
they try.
Like
Listen, let me give you a narrative. Let me give you a narrative. And the reason why I say they didn't win the same is check this out. How many years did it take Duncan to win his fifth championship? How many years?
He won that in year 14, 15.
No. How many years since? So he won in 2007, right?
Mm-hmm.
How
Oh,
many
7 years.
years did? So it took him 7 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
With a squad, right? So when
With
Kobe loses, right, it took him 3 years, right,
mm-hmm.
to win again. They shit on Kobe, but they never bring up that it took Duncan 7 years to win again.
hold on, and not even just that. Ask this: was Duncan an All NBA player when he won his last championship?
No, he wasn't. The year
But they
before
don't
he was.
care. They don't care about that.
How many championships did Kobe win where he wasn't an All NBA player?
None.
Duncan wasn't even an All Star his last championship. Wasn't even an All Star. Not All NBA. Wasn't an All Star. None of that.
Man, he was in year 17, bro.
That was
Like, do you,
But bro,
Kawhi,
but
Marlo? Do you
Kawhi
care
and Tony
about?
Parker.
Do you care about any of that? Any of those? Like, what year the players in? Like, you. It seems like you don't really care.
no, I don't. I'm just bringing it up to point out the fact
Now,
that they
I'm
don't
talking about
I
treat
Marlo.
do. I
they
I'm
don't
do.
talking
treat
about Marlo.
other people the same way, bro.
I
They
do
only do
because
Kobe like this.
if you not on that level, if you not on that level to be an if you an All NBA player, that means you have been solidified as one of the best players in the league that year. And if you do that when you win a championship, that makes it different than not doing it when you a championship player.
But he's out of his
So
prime.
so they say it took Kobe 3 years. You hear that all the time, don't you? It took him 3 years to win without Shaq. You hear that all the time, right?
I never heard that.
What? Man, come on.
It took him 3 years. It didn't take him 3 years.
Listen, when people say it with Kobe, right? They say his team was bad for 3 years before he started winning, or 4 years, whatever the amount of time it was before he started winning, right?
Now that I've heard, yeah.
They repeat it over and over again, right? Do you
Hmm.
ever hear it took Duncan 7 years to win the ring number 5? Be
Nah,
real.
I
Okay,
don't.
but the narrative. This is what I'm saying, and this is what Marlo's talking about with unfair narratives, bro. Only geared towards Kobe. It's only hurts Kobe, and he had a contending team almost every single year.
But why do y'all care about narratives though?
You said what?
Why do y'all care about narratives?
What you mean? Because they're
I
lies.
mean, not care, but
What you mean?
like focus a lot on narratives. Like like the media trying to sell. Like, bro, I think maybe go bashing Kobe. That's how they sell news. That's what
Yeah,
gets them
but you
clicks,
got
bro.
to combat lies, bro. You can't let lies. Uh, you can't let people just lie and get away with it.
But KB, like it'll be difficult to fight that. To be honest with you,
No, it's not. I just post the truth. I just
Let me,
post
let
the
me
truth.
ask you a question. What's your favorite movie?
you talking about me?
Yeah, what's your favorite movie?
Favorite movie? Give me a genre.
What is it?
You said what?
What
You
was
said
it?
drumline.
Nah, give me a genre. A genre.
Oh, okay. I thought you said drumline. I was like, you a corny ass nigga, man.
What
How about
what is what is
Menace to Society? I'm gonna give you a '90s movie.
what if every time you turned on the TV or you looked on YouTube, there was somebody telling you why that movie was overrated and why it wasn't that good? What if every time you seen that, you turn on it every time you open up your phone, every time you turn on the TV, you wouldn't
If I
feel
have
compelled to say why you feel like it was
if I have
good?
conversations with people and that topic comes up, I'm gonna give them reasons why it wasn't overrated.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's how we feel. Like every time I see it, like I mean, and then it's only like it's like human nature where you just listen to it and you say, and then nah, that's not right because of this. That's not right because of that. So it's
It's
like
also it's also your responsibility. It's also your responsibility to tell the truth and fight back against propaganda.
right, and you know it's not,
Because like
and
if
you
you
know
got
it's not when, especially when you know it's not true, bro. When you know it's not true, when you hear conversations where they talking about T-Mac this would have did this and that, and then they completely ignore the fact that T-Mac played with Powell, and they ignore the fact that I'm sorry, not Powell,
Yeah,
that they
Kobe.
completely ignore the fact that T-Mac won or played with Yao and Kobe won with Powell, and those were two players that were on the same level before Kobe got with Powell and before T Mac got with Yao. Them two players was on the same
Yao was
level.
better than Powell. Yao was better than
One
Powell.
one fell off like a bad bag of dope.
No, he fell off, but he was better than Powell.
Now I'm talking about T Mac.
Was T-Mac. T-Mac was nice, but
But that's what I'm saying. Like it was a stupid conversation. I'm glad it happened because me making a video about it, I got that was the best video I ever had on my whole YouTube channel ever. Was making a video about freaking T Mac talking trash about Kobe because everybody knows it's a lie. And it was so easy for me to point out the deficiencies in that argument that people mess with it. They really mess with it. But
I I think Kobe's career is untouchable. So I think like if you go against his career, you're gonna look like a fool trying to lie about it. You know what I'm saying? Because it stands by itself. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I think that
Facts.
after all this, he's gonna end up looking good. Um, and but the thing is we must combat the lies, bro. Because there's a lot of propaganda. We have to, and I'm not talking about opinions, right? Everybody has the right to who they like, right? You don't have to. Everybody doesn't have to like Kobe. That's just reality,
Right.
right?
I agree, but don't make up lies. Don't bring up
Yeah,
Scotty. He's the next Scottie Pippen. Like Scottie Pippen. What? Said when and then my man, you still never answer that question. When has Scottie Pippen ever averaged as many points as Michael Jordan?
Bro, I told you that he's not the scorer as that Mike was, so probably
I'm just saying.
never did.
It never happened. When
But
has
but
he
but bro, if you say that, then that means that any second option who in any playoff series averaged more points than the first option, that means you got to share the credit in it. That's not how it works.
Nah, Kobe averaged the same amount of points as Shaq for a whole season.
but see, it's not.
Well,
It's
are you
not
going by
even just.
season or playoffs?
But it's not even.
Play
It's not even
okay,
just.
well in the playoffs, Shaq averaged 30, Kobe averaged 29. When did Pippen average
But,
one less
but,
point
but, but
than
real,
Jordan?
real quick. It's
I mean, he
not.
never
It's not
did.
even.
Never did that.
It's not even just about the point, though. It's about everything else that he does. Like Kobe will guard three different positions. Like he'll guard your best player. He'll take them out the game.
That's
You know
that's
what I'm
the
saying? Like,
icing on top. But the obvious is just looking at the numbers. And when you look at the numbers, especially from '01, them numbers was the same.
yeah,
And
but
and
you
when
look
you
at
looked at the numbers, when you look at the numbers from Jordan and Pippen, they were never anywhere near the same ever. So it's a completely different
Clearly,
it's a completely different topic.
Scottie
yeah.
Pippen is not the offensive player that Jordan and Kobe is. So obviously, we all know that nobody's gonna sit there and make that argument.
But you
I,
can't if that's the case, then you can't bring up Scottie Pippen in this and Kobe and Shaq because it's a totally different thing.
But Scottie was the second option, just like Kobe was the second option.
no, Kobe was the
But
first
it's
option.
not you comparing a distant second option to a second option that was right there on your ass.
Kobe, you know what Kobe is? Kobe is an alternating option, meaning he can be the first option
It's
depending
like
on the
it's like you
situation.
hold on, wait. It's like you get into a race where you beat a nigga by a couple miles, and then you talking about a race where you beat a nigga by a couple feet. Those are two different races.
I still beat the person though.
But you got,
Yeah,
but you
but
got,
it ain't the same. You know it ain't the same. You
but you
know.
got,
See, that's the part that we talking about. You know that's not the same.
but you got
But
to
who
look at
cares about
all
second
the.
place?
But hold on, you got to look at all the responsibilities that Kobe had, bro. Like I'm running the offense, I'm scoring, I'm defending, and I'm closing games, bro. So to sit there and be like, well, look, Shaq averaged 38, yeah, but look at all the shit I'm doing in order to win the game. The second half is for me. The first half you get busy. The second half I take over. That's winning time, bro. That's the most important time of the game. So Shaq's job was to get the other team in foul trouble. That was his job because of the mismatch. That's why Phil went to him first. Kobe's job was like what Shaq says they were 1-2 punch. They really were a 1-2 punch. You get hit with the left, you get hit with the right, but you're still getting laid down.
And
So
who
sometimes
did the
Shaq,
offense run through?
the offense ran through Shaq, but that's a
There,
bad example because
there
the
you go.
offense,
How's it a bad
oh,
example?
bro, the offense
The offense
always
ran through Michael Jordan.
hold on, hold on. The offense in Phil's triangle always ran through the post player. So if you look at Phil's philosophy, Phil would get the big man going early. Mike won't take a lot of shots in the beginning of the game like that.
Cap,
He feels out what the team
cap,
needs. You
cap,
say what,
cap.
bro? I watched Michael Jordan, bro.
MJ was getting
It,
his shots up, bro.
but hold on, he got shots up. But what I'm saying is, a lot of times Mike would feel out the offense, and he would get his teammates involved first, and then he would take over. Am I lying, Kelvin? Kelvin.
Wait, you talking about Kobe or you talking about
Yeah,
Jordan?
yeah, I'm here. Nah,
Am,
you
am,
right.
am I lying? Because I watched Michael Jordan, bro. Michael Jordan and Kobe, they would get the teammates involved first because Phil knew they could score whenever they wanted. Kobe
Right.
could score
Wait,
whenever he
was
wanted.
wasn't Scottie Pippen the initiator of the offense?
He was, but Kobe was too.
Now I'm talking about the Bulls in the Bulls situation.
Yeah,
Because
Bulls
Mike
run the track.
Mike
sometimes.
facilitated, but he didn't really. That was like Scotty's role. That was Scotty's job.
Yeah, Jordan to do it if he had to. But what I'm saying is this, because Lamar Odom later on would do it for the Lakers.
Yeah,
But
point
this is
forward.
what I'm saying, right? Like when you look at Kobe, Kobe really had to master the game because of playing with Shaq. Because he had to get to his spots. The the lane was completely congested. He had to get them in rhythm, get his other teams in rhythm. So a lot of times you see Kobe passing the ball around, passing the ball into the post. Phil will tell him to keep moving the ball. Phil knew what Kobe was capable of, but what he was doing was he was teaching Kobe how to win. He knew Kobe could score, but Kobe averaging or putting up 40 points 9 straight times. Phil was looking at the big picture. Kobe could score, but listen, we need Shaq involved. It's a rhythm. Basketball is about rhythm. It's
If
not
you
always
if
about
you really
point.
look at it, it is, and I it's for everything you said, but like everybody want to talk about hypotheticals as far as like what it would take away from Kobe as far as championships. If Kobe would have went to Charlotte and just played his career without Shaq, his whole career, imagine where he's fourth all time on the scoring list right now. Where would he
He'll
be if
blow it
he
out the
never played
water.
with Shaq?
He'll blow it out the water because he averaged 29 with Shaq. He averaged 30 with Shaq. He would destroy the record.
So yeah, you say he'd have only two championships, but what would them individual? You talk about individual. What would them individual stats be looking at? Like that'll be looking crazy because he
Yeah,
scaled
but
his
he
game back. Not only was he held on the bench for the first couple years when he played with Shaq up until 2004, he scaled his game back to fit in with Shaq.
well, it's really amazing, where he scored the majority of his points. Like when he was unchained from at least from 2000. Really, it was only like 3 years. 2005, 2006, 2007, when he was unchained, that's where he did a lot of damage. You know what I'm saying? As far as scoring, we saw what he's capable of. If you just if he has to, we know what he could do when he has to do it.
I mean, because we seen what Kobe did in '06 when everybody was asking, oh, was TMac averaging 32? You know what I'm saying? Dominating with Orlando, and they saying this in '03. We see this a couple years later in '06, and Kobe's averaging 35, and he's first team All NBA defense at the same time.
Meanwhile, he's getting
I
it.
mean,
If you watch those games, he's doing it in 3 quarters, bro. He's doing it like two at halftime, 3 quarters. Like a lot of times, Kobe, he'll go on some, he'll get so hot, like he's not even in the game in the fourth quarter. Some of those, he could have broke more records had he been stat padding. He could have broke more records. He could have got more scoring titles. But that's what you do. You bust ass and then you sit down. That's why I don't go off stats because when Michael Jordan was dominating with the Bulls, he'd be busting people ass. He go sit down. He could have got more numbers, but you sit down when it's ready. It's time when you're done. You sit down. You rest for the next game.
exactly. Like I ain't never seen nobody outscore a whole team 3 quarters into the game. We going into the fourth quarter, and this nigga got more points than the opposing team altogether. I don't think that's ever happened.
That's why I don't understand why people question his scoring ability. I'm like, yo, you question his scoring ability? Like
Who
what?
who has questioned it?
No, I'm just talking about the whole thing where Gilbert Arenas is talking about the double teams and all that stuff. Like, bro, we're talking about Kobe
Nah,
beats,
that's
bro.
yeah, that's all BS.
The
And
nigga was
then when
triple teaming.
you seen Gilbert was full of BS when Low, because he was on the stream, on the live stream with Low, and Low put the he put the footage up on the screen where Shaq is on the court and they put two on the ball. They doubling Kobe.
Yeah, he
They was
tried to talk
doubling Kobe
way
while
out of it.
Shaq was on the floor. They were doubling Kobe while Shaq was on
Yeah,
the floor. You can't say that no more. And Gilbert didn't have nothing to say. He was just sitting there looking dumb.
that happened a lot. That happened a lot, man. But again, like because Shaq is Shaq, like Shaq got double teamed a lot, right? But in certain situations, he wasn't. You know what I'm saying? He was like sometimes it would guard him straight up. You know what I'm saying? Depending on the matchups, and he would go to work. And so if they gonna guard you like that, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Just like in the Pistons series, Ben Wallace guarded them straight up. They pushed all the they pretty much zoned up on Kobe and let Shaq go one on one. So Shaq got his
Yeah,
numbers,
they
but
did.
we end up getting our ass beat because Kobe couldn't get off. And then it took us a
Dog,
long time. It took some of it was Kobe's fault
I
because
will put that on Kobe. Kobe was trying to prove a point though. He was trying to prove a point. He was
yeah,
there was something, I think there was something going on behind the scenes there also, where Kobe was, he was trying to prove a point, and then he was pissed about, he was probably like pissed about hearing everything we hearing. The same thing. That's why he didn't want to play with him. That's why after that season we all knew that that's it. That
yeah,
whole the Shaq and Kobe, it was, that was it, because they wasn't gonna play together after that.
it it ran its course because I think the frustration because there was always frustration, but I think it really became bad in 2003. Like 2003 when
Yeah,
he had to carry the load and then they lost. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
he dropped what 32 a game, and they
yeah.
lost because the injury to Shaq set us back, and then he felt like he wasn't in shape, and it just carried over. And
But
then you had the court case.
even with Shaq like praising Kobe and doing everything he was like that whole he was still throw little darts like, if the big dog don't protect this, it ain't gonna get protected, and this and you know what I'm saying, saying little
you
stuff like
you
that.
you
Kobe hear
you
all,
know
I mean
you
everybody
know
hear all that. Like it's
speaking
like
of Shaq, I gotta do a thing with Shaq and Kareem when they sat down because I think people
mm,
need to understand where Shaq coming from. I'm gonna give Shaq his flowers when I do that too because you'll see why Shaq is so hard on some of the other big men. And so I need to
yeah.
do that just for the record. Just and I and also Kelvin and in the group chat you put up the Willis Reed stuff. I'm gonna see if I could do a reaction to the Willis Reed stuff from Wilt Chamberlain archive.
It's a great video he did. Great video.
Yeah, yeah. Willis Reed was a beast, man. It was a beast, man.
I
But
can't
I
get with
got
y'all with these pre merger players, man. I can,
shoot. Willis Reed was an animal.
I think they should be ranked on their own. They should have their own ranking.
I mean, if you want to do it that way, but those dudes were incredible, man. Like, but what you have to do is you have to put yourself in that time period when you watch, and you have
I'm saying
to
this
like,
though, man. Willis Reed had a modern game, bro. Like Willis,
yeah,
man, you watch that video, you see them mid range jump shots and stuff, and how quick Willis Reed was. He
yeah.
has a very modern game, man.
Willis Reed was a monster.
Willis Reed was a beast, man.
He was a monster.
I mean, he was a beast in his, in that league, but I just don't know if he would have been the same if if it was more of a full league, like a 30 team, not even a 20 team league.
Bro,
You know what I'm saying?
Willis Reed is more skilled than Dwight Howard.
Fact.
Way way more offensively more skilled than Dwight Howard.
Well, yeah, well, Dwight Howard is more defensive.
Yeah, Willis Reed is a monster. Arthur Gilmore, another monster. And that nigga, Iceman. You know what I'm saying?
But that's after the merger, though. He didn't.
Oh yeah,
George
that's
Gervin
right.
didn't come to the league until after the merger.
Yeah, that's right.
He was on the Spurs.
Dude, Bob Cousy, man. You see some of the passes Bob Cousy was making. A lot of niggas can't make those passes Bob Cousy was making.
I don't know, man.
For
A
real,
lot, a
bro. You
lot of
seen
this
Bob
when
Cousy?
I be watching, a lot of highlights from back then. A lot of these niggas couldn't even dribble with they left.
But you know what's funny? Like I watch these guys and I look up to these guys like they're superheroes, right? Like Bob Cousy, the special part about him is that he had these eyes, like his eyes were far apart, but he could see, like it helped him out, like as far as his court vision. Like it's like, yo, this dude had like a superpower on the court. It's cool, when you start learning his big hands, right? Dude had huge hands, so he can do a bunch of things with the ball passing. But these are the guys who, the Magic Johnsons come from, the Pistol Pete's come from,
Well,
and you
yeah,
get
yeah.
you,
When you,
you
when
get
they,
to
when
see
you talk about that, like who moved the game forward and who was people
the
watching and
growth of
stuff
the
like
game
that,
is
yeah.
beautiful. The growth of the game is beautiful. The way
The
the
growth,
way playing,
the
yes,
growth is definitely beautiful. But I gotta give. It almost seems like nowadays we give Magic and not Magic Kareem, Magic and Bird the credit as the pioneers of the game because from my understanding and from what a lot of people my age understanding is when it really came down to it, the NBA was about to get canceled before Magic and Bird saved the game and made it so
well,
that there was still a basketball.
Add
If they
Dr.
didn't
J in there
exist, they
too.
would have got rid of basketball.
Throw Dr. J in there too. He helped save the league too.
Yeah. I don't know about Dr. J, but I mean
Shoot,
maybe I
Dr.
have to do
J.
some more research on it, but from the name the only two names out here is Magic and Bird and their rivalry like that saved the league and if it wasn't for that basketball would have got canceled.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think the NBA. I think the NBA created that though. I think they strategically put them in certain spots,
Yeah.
and but it's all cool. I mean, it's for the growth of the game. You know what I'm saying? Help grow the game
You
and
think
stuff.
you
Man.
think they trying to do the same thing with Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark?
Oh, definitely.
Angel
They
Reese ain't
created
good
the
enough to
whole.
do it with though.
They created that whole. They capitalizing off race and all sorts of different
Mhm.
things, man. The
I
media,
don't
the
think
media is
I
eating
think
off that.
it's a good marketing idea. I don't think Angel Reese is good enough to do that with. She fine enough though. She fine as hell, but she don't play basketball as good.
Yeah, but they'll work with her. Look, that these leagues, man, they can make a star out of anybody. You know what I'm saying? So like they can make her look like a star if they really want.
Not when her team is 4-14.
Yeah, even when she's losing, you blow the whistle. She's still selling tickets. She's still popular because of her personality. You start calling those fouls and stuff like that, man. Send it to the free throw line. Start letting her get away with stuff defensively. And I'm not saying that she's not good or nothing. I'm just saying like these leagues could make you a star. They got their ways.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's still nasty as hell, bro. I don't like it.
They gonna do it, bro. If they want you to be something, they gonna make you be something because it makes them money. You see what they did with the draft.
You know
They
they
said,
say they say that about the Lakers. I don't never like lean into it, but they say that the O2 championship that they was supposed to lose to the Kings. What you
yeah,
think about that?
they set it up. They set it up because I think they wanted a bigger market in the finals to sell their product. But ultimately, the Kings screwed us. We got screwed. What game was it? We got screwed with free throws in one of those games. But they don't. Nobody talks about it. So
Yeah.
when they got screwed, everybody started crying. But we got screwed in a different game. And then remember, Kobe. Them niggas poisoned Kobe's food and shit. When
I remember back from the only thing I can remember from back then is that nobody would ever switch. Like nowadays they switch without even a pick being set. If somebody's standing too close to them, they switch. If
I
they-
will. So let's do this, right? I think because it's a double-edged sword, right? In the older times, you could fight picks, right? But today you can't do that as often. You can do it sometimes, but you can't do it. It depends on the personnel. Like because you switch, man, that shot is going up. You know what I'm saying?
uh,
Like certain people you can't switch on. Like they got a lot of deadly shooters in today's game. Um,
no, that's the way they do it. Like they feel like they can't survive unless they switch on everything. On everything.
yeah,
Back
because
then,
it
but
creates
back then when you watch that Lakers series, they wasn't switching like that. When Chris Webber was picking dudes, Mike Bibby was coming off them screens just wide open, just shooting mid range, and he wasn't even shooting threes. He was shooting mid range shots. He was coming off them
because
picks, just shooting wide open jump shots.
they knew like back then the big men didn't want to come out, and they knew that. Like Shaq, he don't want to ever come out the paint.
Yeah,
So that's how you know what I'm saying. Like back in the days, like a lot of teams would try and draw him out. You know what I'm saying? Or try to draw the big
yeah,
man out. But nowadays, like you got the small ball, it's hard to take advantage of that because everybody can switch. It's more convenient for some of these teams. Like if you look at Phoenix, if you look at the Suns, I did a breakdown of the 2006 series with the Lakers versus the Suns. Bro, if you watch that shit, you're gonna laugh. They had a mismatch on every single possession, bro. I'm
who
talking about all they did was run
who
picks.
the who Phoenix did?
Yeah, Phoenix just ran a pick and just tried to get a mismatch the whole game, bro. And they
Nah,
had
I
one.
never paid attention to that when I first because I haven't watched that series since I watched it originally, like when I watched it live.
Yeah, yeah,
The
Kelvin.
only thing I remember from that series, the main thing I remember from that series is Game 6 when the Lakers were up and they got a stop and Phoenix missed. And I don't
Hmm.
know if it was Luke Walton or Kwame Brown or who it was, but
Yeah, it
one of
was
them niggas
Kwame.
did not get the rebound. They did not get the rebound. If they would have got the rebound, the game would have been over. But they didn't get the rebound. Phoenix got the rebound and passed it to Tim Thomas, and Tim Thomas hit that three. I'll never forget that for the rest of my
Yeah,
life.
but see, if you go back and you look at it, you're gonna be like, damn, bro, Phoenix, because Phoenix was like really playing like the modern day type of game. Like they were running picks. They had a switch. They had a mismatch on every switch, bro. Like his shit was crazy everywhere,
I
everywhere.
do
Because
remember Phil Jackson. It seemed like the beginning of that series, and the reason why the Lakers got a 3-1 lead was mainly because Phil Jackson, like he was trying to take advantage of them trying to run small ball, and with
yeah,
them trying to run small ball, he was like Kwame Brown not all that good, but Kwame Brown was getting off on them niggas them first couple
Kwame Brown
games.
and Lamar Odom were ballers. People forget they were playing good basketball up until that point. It was working. The strategy was working. So when Kobe dropped, when Kobe had a lot of points, we lost. When Kobe was around 20 something, 22 points, we won. So
That's why
in
he ain't
that,
want to shoot in Game 7.
exactly. And so
And they try
in
to
that,
make it seem like he quit when he was trying to go back to the original game plan.
yeah, nah, he never quit, bro. If you watch his demeanor, like you
Nah,
watch
he
his
was
body
he was
language,
trying to go back. He was trying to go back to what they were doing the first couple games. Because I think the first game they won game one, and he only scored like 15 or 16 points.
yeah, yep. And see, the thing is that with Phoenix, they tried to slow the game down. You can't run with Kwame and Lamar against Phoenix. So we got lucky because Barbosa and Diaw were playing bad. Like they weren't playing good, like great, right? And then they started playing better as the series going on. And when Roger Bell got suspended, that's when Barbosa became a starter. They put him in the starting lineup, and then he destroyed us. We couldn't control him. He was too fast. He sped up the game when we were trying to slow it down. So but in that series, bro, Kwame was doing his thing. We just ran out of gas that last game, bro. The team ain't have it.
Yeah, I always take it to game six, man. It all they had to do was get one rebound. All they need to do is get one rebound. They ain't get it.
Yeah,
They got that rebound, it would have been a wrap.
yeah, yeah. But see that it's hard, man. Kobe was in the worst place you can ever be in NBA history. He was in a lose lose because they were literally telling him not to score. They said, "Listen, if you're gonna beat this team, you can't score. If you go off for 50, you're gonna lose." And check this out: Kobe averaged like 40 something points in the regular season. In those, in every time they met, I think they met up like 4 times. He averaged 40 against them niggas. He lost every single game.
Yeah, and that's what Phil probably told him that too. Because he scored 50. He scored 50 in game six, but they still should have won game six. Game six was where they should have ended it.
Well, you know what the media likes to run? They like to play the clip where Kobe's standing, right? He's standing on the 3 point line and he's not doing nothing, right? He's just standing there, right? But what they fail to mention is that Phil ran a play that he used to run in Chicago called the open set, where you have the small forward or Lamar Odom or Scottie Pippen at the top of the key, and they go pretty much an ISO, right? So
Running
what
them
Kobe
same
was
plays
doing,
without the personnel to do it.
yeah, yeah. So when Kobe was standing there, he you remember when here's another situation, right? You remember when Kobe was telling Smush Parker to attack, he was waving him to attack Steve Nash. And he's pretty much
Yeah,
saying, go. Steve Nash got injured. So he was trying to get him to take advantage of Steve Nash. But the
right.
media,
Because that was his matchup.
exactly. So the media, they portrayed that as he was giving up. He was pouting. There's nowhere, and I mean nowhere, where you could look at Kobe and say he was pouting
Yeah.
in that game. You could see him upset, but he's not pouting.
No, they be lying. They be lying. They be lying.
And I put the game up because nobody ever went back and broke it down.
And that's why I appreciate you, bro. You you um you be exposing a lot of these lies. Especially the one where Gilbert Arenas said, "Oh well, Kobe is only scoring like that because Shaq's getting triple team." And everybody's I'm looking at the comments because I'll be looking at the comments just to like dictate like how everybody's feeling.
Hmm.
And they like, "Oh yeah, well, Kobe's being he's only playing one on one and Shaq's being quadruple team." Like
Yeah.
when I watched your video, it just was like a breath of fresh air. Like you showing exactly what's happening during the game. But
Yep.
a lot of people not gonna look at it.
I showed you every single Kobe
I
tweet.
will say this just as some like as a suggestion. If there's a way that you can edit like the how you be doing that, and you can edit it to like put it into like a smaller form, I think more people will watch it. I don't think a lot of people are gonna watch it because it's like so long. I will because I'm a Kobe fan, but
What you mean?
you know what I'm saying. If you could put it in like a shorter form, I think more people will watch it.
I broke it down in different series. I did each game individually.
No, I mean like where you can like break it down to where it's like a 10-minute video where you like breaking down into like segment highlights type things where
Oh,
you can
okay,
show it, where you can like show it and show the parts that you need to show and get your point across, but put it into like a 10-minute video.
okay. Oh, yeah, it's a lot of clips because it's a whole series. Like I'm
Cause it's a
telling
lot of
every,
things, but if
because
you can, but as far as like what you showing and the parts
you
that
know why I don't do
people
that.
need to see, you can put like five or six of those into a 10-minute clip, easy.
But you know why I don't do that? Because you're
Why?
gonna have an asshole saying I'm cherry picking. You're gonna have an asshole. See, that's why I went out the way and I showed the whole thing. And trust me, I didn't want to, right?
Yeah.
But like I showed every single time he scored because they were saying he was the see what they were arguing. They were arguing. They weren't arguing the fact that Shaq was double teamed. What they were arguing was Shaq being double teamed benefited Kobe.
Right, exactly.
And so I showed every single time Kobe scored, and he was usually creating most of the time. He was creating for himself.
Mm-hmm.
It was not because of Shaq.
It wasn't.
And so I had to go through every single Kobe point because you're gonna have an asshole say, "See, he skipped it. He's not showing everything. He's editing it."
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's great. Like I had an argument like on somebody with somebody on a Facebook thread about Shaq making it easier for Kobe. And I took screenshots of basketball reference and I posted them on there showing that after Kobe split with Shaq, he scored more points on better efficiency.
Yeah,
So how he's scoring more points and his true shooting percentage is higher. So how
because the
is it
lane is
Shaq?
clogged. The lane is clogged with Shaq, and see, people don't consider that. They're like, "Well, he benefited off playing
Exactly,
with Shaq," but
exactly. The
I
lane is
can't go off. But see, what
clogged.
Kobe
It's
did,
open when he not there, so it's
but
almost easier.
but Kobe was smart because he would do a penetrating pass, right? He would penetrate and then kick it to Shaq and break down the defense. But like he had to have a mid range. Like his man, his he had to get his points and he had to be sharp in order to score. You know what I'm saying? And I think
Yeah,
that helped him prepare for like to be a better player because it's hard to score under those conditions. Bro. You can't go all the way to the rack sometimes because it's clogged. Tim Duncan, David Robinson, Shaq, everybody down there.
Yep. Completely
You know what I'm saying?
clogged. And then back then, like it wasn't no four or fives that could shoot the three, except for maybe Rasheed Wallace and Dirk. Rasheed and
Oh,
Dirk were probably the only two.
but Marlo, let me add this too.
Sam Perkins.
Let me add this too. Sometimes it looked like Shaq was double teamed when he wasn't too, because the everybody was in the paint. Sometimes it would look like Shaq was double, but no, it's just niggas in the paint. It's just a lot of niggas in one area. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
they was doing that in every game. Like they were clogging the paint in every game. I mean, it wasn't no reason not to, especially in the early 2000s before they got rid of illegal defense because the defense could that you can make it so
What's up,
a
Slim
player
Shady?
that can't shoot threes can space the floor and you have to pay attention to him in illegal defense. If you don't, they'll you you giving up a technical foul.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But see, the thing is that I think a lot of people they want to believe this because it helps promote whatever narrative they're trying to promote. Like, for example, absolutely correct, right? They tried everything on Shaq. He's absolutely correct in that series, but that didn't happen every single playoff series. You see what I'm saying? So, like, what they try to do is they go off what Kenyon said, and yeah, that's true, but it's not true for every single series. Shaq didn't dominate like that for every single series. He was tough. He was still valuable, but he wasn't putting up like 30, 36, and 15 or some shit like that.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying?
But
And I
Gilbert
think
Arenas
people,
want to make it seem like, I mean, if Shaq was what Gilbert Arenas said, Shaq would have 6 championships.
yeah, I mean, I think Shaq, he was a great player, and he is a beast. Like he is, a lot of stuff that they're saying is true. But the thing that I'll push back on is that they're not they're not talking about the other side of it. They're not talking about the things that hurt him as far as winning. The free throws, bro. Free throws, foul trouble, the inability to come out on picks and move up and guard the
Fact.
perimeter. Like
You
that's
know
important.
what? You mentioning that made me think of Nick Wright actually made a good point about that. About Shaq, he put Shaq and Stephen Curry in the same boat. Like how how at the end of the game,
Hmm.
Steve Kerr would be taking Steve Kerr will be taking Stephen Curry out the game because he can't play defense on defensive possessions. At the end of the game, he'll take Curry out and put him on the bench.
Hmm.
Phil Jackson used to do the same thing with Shaq. He would try to make
No,
sure he's not out there on offensive possessions because he doesn't want them to intentionally foul him.
see, see what it is both things can be true, right? Like when they say that teams put big men on the rosters to guard Shaq, that's true. That's factual. You know, Shaq was a lot to deal with. And you had to have a big man, right? So teams started putting more big men on the rosters to stop Shaq. That's factual. But what they're not telling you is that sometimes what's also factual is he had to come out the game. They're not talking about that. They're not talking about the negative side of that. Where guess what? We got to win the game, and this is all on Kobe. It's all on Kobe because you can't have him in the game because the other team's gonna come back.
Yeah, they gonna foul him and they expecting him to miss. It's the same thing.
And that's a
So it's
pretty
like if
big
you got a
deal.
weakness like that, you can't be in the game at the end of the game because it's too much on the line. If you're in the game, they foul you, you go to the line, you're gonna miss the free throw. Stephen Curry, if you in the game, they're gonna try to set a pick to put you in a position where you can't guard.
You
And
know
it's
who
gonna be an
understands
easy
that?
matchup.
Do you know who understands that?
Who?
Shaq understands that. Shaq understands that, and that's why he said this.
And it's good to play with the best player in the world on your team because it makes stuff a lot easier.
Kobe calls you the best player in the world. Obviously, you guys getting along quite well out there. 28 points tonight. When and why did you come to the revelation that this is the greatest player on the planet, Kobe Bryant?
Because when I first came to LA, Jerry showed me a tape of this kid, and I knew he had potential. And a lot of people thought we had problems. We never really had problems at all. I'm the big brother, he's the little brother. I want him to be the best player in the world. I really do. So, we really didn't have struggles. I think the media wanted us to have struggles. Just two great players playing on the same thing, same team. Things not going well. But he's right now. He's playing great. He's getting everybody involved. Plus, he's giving opponents the business.
And see,
Yeah,
that's
no,
why he said,
I done heard. I heard. I seen that when it was live. I
yeah,
seen that when it was live.
yeah. So let me
I
do
had to
another
go
one.
back to school the next day and argue with people with Allen Iverson fans.
Yeah, yeah. But see, that's when he says that. Notice he be serious when he talks about Kobe. He be dead serious. Like watch this, watch this.
Yeah, I think if you're worried about useless titles, when I was young, I worried about useless titles, but when I stopped worrying about useless titles, start winning championships. In my Laker runs, I wasn't the best player on the team. I knew that, but I knew I was the most dominant. So I knew my role. I knew what I had to do. I wasn't worried about a useless title. So if those two young gentlemen are worried about useless titles, who's the best on the team, whose team it is, it will definitely affect them tonight. Jalen has been playing well.
Hey, you want it?
So
Okay.
remember, Shaq never called himself the best player. He always calls himself the most dominant. And he says that, and he explained it in an interview. He said that
Yeah.
because he has those deficiencies that you can't go to him at the end of the game because of the free throws, right? You know what I'm
Facts.
saying? If they foul him. So he always said he was the most dominant. He never said he was the best player. He always says Kobe, he always points to Kobe because of all the things that he can do. And he understands Kobe's sacrifice for the team to win. And
Facts.
and I think he appreciates Kobe more after his death.
No, I think he does too. But when they were together, I don't think he did enough, and I think that's why they broke up. He was willing to take a back seat to Dwayne Wade, but he wasn't willing to give Kobe the same. He wouldn't. Hey, going. Okay, daddy's coming. He wasn't willing to do the same things for
And
Kobe that he was
I
willing to
don't
do for
blame him.
Dwayne Wade.
I used to get mad at him for that, but I don't blame him because look, that's hard to accept, man. You at the top of your game. You know what I'm saying? You still are a beast, and here comes this guy around 2001. He wants the keys, and you're like, who the fuck does he think he is? And then you start seeing what he is, and you're like, damn, bro, this nigga might be better than me. And then you
Yeah.
say, nah, I'm Shaq, man. I'm dominant. You know what I'm saying? But this nigga is so damn good that Lakers management is actually thinking about taking him over me.
Yeah.
And I think that's what got on Shaq's nerves because they were like, yo, you gonna take him over me?
Oh no, they wasn't just thinking about it. That's what it was.
Yeah,
Jerry
but
Buss was like, if you either you gonna take a pay cut or you can go."
if you're Shaq and you're seeing this dude like and what he is day in and day out and how the organization is committed to him, like that's gonna piss you off to a certain degree because you're like, yo,
Yeah, I mean it
I'm
would.
I'm that
And
nigga.
Shaq
Like
and
he's
Shaq
that nigga,
he
but
tried to lie. He tried to lie and say it didn't. We seen him spit that free throw. Kobe, tell me how my taste.
yeah,
Kobe,
yeah.
tell me how my taste. And then try to pretend like that wasn't what it was. Like, nah, you didn't want to see Kobe. You didn't want to see Kobe with
No,
them
hell
with
no.
that '09 and '10 championship. You did
But
not
but
want to see him with them championships.
but see, Shaq
Don't try to
Shaq
lie
was
about it.
but see, Shaq was that nigga. Shaq was that nigga, but he realized Kobe that nigga too. And that's when I think that's when because I think he always saw him as a little brother because when Kobe came, when Kobe first got to the Lakers, he won't on that level yet. You know what I'm saying? And so when he shot up, when
He
he
was
ascended,
17.
yeah, but Kobe
He
ascended
was at the
fast.
time when Kobe first came to the Lakers. He was the youngest at that time. He was the youngest player to ever play in the NBA. I think right now he's the third youngest. I think Jermaine O'Neal
Yeah,
and Andrew Bynum are the
yeah.
only two players ahead of him. But other than that, other than Jermaine O'Neal and Andrew Bynum, he's the youngest player ever to play in the league.
But when you look at his ascension, He ascended fast. I'm talking about he shot up every single year. He made significant improvement, and so like the jumps that he made, like Shaq looking at this nigga like, okay, he's no longer my little brother. He's no
But
longer just the guy on the team.
I
He's
think
like rival.
everybody knew though. Everybody knew how good he was and how good he was gonna be. His coach Del Harris held him back. Like you gotta look before he came into the league. Who he go to prom with?
You said what,
Who Kobe go to prom with?
Brandon?
What like how big was her show? Like in the black
Oh
community,
yeah,
how
it was
big was
big. It was
Moesha?
big. It was big. I used to watch it every.
Like
I used to watch it
he's
almost every year.
going to prom with Brandy in 1990. What was it? 1997. That he's going to 1996, 97. Like
But
she's the biggest
I
thing
think
in the
they
world.
knew
Like they're
they knew
not.
he was,
This is all set up. They all knew this.
but they knew
They
he
all
would
knew
be
this.
good.
They all
They
knew
knew
how big, how good he was. They wouldn't have let him. They wouldn't have let all that publicity go. And then when you look at the shoe
I
deal he
don't think
got
they
when
knew.
he first got in the league with Adidas,
But Marlo, I don't think they knew. I think they knew he was gonna be good, but I don't think they saw him being that damn good.
they gave the man his own video. He was on. He
No, I get it, but they didn't
They gave him his
expect
own
him.
video game. Kobe Courtside was his. He had his
But
own
think
video
about it.
game, bro.
We talking about a top five player. They didn't see that. Like they probably were thinking like, okay, he's gonna be great, maybe make the Hall of Fame.
They
But
not
like,
giving video games to everybody.
yeah,
Name
I
somebody
mean,
else that had their own video game.
no, he was nice. He was nice, and he was on his way. But I don't know if
I
they
think they
saw.
knew. Now I'm not saying that he was there. I'm just saying that they knew how good he was gonna be,
Oh,
and a lot
Jerry
of people
West
was
knew.
capitalized. They was capitalizing off of it.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm gonna go ahead and close this one down, man. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate you coming up here, man. Feel free to stop by, man, and whenever you want, man. You know what I'm saying? It's been a great
Oh
conversation.
yeah, man. Hey, bro, man. I subscribed to you twice. I even took my son's tablet and subscribed to you because we
I
need
fuck with
more
it.
people, as many people as possible, man, to defend this man's legacy, man, because he not here to defend it himself. And not just like, you know what I'm saying, on some glazing or nothing like that.
Nah,
Like Kobe's been a big part of my childhood, and when they try to like just make it seem like he was just trash and like he don't mean nothing, like it's
it's fucked up.
disrespectful. It's just it's disrespectful. And we
Yeah,
all know the truth, and we all know the resume. We all know what he's done, and ain't nobody gonna stand up for him, then shoot, I'm gonna do it. You gonna do
yeah,
it.
yeah. I had gotten to the point where I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna close out. I had gotten to the point where it was sickening. It got sickening after a while, man. And it was just like an everyday, like these people were going in on him every day, you know. And something had to be done. So I created my little YouTube channel, and so I was able to grow it a little bit. Still got a long way to go, but I appreciate it, man.
Same here, bro. Same here.
All right, bro. Peace.
All right, bro.